where industry leaders, policymakers, airlines, airports, freight forwarders, technology innovators, and logistics pioneers connect. Now, the journey continues with a bold global vision. Welcome to the 7th ACFI World Conclave 2026. Reimagining global trade, India at the forefront of developing resilient supply chains. Bringing together over 800 delegates under one roof for powerful dialogue, collaboration, and business networking. Today, the captains of the global air cargo industry come together to shape the future of aviation logistics. Through focused discussions on New India as a rising global superpower, the transformative power of AI and digital technologies, and next-generation innovations, they will chart the roadmap to propel India's air cargo sector from 3.5 million tons to 10 million tons by 2030, unlocking new opportunities for trade, connectivity, and sustainable economic growth. Exchange ideas through fireside chats. Reimagine global trade in CEO Roundtable. Build strategic partnerships and collaborations in parallel air cargo roundtables. An extended exhibition arena offers opportunity for the exhibitors to showcase the latest products, technologies, and services driving the growth of air cargo and logistics. Encouraging rewarding platform, Innovatopia Awards. For breakthrough ideas, innovation, new technology, sustainable solutions received many remarkable and quality nominations. The stage is set for a grand celebration to reward the excellence across 5 categories. The future of global trade is being written today. Be where ideas become partnerships, where innovation meets opportunity, and where the next chapter of global air cargo begins. Let the proceeding of 7th Air Cargo World Conclave 2026 begin, the largest global air cargo leadership gathering in India.
A bigger round of applause for ACFI to bringing together air cargo for our common goal of 10 million metric tons by 2030. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I now welcome Mr. Pradeep Panikkar, founding member of ACFI and CEO DIAL, to say a few words.
Good morning. It's indeed a pleasure to be back on this dais. Like Sanjeev mentioned, it brought me memories of 2011 when, in fact, Sanjeev and I had gone to Amsterdam, and we did see something very interesting there, what was called ACN, Air Cargo Netherlands. That was where we were told that the trade was basically asked to settle their disputes. In case they had a problem, they were put in the room, come out with a solution, or kill each other. That was the kind of thing they were told. So hopefully, from there, we took up this idea that at that juncture, when we were conceiving ACFI, there were people who were managing freight forwarders, there were people who were managing customs house brokers, express industry, you name it. It was a completely fragmented picture where different agencies managed the interest of various segments of the cargo trade. And this idea, in fact, I remember it was perhaps a cargo event of Lufthansa where I happened to be there, Mr. S.L. Sharma was there, and then Cyrus was there, and we were all just having a dinner, and at that time I said this happened, and we had seen this, and it was very interesting. So Cyrus said, why don't we do that in India also? That is how the seed took shape, and then we had the first meeting in Jina, and thereafter it took off. It took a year for us to actually put together the thoughts and bring together. There were other people, like today Tushar I can't see Tushar, Malcolm Ontario, Sanjeev, Ramesh, all of these people put together, we all worked for a year. Mr. Kanwar, who's currently, was the DG earlier for Singh. So a lot of people had actually put in their heart and soul. What we saw, I was the founding president for the first. These people said, you brought the idea, you become the president, though I was not perhaps the most suited. There were other people who were more qualified. And then for 4 years, we put together, it was a very, very strenuous times. We had to count membership growing from 20 to 30 to 40 to 50. Getting beyond 50, it was very difficult. Today, I'm told there are close to 240 or 250 members. It's a big way forward we have come. The basic essence of ACFI even then, like what Sanjeev covered in his speech, was we gave a vision that collaboration is the best way to grow the industry. Rather than fighting over a small pie, we said, let us enhance the pie, increase the size of the pie totally. And when the pie increases, automatically each of us get a better slice. So that is how we entirely configured the entire concept of ACFI. That is how ACFI actually brought about the entire movement. And believe me, I'm very, very happy that when I actually just came back from Hyderabad, I was actually the CEO for Hyderabad International Airport till the end of May. And 1st June is when I actually took over the CEO for Delhi Airport. It's a homecoming because I came back to Delhi after 8.5 years. And it's good that actually this is happening quite close to the time I took over. And it's nostalgic when I come back to the dais where actually this entire thing started. The vision which has been set for this World Conclave is indeed a big one. And I was among the people who were raising the hand that we still have a long way to go. I believe that truly, because as a country, the entire air cargo size for India is short of 4 million tons. As a single airport, Hong Kong today does more than 5.5 million tons. So we just need to compare these numbers to realize that we have a long, long way to go. I'm not trying to discourage anyone, but we have a huge opportunity. The point is, manufacturing is what we're focusing on. We are in the middle of Asia. We have an opportunity to connect from here to the world, from Asia to the world. It's possible. The first time, Indian carriers have placed large orders for wide body. Wide body is a must for connecting the world, because freighters alone will not be adequate. We have 20 freighters, like Sanjeev mentioned. There are order books which are there for more, which may come through. But there are 100 wide body which will be put into operation in a period, some more time, maybe in 5, 6, 7 years' time. And wide body is the backbone, because even today, as we speak, almost 80% of our cargo is still going in the belly of the passenger aircraft. So this piece of infrastructure was missing in India, and now it's coming in. So that is definitely going to afford a huge opportunity. And another element is that the Indian middle class and the economy is growing in such a way that consumption is definitely going to go up. And as was mentioned earlier by the event chairman, that when we see the growth of consumption in the country, there is a huge opportunity for both inbound and outbound. The mobile phone he talked about, how the mobile phone is no longer a piece which is assembled only in one country. It's basically various pieces coming from a different country, getting into a phone before it comes to your hand. Same thing is going to happen, and as Indian consumption increases, a lot of imports will come in. As Indian production increases, India will be producing to the world, a lot of export will happen. Both these will significantly increase the cargo. But to be a hub, we need to look at transfer cargo. And the Government of India initiative recently for opening transshipment centers, they have already done a POC in India, in Delhi, where we have looked at bringing in cargo from Chennai into Delhi, going into Frankfurt. So this is a model which is bound to increase significantly. We have to, currently in Delhi, the total amount of transfer cargo is hardly 12%. You compare that with, again, world leaders like Hong Kong or Dubai or Singapore, the number is around top of 50%. Today, we sit on a very good O&D base, which is basically significant, almost 1 million ton in Delhi. But in case we are looking at competing, say by 2030, I think we want to do close to 10 million tons of cargo out of India. And if that is the kind of tonnage which is going to be done in India, Delhi will have to itself do 2.5 million tons, just pay the same proportion. And that is going to happen if various pieces of this jigsaw fall in place. And the various pieces of the jigsaw are actually in this room. That is the beauty of the place, because the airlines are there, the freight forwarders are there, the CHAs are there, the express operators are there. So these pieces of the jigsaw will fall in place if we get our act together. And if we get our act together, only is this 10 million going to be a reality, and the size of the pie increases and each one of us get a better share. So it is a very important time this meeting is being held. We know all the pieces are there, they are likely to fall in place. So I would basically edge each one of you to actually start looking at in a very collaborative, big manner. Don't make your vision small. The government is willing to look big. We also should actually start looking in the same line. We should not be happy if we don't achieve this 10 million tons by 2030 or 2031. It's another 5 years only we are looking at. In 5 years, from where we are, going up 2.5 times. It is possible, and each one of us has to gear. That means bigger business opportunities for all of us. We need to perhaps even look at technology in a big way, because cargo, unlike passenger, doesn't have a voice. It will travel the route of least resistance, where there is no, it doesn't matter if it has to travel 100 kilometers or 200 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers extra, so long as it is able to reach its destination faster, at a more economic rate, and safely. It is bound to take that route. So in case India wants to be on the map, which is going to be the transit for all these cargo to go forward, and we as an industry grow, we need to make it easier. And that's the vision which it is possible. We have, as an industry, made significant changes in policy when the ACFI, in fact, I do recollect Mr. Kanwar used to come out with 40 to 50 points on what are the amendments and required in the Customs Act. And I think most of it, actually, Mr. Kanwar, I can't see you where you are today, but yeah, I think we did manage to get all those changes done. I do recollect. So there are initiatives which ACFI has taken to get the policy changed. And it has happened. And even now, as we move forward, if you believe there are policies which are actually hindering the path, if we go back to the government as a single industry voice, which ACFI is, I'm very sure the government has listened earlier and will keep listening to us and make the necessary change. Because even the government has a vision. They also want us to be successful. So let us work together in a collaborative manner. Wishing you all a very, very good conference ahead and come out with some very concrete solutions. In fact, if there is something which at the Delhi airport we need to do, please be vocal about it. Sometimes we get blindsided. We are more than happy to pick up from there and take our part of the game. And with that, I thank you again, once again, all the best for the conference.
Thank you, Mr. Panikkar. It is so nice to see that it started as a vision of a very few people, and now the family has grown up to many hundreds. So they say there is no curfew to imagination, and that imagination leads to vision, and vision leads to achievements. That is what we are here for today, to talk about collaboration, to talk about achievements. Our next speaker brings a perspective on transformation and the evolving business landscape. Please welcome Shri Manoj Kumar Singh, Chief Executive Officer, State Transformation Commission, Uttar Pradesh. Sir was born in Sasaram, Bihar, and he is 1988 batch IAS officer of the Uttar Pradesh cadre, with a distinguished career spanning over 3 decades in senior state and central government positions. He has served as Chief Secretary of Uttar Pradesh and held key portfolios including urban development, rural development, tourism, infrastructure, and industrial development. He has also led major flagship initiatives including Namamami Gange, Swachh Bharat, Amrut, and Smart Cities, and played a key role in the successful organization of Kumbh 2019 at Prayagraj. Following his superannuation in July 2025, he was appointed Chief Executive Officer of the State Transformation Commission in November 2025. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Manoj Kumar Singh.
नमस्कार। मैं अपनी बात 3 पार्ट्स में कवर करूंगा और पहला हिस्सा होगा अबाउट ग्लोबल ट्रेड, दूसरे पार्ट में कुछ सजेशंस फॉर रिफॉर्म और थर्ड, जैसा मैंने कल संजीव जी को प्रॉमिस किया था कि मैं अपना रिकमेंडेशन बताऊंगा टू अचीव दिस टारगेट ऑफ 10 मिलियन टन पर ईयर। साथियों, we are seeing for last 2 years a trend which is basically a reversal of very long standing trend. That is deglobalization. For last 30 years, we have worked for globalization, and because of globalization, we reached the target of trade turnover to around $36 trillion. World GDP today is around 124 trillion US dollars. Of that, almost 30–35% is the trade of goods and services. This was achieved by multilateralism. Now we are going towards bilateralism, FTAs and other kind of thing. So this is a big reversal. मैं यहाँ पर ये caution करना चाहूँगा कि ये बहुत जल्दी होगी अगर हम अपनी स्ट्रैटेजी सिर्फ बायलैटरलिज्म पे बनाएं, क्योंकि पिछले 30 साल का जो इतिहास है उसने काफ़ी कुछ कंट्रीब्यूट किया है और काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग फाउंडेशन मल्टीलैटरलिज्म का ले किया है। उसी ने गुड्स और सर्विसेज के ट्रेड को इस लेवल तक पहुंचाया है। साथियों, सभी को ऐसा लगता होगा कि टैरिफ वगैरह के बैकग्राउंड में ट्रेड घट गया होगा, but surprisingly last year there was a growth of 7.4% in trade. World trade has not gone down last year, at least in 2025. Now we are witnessing some slowdown. Last year it didn't go down because of front loading. Many people, keeping in view the coming tariff, they imported things in advance. Second, there was a huge trade of things which are going into the sector of artificial intelligence. So the overall trade, it was on higher side, it grew by 7.4%, but this will not continue like this. What I'm going to tell you that we have to work for strengthening this multilateralism, and it will come. Like, people are in wait and watch situation, and they are hoping that things will again go back to multilateralism after 2 or 3 years. There are certain suggestions for reform which I had referred to the ministry, and may I request for putting up that later. This was taken up in March of 2025, and it was in reference to the Jewar International Airport, and I, as a Chief Secretary, wrote this letter. But before I go there, like, I see that this logistic is like electricity, a regular and constant input in all the industries. If you have cheaper power tariff, most of your industries will be competitive. If you have very competitive rate of expense on logistic, most of your industries will be at par so far as competitiveness is concerned. So it is very important. Secondly, about building infrastructure. I am of the firm belief that infrastructure has to be in place before we see its 100% or 80% utilization. So whenever we are in doubt that what should come first, it simply means delaying things. And I will give you 2 concrete examples. D&D flyover, यहाँ बैठे बहुत से लोगों ने इस्तेमाल किया होगा, लगभग सभी लोगों ने उसका इस्तेमाल किया होगा। अर्ली 1990s में जब वो कंसीव किया गया था प्रोजेक्ट, तो आई एम फ्रॉम 88 बैच, उस समय एकेडमी में एज ए बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस इसको पढ़ाया जाता था कि कैसे आपको पीपीपी प्रोजेक्ट्स को डिज़ाइन करना चाहिए। लेटर पार्ट में क्या हुआ, उसमें एक क्लॉज ऐसा था कि if you are not able to meet the revenue from the traffic which is being projected, then that gap will get added into the capital investment. So again, you have to give return on that capital investment. इस क्लॉज की वजह से वो प्रोजेक्ट तो मटेरियलाइज हुआ, लेकिन बाद में मामला कोर्ट में गया और कोर्ट ने फिर उसको बंद किया कि ठीक है अब इस पे टोल कलेक्शन नहीं होना चाहिए। जब ये बना था तो कई सालों तक इस पर जो ट्रैफिक प्रोजेक्ट की गई थी वो नहीं जाती थी, उसके बगल में जो पुल था वहाँ से जाती थी। आज की तारीख में आप डीएनडी का ट्रैफिक देख सकते हैं। सिमिलरली expressway from Lucknow to Agra, 3 years back when I joined, I took over as Infrastructure and Industry Commissioner. The income from toll was around 250 crore. Last year when I left, it was 450 crore. So jump in toll collection of around 200-250 crore. These are the examples that if we want to achieve 10 million ton target, we must have infrastructure worth 20 million tons. Then only you can achieve this. But if you are thinking that when we will reach the, suppose, transfer of goods to 6 or 7 million tons, then we will create that infrastructure, then it is going to take a long time in achieving that. So the reform which I had suggested, 2-3 were about passenger and remaining was about cargo. About passenger, there was a recommendation for creating a common security hold area, allowing domestic passenger to transfer securely without additional screening. If somebody is coming from Bangalore, he has to go to Lucknow and he is halting at Delhi, he need not again go through screening. This was one recommendation. Second was pre-embarkation security checkup before border and passport control. In most of the airports, you will find that first you have this security check and then passport control. But here we have just reverse. This will ensure efficient utilization of security personnel because in daytime you have heavy traffic in domestic. In night times you have heavier traffic on international flights. Third was about transshipment of cargo. And there the recommendation was that regulatory and custom bottlenecks, multiple approvals as required, or manual documentation, these should be done away with, and there should be a single window clearance. Second was about security and compliance issues. BCAS regulation, which requires additional screening after opening up of the cargo in transshipment, it should be done away with. Then there was recommendation about filling up the infrastructure gaps for ensuring seamless airside connectivity. Airline and ground handling constraint were to be removed, and preference for establishment of hubs in major airline routes. The other recommendation was about regulatory and custom reform in pre-clearance for transshipment cargoes and upgrading the ICE gate for automated pre-clearances. Then the recommendation was about aviation and infrastructure development for dedicated transshipment cargoes, security and compliance modernizations, and streamlining the process. These were the recommendations. I will conclude by giving my recommendation about achieving the target of 10 million tons, and that is that ये target पूरे देश का होना चाहिए। एक किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का ये टारगेट नहीं हो सकता है, ये टारगेट होना चाहिए मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन का, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉमर्स का, बीकैस का, और उसके बाद ये टारगेट आपका बनता है एयर कार्गो फोरम ऑफ इंडिया का। So if we have this target of 10 million tons for entire country, then I'm quite sure we can achieve it well in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Singh, and thank you for all the support that the government extends to the air cargo fraternity for our constant growth. We now would like to invite Shri Atish Kumar Singh, Additional Secretary Logistics, Department of Promotion of Industry and International Trade, DPIIT. Sir, over to you, please.
Very good morning, members on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me begin by first thanking the organizers for bringing me over here and giving me the chance to speak to all of you. So for me, it's a very important thing to do to be, able to speak to share with you what the government is contemplating or is doing, and also to hear from you what you think, we need to do further, or how do we need to improve things which are already running on the ground. So having said that, I would like to also, start by saying that in India's march towards Viksit Bharat, and the goal we've set for ourselves in terms of output, in terms of income, in terms of formalization, credit, and the entire gamut of things, and also understanding the fact that today national income components of consumption and investment are skewed in favor of consumption, and how do we need to flip this is something is being very, very seriously looked at, and we need to get into an investment-led model simply because the multiplier of the investment is much more than what the consumption offers. But in between the two is trade, and I think trade is going to be a great mover and shaker of the march towards higher income growth. And in trade, the other component is going to be logistics. And so we need to look at both these aspects of trade and logistics very, very deeply and very, very broadly. And so having having said all these things, I would like to also share with you how these things the government is contemplating to move further. While there is a lot of infrastructure which has been created, and sir just mentioned about a lot of infrastructure, be it in terms of roads or we've seen a lot of expressways coming up. Many more have been announced. Dedicated freight corridors in the railways have been announced. Some, two of them have been set up as well. Then there are feeder routes on the railways as well. High axle load on the railway tracks. Then so many airports we've set up. There is a further plan to get more aerodromes in the country, helipads in the country. The ports, while we have so many major ports, but there is a clear-cut plan now to set up 3 deep ports in India, and you must have heard about that, and how we are going to bring a change in terms of getting our big ships into our own port rather than going to Colombo and Dubai. And so while this physical infrastructure, there are a lot of also industrial parks, plug-and-play parks which have been set up. In the last budget, we've announced 100 industrial parks, and also redevelop 200 legacy parks. And so all this is a thing which is visible, and it's ongoing. But also on the side, what is happening is there is a digital infrastructure which has been created, and that is also helping and facilitating a lot of trade, whether it is in terms of UPI or the GST or TREDS or e-challan, and e-way bills, e-invoicing. All these are things which are also running and going. So, but now the time has come to also get into the next generation of reforms. These are things which have been done. Now we need to move further, and we need to find newer pathways to build more upon what we have. And since one of the themes for today is global trade, and we all know there are a lot of disruptions and difficulties and challenges which have come up, whether it is in terms of tariffs or in terms of the war in the Gulf. And so while all that is visible to us, and how do we need to figure this, how do we deal with this, is something which is right now at the top of the discussion. And if you look at what's happening around the world, China has already set up what is known as the ice silk route. Now it is going, the ships are now going from the Arctic Circle. They are not coming down here. Okay, other countries are finding other things to do. So obviously, we are, in our own country, we are living with a situation where our ports are getting congested. Container, there is a shortage. There is, difficulty in our procedures. So these are things which are presently on the table, and and there is a lot of work going on. How do we fix this so that we have faster and better, logistics, and efficient and smarter logistics, so that not only the speed increases but also the cost, goes down. So in terms of looking at the air cargo also, while like sir was saying, we need to create more infrastructure to get to 10 million, but I also feel what we need to do is what is happening today. Look at the situation today. Of course, there are difficulties in the customs and procedures, but we also need to have equipment on the air freight station and the cargo stations. We need to have those big scanners. We need to, all that is not there. We need to have those fast-moving machines. We need to have a software in position which helps, and not just a standalone software which talks to other softwares, and our warehousing and the standards, and the people who are working in those warehouses and those cargo stations, what is their skill set? How is all that getting acquired? So discipline inside the cargo stations. So I think all this is also equally important, rather than just simply creating infrastructure. While if we do not find these new things of getting these smart equipments, IoT equipments, have the right people with the right skills to deal with these situations, I feel we this is something we should not leave aside or let it find its own path. We need to consciously make an effort to bring that element into our forward movement. So thank you very much for having me over here, and it's very, very nice to speak to all of you. I would also love to hear if there's something you would like to tell us, something you feel that the government needs to do this. That would be absolutely important for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Singh, for a very insightful speech. As we conclude our inaugural session, I request Mr. Ramesh Mamidala, Vice President, Air Cargo Forum India and Head Cargo Air India, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Anupama. Good morning again. Before I get into this, I just wanted to share with you that we already had a great day yesterday, right? This is the first time that we're kind of trying 1.5-day session. And in the past, we only had 1 day, Pradeep, and this time we have 1.5 days conference, and actually it went extremely well yesterday. And I was very pleased to know, somebody told me today morning that we had about 350 people attending yesterday's session, apart from others that were actually coming and going. So that was a fantastic participation. Today we have close to 600 people physically attending, and it is also being virtually streamed. So I believe in addition to the people sitting here, we have 200 odd people virtually joining and listening to all of us. I think it's a great participation, showing the trade's interest to see what we can actually do together, and we are well on the way to achieve these 10 million tons. I'm of the opinion that we should actually exceed the 10 million tons by 2030. We have a good chance of doing that. Also, for those that do not know, we also have a fairly large exhibition area. We have very interesting exhibitors that are waiting for all of us to go and interact with them. When you have time during the breaks, please do take your time out. Go and visit the exhibition area. We have very, very interesting participants in the exhibition area. On a different note, sir, the transshipment double screening that you mentioned, I'm very happy to share with you that that changed a few months ago. And we also very successfully implemented the pilot over the last 1 month. The first route that we tried at Delhi Airport with Air India is Chennai, Delhi, Frankfurt, seamlessly with no double screening, no processing at all. So what used to take almost 72 hours in the past, now we are able to connect within 8 hours. And we are actually looking at even reducing that to 6 hours. And that's only one lane that we have successfully done with great support from the ministry, BCAS, DGCA, all of them. Very soon we will expand that to 15 odd lanes for all forms. D2I is what we have tried, domestic to international. We are looking at actually expanding that to more routes within D2I, and also expand that to more I2D, which is Frankfurt, Delhi, Chennai, as an example. And we're also looking at expanding that to I2I. So soon, in terms of the process times, efficiency, we will be extremely competitive to compete with major airports like Dubai, Singapore, Hong Kong. So that's actually work in progress. So this is one of the things that we were waiting to happen, so that we can do about 1.5 to 2 million tons of transshipment cargo across all the airports, so that we can achieve the 10 million tons by 2030. Welcome to this again, and all the guests on the stage, dear industry partners that are here, and all the respected delegates that are attending these, friends and colleagues from the industry. Every movement in air cargo represents far more than the transportation of goods. It reflects the confidence of businesses, the strength of global trade, and the seamless coordination of an entire logistics ecosystem that are present here. As our industry continues to evolve, resilience, connectivity, and collaboration have become the defining pillars of sustainable growth, as Sanjeev mentioned in the beginning of this session. It's my pleasure again to welcome you to the 7th ACFI World Conclave 2026, themed Reimagining Global Trade, India at the forefront of developing resilient supply chains. This conclave brings together an exceptional cross-section of policymakers, industry leaders, logistics professionals, technology providers, and innovators united by a common purpose to shape the future of India's air cargo logistics landscape. And I thank all of them and appreciate their presence for being here in the conclave. The air cargo industry has continuously demonstrated its ability to adapt changing market dynamics. Very importantly, in the recent past, with all the geopolitical challenges, longer routes, I think we have really adapted well, and we have proved again to the industry, to the trade, and generally in aviation that we are very, very important for the world economy and very importantly for the aviation sector itself, for the changing market dynamics, evolving customer expectations, and an increasingly interconnected global economy. As trade patterns shift and supply chains become more complex, our ability to collaborate across the value chain will determine how effectively we seize emerging opportunities and address future challenges. We have seen in the recent past, not only the trade lanes have changed, we have also seen globally new hubs emerging. Amman, we never heard of. In fact, my colleague Oliver is here. He is developing Amman hub. It is increasingly becoming a very, very important global hub for connectivity within Middle East. So we are actually seeing some new global hubs evolving as a result of the geopolitical issues that we see. So we are trying to understand and also adapt to these new challenges. India is at the defining moment in its logistic journey. Continued investments in infrastructure, digital transformation, multimodal connectivity, and policy reforms are laying the foundation for the country to strengthen its position as a global logistics hub. Realizing this vision, however, will require sustained collaboration between government, industry, and every stakeholder that contributes to the movement of goods across borders. The ACFI World Conclave serves as an important platform for these conversations. We already started these conversations yesterday, and we will have more conversations through various sessions today. And I'm hoping to see a lot of important inputs related to the process changes, technology, policy changes coming up in the conversations during the day. The exchange of ideas, experiences, and best practices over the next 2 days, which is yesterday as well as today, will not only enrich our understanding of the evolving industry landscape, but also inspire solutions that enhance efficiency, innovation, sustainability, and resilience across the supply chain, very importantly for the air cargo value chain. I extend my sincere appreciation to our speakers, partners, sponsors, exhibitors, and delegates for your continued support and participation. Your commitment to advancing the air cargo sector continues to strengthen our collective efforts towards building a more connected, competitive, and future-ready industry. I wish you an engaging and productive conclave filled with insightful discussions, meaningful collaborations, and opportunities that will contribute to the continued growth of India's air cargo ecosystem. Wish you all a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mamidala. We now take a moment to acknowledge and recognize our dignitaries. So may I request Mr. Sanjeev Edward to come forward to felicitate Mr. Manoj Kumar Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Singh and Mr. Edward. May I request Mr. Karan Wadhwa to felicitate Mr. Atish Kumar Singh. May I request Mr. Ramesh to felicitate Mr. Pradeep Panikkar, Mr. Mamidala. And now may I request Mr. Pradeep Panikkar to felicitate the ACFI members, starting with our President, Sanjeev Edward. Our Vice President, Mr. Ramesh Mamidala. Secretary ACFI, Mr. Arun Kumar. Treasurer ACFI, Mr. Avinash Razdan. Last but not the least, Mr. Karan Singh Wadhwa. May I request all the dignitaries for a group photo? May I request the ACFI board members to join for a group photo, please? Thank you, everyone. We all know that in aviation, timing is everything, more so when you are an MC. So I give you a very, very hard block, 12:05 sharp. We all need to get back after we finish our tea and coffee. We take a short coffee break. Tea and coffee break is sponsored by Ari Rogers. Before you head for the break, may I request a round of applause for Ari Rogers for sponsoring the tea and coffee. Tea break, you need to go to Raj. It's served at Raja Bagh, where the CEO roundtable happened yesterday. Please head to Raja Bagh. So I would also like to remind you that there is an exhibition at Raja Bagh, so you can go around, do your networking, and also visit the exciting stalls that are available at Raja Bagh. See you at 12:05.
Is it just me, or does freight pricing and quoting take way too much time? Endless spreadsheets, crowded inboxes, fragmented software, and juggling separate rates across ocean and air. Contract rates, spot rates, and hidden local charges. It's slow, messy, and makes keeping customers happy feel impossible. Introducing Freightos for Forwarders, the all-in-one platform built to make your ocean and air pricing, quoting, and booking smooth, accurate, and fast. Now with agentic AI. This is Freightos for Forwarders. Every quote starts with one question: what are you shipping today? Type it or drop in the client's email, and Freightos AI fills in the details for you. Today, it's 4 pallets from a client in Barcelona, door-to-door to Shanghai. Origin, destination, dimensions and weight, and one click on search. In seconds, every rate you can sell on this lane in one view. Spot, contract, and promo rates side by side, with validity, transit, and total price sorted. The AI quote assistant estimates your probability of winning this business and suggests terms based on the client's history. Suggestions only. You review, you decide. Nothing is ever sent without you. Set the validity, review the final preview, and the quote is ready. A clean, professional document with your branding. Every charge itemized, door to door. Send it to the clients directly from Freightos AI by email with the PDF attached. No exports, no copy-paste. Done. And here's the part that keeps working after you stop. Freightos AI agents monitor the quote for you. If the client opens it, if it's about to expire, if the market moves, they alert you and draft the follow-up for your approval. From request to quote to follow-up, Freightos for Forwarders. Quote faster, win more with Freightos AI. Use Freightos AI to generate a quote without ever leaving your email inbox. Most quote requests don't start in a TMS. They start here, in your inbox. This is the Freightos Assistant, working right inside your email. A request comes in, and the assistant gets to work. It recognizes the quote request, identifies the client, and pulls their history before you've finished reading the email. Then it finds your answer. It searches your own rates for the lane and benchmarks them against the live market, so you know exactly where you stand before you quote. From there, it's a conversation. Pick an option, set your markup and your validity in plain language. It even notices a colleague already drafted a quote for this request and asks before creating a new one. You stay in control at every step. Seconds later, the reply is ready, written in your client's language with the offer and the quote PDF. One click and it's in the email. And it goes further. Book live rates, benchmark a lane, translate a request, draft the follow-up. A complete freight workflow, one slash away. The Freightos Assistant by Freightos AI. Your quotes where your clients already are. Welcome to Frictionless Freight, powered by Freightos AI. With over 1,000 forwarders, 100 airlines, and major ocean carriers connected worldwide, our network is driving the future of international trade. Freightos for Forwarders, the definitive digital infrastructure for the modern supply chain.
Check. Hello. I know. How are you?
All well.
Good to see you. Looking gorgeous as always. How does it? Oh, that was not in Munich, that was in Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi, yeah.
I've got this. I've got this mic as well. Check, check. Clear? Can you get this removed?
Hello again. May I request all of you all to pick up your phone
India Intelligence Monitor, which are going to tell you very briefly what the industry is about, the way it's going, and I will take you through a couple of slides as we move forward to explain how this goes. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a world of narratives, okay? And today, decisions are taken based on data. However, data is in various forms. You have raw data, you have analyzed data, you have compiled data, you have compressed data. But what we want to do is get you insights on the data that is being given to you. So every quarter, from ACFI to everybody, this would be coming out for the benefit of the industry in total. Can I have the next slide, please? Last afternoon and over this morning, you've heard a lot of data, you've heard a lot of numbers, you heard a lot of analysis. What we want to do is ask two very important questions. One, are we actually measuring cargo? Two, are we measuring it accurately? Okay? We all think that we have cargo, we know what cargo is, we know the data that we are getting, but it's very important for us to understand what this is all about. We are ambitious, and as you heard the Chief Secretary, the back it's important that the data that comes to you is qualified data, is an analyzed data. So, multiple agencies, different formats, and difficult to import. This is the pain point, this is the problem statement that we identified. What are we doing? Industry and investment decisions, policy decisions, and infrastructure planning. Why does it matter? Why do we want to waste time on this? We monitoring the performance of the industry quarter on quarter. And a lot of times, as a think tank to the government of India, we are often asked this question, give us data. This gives you a clear trajectory of also over the quarters, what has shifted in the dynamics. How has something gone small? How has something gone big? How have some grown? How have some not grown? How have some stagnated? One-page heat map for your perusal. Yeah, so as Ramesh also mentioned today, we are not just local. We are global, and we need to benchmark ourselves with the best across the world. So again, top 10 trade partners, top 10 countries, and according to us, what are the key observations that we see in the world? Where is it growing, etc.? We can't forget our domestic business. We track very clearly how the domestic routes by volume are moving. What's the impact of these volumes? What's the growth percentage? And how is it going to impact our business? Again, our network. And if you see the slide a little carefully, you will notice that one of the fastest growing regions is actually the Northeast, right? In clear percentage terms, of course, with a small base. But then you can see that there is more traction now coming from there because of the various Government of India push. The trends are clearly showing that there is something new coming up. And that is something of interest to every one of us in the room in any part of our business. Well, that's it for me. I've kept it brief. Scan the QR. You have the reports with you. Appreciate your feedback and how you want to take this forward. We really want to develop this further for the industry, and this is by the industry itself. Thank you very much.
that. Our next session talks about India rising. The day is not very far off when we will see India in the FIFA World Cup, hopefully. But we definitely are going to be in the new map of global trade. To lead this conversation, may I invite our moderator, Mr. Shuvendu Chaudhary, Vice President, Operations.
As pioneers in switch airway bills, we've redefined the way.
I'm Shuvendu Chaudhary, Vice President Operations for FedEx in India. Based in Mumbai, Shuvendu is responsible for the business performance of FedEx in India. He brings several years of operations and leadership to his role. He also represents FedEx as a board member of Express Industry Council of India, US-India Aviation Cooperation Program, and Air Cargo Federation of India. He holds a bachelor's degree and master's degrees in commerce from the Symbiosis Institute of Art and Commerce, India, and a master of business administration in international trade. Mr. Shuvendu Chaudhary, for you. Joining us for this conversation are our panelists, Ms. Reshma Zahir, Chief Operating Officer, TT Logistics and Cargo Private Limited. With over 3 decades of leadership experience across aviation, air cargo, and business process management, Reshma is the leader. Reshma leads the company's transformation while building high-performing business process management and customer operations team for leading international airlines. Reshma is a graduate of St. Stephen's College, Delhi, and beyond her corporate role, she serves as the chairperson of the Women Empowerment Task Pillar of the Air Cargo Forum of India. Welcome, Reshma Zahir. It's a delight to see 2 women panelists on the same session, so may I please welcome Ms. Kiran Jain, Chief Operating Officer, Noida International Airport. She leads the operational and aero commercial strategies with over 30 years of experience across the aviation and hospitality sectors in India and the US. She has held leadership roles at WOW Air, AirAsia, OYO, and GMR at Delhi International Airport. Her work has spanned aero commercial strategy, route planning, revenue optimization, and stakeholder engagement. A round of applause for Ms. Kiran Jain, please. I would now like to welcome Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary. Mr. Sagar Kadur, currently working as a Director in Logistics Division, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, currently working on the various initiatives of Logistics Division under National Logistics Policy and PM Gati Shakti with objectives of integrated development of the logistics sector. A huge round of applause for Mr. Kadu, please. Last but not the least, Mr. Yashpal Sharma, Chairman and Managing Director, Skyways Group. Yashpal is a visionary logistics and supply chain leader who has played a defining role in shaping India's air cargo industry and freight forwarding landscape. As Chairman and Managing Director of Skyways Group, he has transformed the organization into a respectful global logistical enterprise. He's a graduate from University of Delhi and has completed the Strategic IQ Executive Program at Harvard Business School, Boston, US. His leadership has earned him numerous accolades, including the Global Prestige Award 2026 at the House of Lords, Leadership in Air Cargo.
Distinguished guests who are stalwarts in their own industry, as well as leaders across the fraternity, whether it is about policymakers, educationists, who hear it from people who actually live this as well as driving the change. So welcome panelists again. I think our objective is going to keep the session very sharp so that we get to capture the nuances and your contributions specifically. I wanted to open a question which you should keep at the back of your mind while I sharpen each one of you based on your areas of expertise. So the question overall to the panel is, as supply chain are being redrawn because of geographical shifts, digitization and emerging manufacturing hubs, where India stand today and what must we do over the next 5 years to become a leading global trade and logistics gateway. Now this is the overall concept, but I'm going to go and ask my first question to Reshma. Reshma, knowing your expertise in aviation as well as air cargo, you know that India is increasingly integrating its global supply chain as companies diversify sourcing and manufacturing location. From a logistics service provider's perspective, what are the biggest opportunity and challenges India faces in becoming a preferred global supply chain hub? No, you're not. Yeah.
Is this better? This is working.
Yeah, good now.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Shubhendu. So as a GSA, as part of TT Group, and as an organization that represents airlines as a GSA, as a GSSA, one of the things that we've seen has been a fundamental shift in the nature of cargo, the commodities that are moving through India. So we're seeing a lot more of electronics, a lot more pharmaceutical, there's e-commerce, automotive components, and as such, all these commodities lend themselves more to air cargo. So it's more of a necessity and less of a luxury for commodities of this nature. We've also seen an expansion in capacity coming into India, which again, you know, the writing is clear on the walls. The airlines believe in the India growth story, so we've got that capacity coming in, so there is the opportunity there. I think where the challenge lies for us is really the fact that we've got fragmented processes. There's a lot of manual documentation. There are multiple touch points that cargo has to go through. And it's important now more than ever before that we start automating, digitalizing our manual processes. And most importantly, I think we need to look at talent. We need to upskill our people to work in this increasingly digital. So it's, am I audible now? Yeah. Okay, so it's really important that we upskill our people to work in this increasingly digital cargo space. Having said that, and as the chairperson of the Women Empowerment Task Pillar, I think it's also very important that we have more women joining cargo in operations, in technology, in every element of air cargo. You cannot expect to be a global supply chain hub when you leave 50% of your talent on the sidelines. So as I always say that the opportunity for us is in the belly of the aircraft. The challenge is on the ground before the aircraft takes off. Thank you.
Thank you, Reshma. That was to the point. You spoke about digital journey and talent development as being a key solution. I'm going to widen the scope a bit, and I'm going to go to Kiran. And this is, Kiran, for you, a warm-up question, and I know you're going to love this. As India's newest greenfield mega airport, firstly, congratulations for that. How can Noida International Airport help reshape North India's position on the global logistics map?
First of all, thank you for having me on this stage. Yes, I'm very proud to be a part of the youngest airport till about a week ago. Then another one decided to open itself up in Bhogapuram. But yes, we're 6 weeks old, and I represent Noida International Airport. Your question is something, that I've often thought about. I think about it not so much that we have created this multimodal cargo hub in partnership with AI SATs. It is not just Noida International Airport's multimodal cargo hub. You see, this multimodal cargo hub actually represents the region. You see, we cannot just say that these cargo hubs are created for airports. And I think once we get out of that thinking, we will realize how this impact flows into the entire ecosystem around us. And that is kind of the approach that we've had. Now, when I look at that approach, what do I think today? Yes, today we have a fantastic facility. It is an integrated terminal, which essentially is all processes, whether it's import, export, and anything else, courier, et cetera, everything happening under one single roof. Now, the advantages of that, I don't need to tell all of you, you know what the advantages are, but the greatest advantage in all of this is speed. And that is something that can only happen when you're not going from one place to another outside, which is what has traditionally happened, because everything has grown in a fragmented manner. At Noida International Airport, what we did is the same emphasis we put on trying to create a passenger experience is the exact same emphasis we put on trying to create what would become the region's multimodal cargo hub. Now, the second part of this whole thing is, how do you get ready for the market that's coming? We sense it, we know it's growing, we know it's coming, but yet again, investments have to make sense, right? So you have to make it in a way in which it is modular, it is easily replicated at the lowest cost possible. So that's kind of the pattern that we have adopted mentally with our partners, to be quick, to be able to increase the space as and when required. And last but not the least, what this multimodal cargo hub brings is actually a true partnership with the state of Uttar Pradesh. Now, the state is responsible for all the road connectivity projects, and they have been extremely cooperative. They have done that for us. They're also responsible for igniting all the manufacturing hubs around us, and to actually, I don't want to use the word incentivize because automatically our brains go to the money part of it, but there is a lot of incentive involved when you speak about the ease of business and the speed and the reliability that every day I come, no matter what hour, this product and this service offered remains the same. So that is what we are trying to establish. We're only 6 weeks old. Domestic cargo has started. We're very happy with what we see, of course. We have a long, long way to go. But I'm 100% sure that we will be a very large contributor to this 10 million vision that we have been speaking about. So, that's where the story of this airport is. It is not essentially at the airport, it is actually for the region. So it is the region's multimodal cargo hub, and that's our vision.
Thank you, Kiran. I'm going to borrow two really very, very good phrases that you use. One is integrated, right? So integrated is a very small specific word, but to design it, it takes a whole ecosystem to come together, and partnership with government. Now, with those, I'm going to go over to Professor Dr. Manoj Chowdhury, and I'm going to ask a much wider question, but focused on these two areas. The PM Gati Shakti initiative focuses on integrated infrastructure planning. How do you see multimodal connectivity transforming India's role in global trade and supply chain over the next decade?
Thank you, Suvendu, for this important question. Firstly, while we would not have anticipated or liked it, the happenings of the first 6 years of this decade has actually brought logistics as a coffee table discussion point, starting with COVID pandemic, to Russia-Ukraine war, to Red Sea crisis, to what is ongoing currently in the West Asia. And one of the fastest growing economy in the world that India is. These disruptions that have happened actually are cause of concern for India, because over the next several decades, India will continue to grow at such a fast pace. Therefore, we need to secure not only control over our domestic prices. We also need to ensure competitiveness in our manufacturing segment, and that is where the entire logistics becomes very, very critical. We also know the ills of the past, wherein the Navi Mumbai airport was first conceived 30 years back, got completed only in December 2025. Similar is the case in Jammu Kashmir rail project or in other projects. So looking at the delays in the infrastructure projects, which resulted into schedule overruns, cost overruns, causing tremendous pain to the taxpayers' money. PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan was launched with a mindset. It is a technology tool, of course, but it is a mindset tool, a mindset of collaboration, a mindset of synergy, a mindset of breaking silos to make sure that our planning becomes better, leveraging all the information that can be available a priori. Therefore, PM Gati Shakti looked at the technology-enabled, GIS-enabled tool and the planning approach so that we can plan our projects better. Launched only 5 years back, for example, close to 300 projects worth 15 lakh crore have been evaluated, and there have been progress. Now, if you look, Delhi Meerut RRTS project, conceived and started in 2019, already operational. So there are things that can actually change on ground. If you look in Ganga Expressway, the way from Meerut to Prayagraj, it has been built, not merely a way to move faster, but also the industrial corridor, the multimodal logistics park that have been built around it. So the planning is now happening with end-in-mind approach. If you look at Vadhavan port that is now being conceived, it is a multimodal port which will have air connectivity, which will have dedicated freight corridor connected, which will have expressways connected to it. Therefore, the entire goal is not to build infrastructure, but to build infrastructure with a view to have superior service, quality and efficiency. And therefore, PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, October 2021, immediately got complemented with National Logistics Policy in September 22. Important part also is that we know, we always talk about building resources, we always talk about building infrastructure. Peripherally, we also talk that we need good human quality resources. However, to put a dedicated focus that this infrastructure sector requires qualified, talented manpower for the sector, the Parliament, through its Act of Parliament, created Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya in August 2022. Therefore, infrastructure, services and people were talked about as a trinity for the entire thing. Now, in terms of multimodality, if you look from an approach from an end customer, and that is where it matters, right? It is very important that end customer wants his delivery to be made in quicker time, in shorter possible time. He or she does not care about the means of transport. Right? Therefore, how do we guarantee that? And therefore, the entire planning now that is being conceived about is in integrated manner, irrespective of land, air or sea. How do we look at an approach that gives a quality of service experience to the end user who want his items to be delivered from place A to place B? This whole notion that the shift is changing merely from building infrastructure to delivery of service has been, I think, one of the biggest mindset change. In that change, if I only talk about people, one thing that I want to urge all the industry members present here, I know that we need good quality people, sector-trained people for the sector. But that will not happen merely by saying that we need. We need to build partnership from day one, that what kind of people we need, and from day one we create. And I'm very happy to say that Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, the government itself, helped us with a vision that we must be industry-driven. And that is why rarest occasions you will see a vice chancellor sitting in industry forum trying to talk and make sure. So this is the new way of thinking, this is new India, and this is the integrated planning approach. Even for human resource planning is something that we are looking at besides infrastructure planning. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Professor, I mean, thank you for these key learnings, because you integrated seamless connectivity, multimodal infra to keeping service as at the heart of everything that we do. You also connected talent, but with talent, it's not going to come free. It's going to come with skill development in partnership with the industry. So thank you so much for bringing out those key enablers for where we want to go from here. So I'm going to move to Shri Sagar Kadu from Department of Promotion of Industries and Internal Trade, which is a part of Ministry of Commerce. And Sagar, DPIIT has played a key role in driving reforms. And I think with all the planning, reforms comes as a natural question about ease of doing business, logistics efficiency, and industrial growth. How do initiatives such as National Logistics Policy and PM Gati Shakti contribute to India's ambition of becoming a global trade and manufacturing powerhouse? So what's your perspective and what are your contributions?
So, good afternoon, everyone. Like just Kiranji said, she is handling the newest or the youngest airport in India. So possibly, I think I am the youngest 6-8 months old into the sector. I'm working, so the story, I'll just, what the National Logistics Policy is. So 6-8 months back, my department told me to make a KPIs for the logistics sectors. So what is the dwell time, how it is functioning. So it is port, shipping, air, customs for that matter, warehousing sector. So I identified 6 sectors. So I started with the shipping. So my experience goes back from 2008. So I started, we have a detailed knowledge available, we have the data available. I had KPIs. I did that exactly in 7 days. I made a 20-page report, what needs to be followed up, what are the challenges, what are the bottlenecks. Then I did warehousing, we did some work. All railway, road, we know FASTag data, we have a railway voice data. So no, I know now in India, in all the major airlines, not airlines, sorry, railway sector, what is the average speed on each corridor? That data is available with me. I have the similar data with the road. Then I started working on the airport sectors, precisely 6-8 months back. So when I knew airport sector precisely, one child knows when he sees the plane flying. So I stay in RK-Puram. So जो airport का runway है, my flight just goes exactly 200-300 feet. तो अभी भी मैं जब गैलरी में जाता हूँ, I'm still that child हूँ. तो plane मैं नीचे से देखते रहता हूँ, for 30 seconds I see from that end. इतना ही मेरा knowledge था. And when I started learning on, then I started reading क्या होता है, क्या processes है. I started my register. So मैंने process, you said before flying the cargo, the journey starts. So I started mapping that journey. Exporters say how the cargo is moving, kitne stakeholders hai. So I started learning that theories. The more I learned, more I got confused. I did not know what happens beyond that air cargo complex. I always know, so first thing I would like to make one story, very important, it's connected by the way. So I'm 82 born precisely. So my first flight I took in 2009-10. That time also my company made me fly. So I was very scared. क्या होगा एयरपोर्ट पे क्योंकि रेलवे में किया था बस में किया था फर्स्ट टाइम आई फ्लाई तो आई वाज वेरी टेरिफाइड टू फ्लाई नाउ पॉइंट इज दैट कार्गो जो है ना इट इज स्टिल टेरिफाइड माय मैंगो डजंट नो हाउ टू फ्लाई एंड दिस प्रिसाइजली हैपेंड ड्यूरिंग द वेस्ट एशिया क्राइसिस बिकॉज द शिप्स couldn't go to the Gulf. There were lot of mangoes used to go by sea. Now that mango did not know how to fly. I tried to contact few people in civil aviation, in the trade, to people whom I knew. But ultimately, 1 month I tried, then I got up more issues with the shipping because that was again a priority sector for the government. So point one, the cargo doesn't know, maybe I'm not generalizing it. The point is that majority of cargo needs this sector. There is a lot of potential, but there is not, visibility is not there. He doesn't know what are the processes. The small sector exporters, he's still not sure if he'll be able to able to catch the flight, what will be his final cost. There is so much uncertainty sectors. Second point I would like just to mention one more important, when we now talk about, sir has already explained the PM Gati Shakti, now in PM Gati Shakti, we do a multimodal infrastructure planning. We do all 500 plus projects of the central ministries, be it railway, road, highways, all projects. So today afternoon also we are discussing 3 projects, 2 railway and 1 metro precisely. The details will be available in the PIB note by 2 days. So when we now analyze under PM Gati Shakti these projects, we do the detailed analysis. If railway line has to be quadrupling या new greenfield plan करना है, so we know how many trains are going to pass, इसमें cargo क्या जाएगा, we do the detailed analysis. 15 days, me and my team and my other fellow directors, we do the detailed study कि cargo कहाँ से OD pair, कि ये अगर रेलवे लाइन साउथ में कोई जानी है तो ये कौन से पोर्ट में कनेक्टिविटी है, ये रेलवे लाइन इज इट सर्विंग द पोर्ट, इज इट सर्विंग द मल्टीमोडल लॉजिस्टिक्स पार्क, इज इट सर्विंग द इंडस्ट्रियल नोड्स. सो दैट डिटेल प्लानिंग इज बीन डन फॉर द रेलवे, बीट रोड के प्रोजेक्ट, एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बनाना है, कितने लोग जाएंगे, कितनी पीसीयूज होगी, व्हाट विल बी 5 years 10 years ग्रोथ. व्हेन वी डिस्कस द एयरपोर्ट्स वी ओनली डिस्कस पैसेंजर्स, कितने लोग जाएंगे, कितने नहीं जाएंगे. We opened up our economy in 1991 precisely, but the logistics sectors, shipping, I know, I would like to mention this is very important for the air sector cargo growth. Now I'm details doing the study. Shipping is very persuasive. There are so many schemes. We are coming up with 80,000 crore rupees for the shipbuilding. We are developing so many major ports. We are investing a lot. We know now government knows everything about shipping. We know how shipping line works. We know what is the requirement of the trade. We are working on the container manufacturing. We are working on the customs trade facilitation process. We are working on the scanning facilities. To the, just this is our issue also now we are, but for the government precisely, वो जो airport का road जो car passenger airport terminal में लेके जाता है, cargo side is a dark spot. And in fact, I was happy, Joe sir has made a beautiful presentation. I think that is what is required. We need to have the data. We need to have the visibility. We need to understand what that exporter wants. There are so many stakeholders. We think from our point of view, what one stakeholders, CTO has their own problem. They do not see as an ecosystem what is that exporter needs. On the shipping line, on the other warehousing sectors, we are working comprehensively. I think similarly, the initiatives taken by the ACFI and other association, we need to think comprehensively.
Thank you, Sagarji. I think at the end you said it right. What does the exporter want? I'm sure the exporter is not interested about learning logistics. What he needs is, how can it reach the destination, the cargo reach the destination at the fastest possible pace. And thanks for areas like being curious and looking at the KPIs, and shipping being persuasive is a great example. Today a container can be screened fully as a unit, right? And air cargo, we have to do it in pieces,
You need
right?
to be more persuasive. You need to ask more from the government. True. You need to come up what you need, where you want the investment, where you need the airports. We are investing, creating so much infrastructure even for the airports. True. The UDAN scheme is there, but we need to understand what is needed for the cargo. I think that is precisely.
True. So we will have to be more persuasive as an industry to move forward. So let me move to Yash now. Everybody knows Yash, so I'm not going to give an introduction. But Yash, I want to get your perspective on what are the biggest shifts that you are seeing in supply chain. Your Skyways group has been at the helm of affairs for a long time. And where are you seeing us to be well positioned, and what are our opportunities?
Thank you, Shubhendu. So one, our topic is to get to 10 million tons. So first, good news is we will get there. Second is the only question is by when. And that when will depend on how all of us, including the government of India, works together. We heard Pradeep Panikar this morning talk about cargo will find its way. Pani apna rasta dhoond leta hai. So likewise, the box will find its way. Which airport, which airline, which freight forwarder, which custom broker, it will find its way from the point of production to the point of consumption. What we need to see as an industry is how do we fast track our growth. India is really moving at a very fast pace. There's a lot of silos where a lot of development is happening, a lot of production. The good news is we are not just becoming a bigger factory to the world, we are the largest consumer of the world. We have the largest population, so what logistics needs is production and consumption. So we have both in India. So there is nothing that will stop India's growth. India will continue to go in a very, very big way. What India needs is, we must be very sorted and very clear. We need multimodalism. We need air, we need ocean, we need trucking, we need rail. we need warehousing, we need integrators to come together and give solid push, giving a solid infrastructure, solid processes that work seamlessly across the board. Now, this is easier said than done, obviously. But what I think what we need to do is, we need to make sure that we take small pieces at a time and solve them. Whether it is the government of India or the private sector, we need to solve small pieces. Let's not look at a very, very large picture. There are some very small things that we can do, and they will bring very, very positive and very quick results. That's what we need to do. We are in Asia. India sits in Asia. Asia is the center of future growth. All the growth that happened in the past in the Western world, your next 20, 30 years belong in Asia. So intra-Asia business is going to grow multifold from where we are. What we need to make sure is that we, Indian logistics ecosystem, comes together, stitches small things, and you will see some very, very fast actions. This journey to 10 million tons, whether it happens by 2030, 2035, 2038, is just a question. We will get there. As somebody who sits in on the logistics side, we are a integrated logistics solution provider. We are doing our bit. We are making sure that we are creating infrastructure. We are getting in the requisite equipments. We are working on skilling, upskilling our people, and making sure that, we stitch this all together to move seamlessly and offer customers a good multimodal solution and not just one.
Thank you, Yash. Yeah, I think you linked a production powerhouse to a, consumption-led economy, which we have been for some time. And yeah, I mean, if you look at consumption, I think within 2 hours from India, and within 2 hours, I'm just talking about the economies, we are about 40% of global population, if you look at our region. I'm going to, now while this is a panelist round and things are, these were just warm-up questions for you. Now it's going to get sharper with, lesser times, because we have to keep time in mind. So I'm going to ask you the questions, and I would request panelists to answer within 1 to 1.5 minutes, right? So that we get the right perspectives. So Reshma, I'm going to go back to you. How are digital technology and data, as well as control tower operations, which is a big part of what we are seeing now change for us, is transforming logistics performance, and how is it impacting customer experience in India?
So am I audible? Yeah. So the big change that's happening isn't just in technology, but also in the entire customer expectation. So when customers call us nowadays, it's not to ask us, is your technology working? They call us when they don't have visibility. It's no longer about where's my cargo, it's about us knowing where the cargo is, right from booking to delivery, and having visibility of it. So in my view, where technology is concerned, I think there are 3 things. One is data and the visibility that the data gives. So we've got cargo community systems that can connect airlines and forwarders, customs, all with real-time information. So they're all working off a standard information and not through multiple siloed, disconnected systems. I think that data and the visibility that data gives us is very important. The second element is analytics. Analytics, and I think Keiko talked about it on his presentation, analytics is what allows us to stop being reactive and start becoming more predictive. I don't want my teams to be chasing documents. I want them to manage the exceptions before it starts impacting the customer. And the third element is that technology has definitely impacted the entire customer experience. It's made it so much more transparent. And I would hasten to add that technology is not replacing relationships. I mean, that can never happen, but what technology is doing is it's giving the customer a lot more confidence. Earlier, it was that the customer wants their shipments to arrive on time, but now customers, in my view, want to watch their shipments arrive on time. Thank you.
Thanks, Reshma. Yeah, transparency is key. You spoke about not only physical integration, but also digital integration on a single platform, which are key drivers for sure. I'm going to go over to Kiran very quickly. You know, we have been speaking since yesterday about multimodal and transshipment hubs. Give us examples of what infrastructure, regulatory and operational element must be in place from day one. So this is, you know, putting the cart before the horse for sure. So what are those one or two things that you require across these three elements of infrastructure, regulatory and operations?
So look, you know, like I said before in my beginning answer, we speak about infrastructure like it's separate from the region. It's not. So yes, you provide the infrastructure, well, good enough. That's actually the easy thing to do. The part where trouble starts, honestly, is not so much in the will of each individual who is responsible for, let's say, a package moving from the shipper right onto the aircraft, all those different entities that are involved. Individually, all those processes are working beautifully. Individually, everyone is par excellence. But where it becomes a problem is when it has to be integrated across, right? That's where then the stalling starts. Now, how do we do what we have to do, which is basically for the benefit of the shipper and for the eventual receiver of the cargo? How do you make it so that this is not only transparent, but it is also efficient? You see, because there is a cost to time. And you'll be surprised, but very few of us actually calculate what the cost of that lost time is. We keep calculating the cost of the unit. And then we say we have the lowest price. But that is not the entire price. So I think that is something that we all should kind of try and get a handle on. And one of the most critical elements to get this done, the delay, and I know all of you in this room will agree with me, is attributed to what we call regulatory policy, or we may call it risk aversion, perception of threat policy, whatever you want to call it. But those are usually government-led. And what I have seen happen here is that intent is always good. Everybody's intent is excellent. We want to get to 10 million. We're going to do what it takes. But how long it takes us to address concerns which have already been addressed very efficiently and are showing results all over the world, but here we're still figuring out how to remain compliant, you see. So I'm not saying be risk averse, but I'm saying let us work together to have policies that reduce the risk but keep the business going. You can't avoid risk, right? And then the last part, which really boggles my mind most of the time, which again is a part of this, you know, what do you do? It actually has to do with this word efficiency. We use it randomly, like it's become a little cocktail word, right? Efficient, single window. Put your hand on your heart and tell me how efficient it really is. There is always something stopping it. And that is something that at least at our airport and with our partners, we are trying really hard to be very realistic about this and give the true picture to any future partner, because we can't do it alone. And as far as ACFI, given the momentum that this community has, I think it's very, very important that all of us make a vow that we're not going to work as individual units and individual houses of excellence. We have to come together if we want to actually see the economic growth of the country. Otherwise, it's okay. We'll all be successful. We'll all see each other here all the time. We'll all have new clothes, new cars. Life is good. But that's not the economic well-being of the nation. And I think that's what we need to focus on.
Thank you. That was very, very powerful. Thank you, Kiran. I think, time is the cost, and that's come out through, these examples that you have given us. I also recollect yesterday during the CEO forum, Mark from Indigo mentioned about a word, throughput. Ultimately, your infrastructure is not stretchable. What you do with the infrastructure is going to determine what is the pace of this growth, correct? You can turn the volume 3 times, 4 times around in a day, for you to actually multiply with the same amount of same amount of infrastructure. So technology and digital prowess that we discussed is going to be very important. So, Professor, I'm going to go to you now. Let's talk about how are we prepared, from a skill development perspective, and with and especially what AI-enabled logistics, digital custom systems, and advanced cargo operation requires. So how far are we? What is our gap, and how are we trying to bridge it?
Yeah, thank you for this question. Firstly, it all boils down to a deeper analysis of where we are and why we are. If we look in today's civil aviation market in India, every single day we carry 5 lakh passengers. Right? We have to first look where these 5 lakh passengers came from. Most of them actually migrated from maybe railways or highways, mostly railways, who were undertaking second AC or first AC travel. And because of the economics that came with scaling up of the aviation sector operations in the country, those passengers migrated from taking railway travel to the aviation travel. Because a successful business is all about customer experience. If a customer thinks that Delhi to Mumbai, Rajdhani Express may be second AC or first AC, if the cost is comparable or reasonably comparable to the airfare, then people migrate. So if we look at the 10 million ton target, where this freight will transfer from, and why should it transfer from? Today, one can think that, okay, you look at the logistics cost, that is the analysis part, that is where the skilling will come from. A logistics cost primarily consists of several aspects. Of course, opportunity cost is one of the important intangible part, but you look at transportation cost as 60–70% of the overall cost of the logistics cost, then there is cost in terms of your warehousing, cost in terms of material handling, and so on and so forth. If you merely look at transportation cost alone, which is 70% of the logistics cost, today, based on a report by National Council of Applied Economic Research, per ton per kilometer of cargo movement if you have to do, railway cost you ₹1.96. Airways cost you 72 rupees per ton per kilometer. This is the current status, right? Similarly, road cost you ₹3.78. That means there is a significant gap of the cost efficiency which is currently not there in terms of the passenger movement, right? And today, for example, Railways has introduced dedicated freight corridors. Railways is now introducing dedicated passenger corridors. First bullet train will run next year. 7 new bullet trains have already been announced. So think of a situation after 5–6 years, what we are thinking. And if the bullet train corridor is operational in 7 or 8 mega cities, wherein within 2 hours your cargo can move, do you really think that air cargo will be necessary or needed in the same aspect between, say, Ahmedabad to Mumbai or between Delhi to Mumbai? So that is a scenario for which we have to prepare our skilling part, that is based on analysis. Secondly, one is transportation cost. How do you scale up that part? Second part is how do you optimize each of your warehousing based on your digital twin as a technology, every inch of the warehouse, what kind of you have automatic sorting, retrieval kind of technologies, how do you build IoT-based management so that every inch of your warehouse is actually leveraged. When you try to build your cold chain, it is not merely for pharma sector, it is also for perishables, it is also for agriculture. So there is a large volume of market that is actually waiting to be used. Therefore, the skilling part also comes into how airline revenue management shall happen. Today, for example, in railways, there is a clear cut, okay, from passenger segment, how much revenue is coming, from freight, how much is coming. If we have to grow similar, we have to have similar kind of models. For airline, in terms of what kind of cargo cost or cargo revenues will come. That is another important aspect of skill. Third and important aspect is skilling, of course, is the research in the operations research side, in terms of the supply chain management, in terms of inventory management. This will become very, very important because much of the future cargo that may be needed by air may not only be cold chain, perishable, that is of course there, but it may also be based on where country is putting biggest focus on, which is on semiconductor manufacturing. Many of the things may be required for that. Today, for example, our country has become a big exporter of the smartphone. So many of these things actually will be shifted, and that is where the bulk of our customers from air cargo may also come from. And that will become, that will need resilience, because today if we are the biggest smartphone exporter in the world, then we also know that those parts that are coming and that are to be made, we need resiliency in that, without which even the manufacturing cannot sustain. So we have to really study where the transition of cargo from which mode to which mode it will transition, and whether we build the necessary physical infrastructure, digital infrastructure, and human resource infrastructure in order to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Very well articulated answer to a very complex question. I'm going to move to Sagar, and I'm going to ask him now as your core subject. Global investors, you know, of course, comes to Ministry of Commerce. You get to know when global investors are positioning themselves. And so how are global investors looking at infrastructure readiness, regulatory predictability, and speed of execution when they look at India? So what reforms do you think is required for us to attract in this sector?
Okay, so first I would just like to second the Ash. He said Pani will find. Definitely it will find its way. What we don't need to create too much restrictions during its flow. We just need to facilitate the flow of water. Whenever it is going that, when we come, I'll be very precise, make the bullet points. When we talk about the reforms, as far as infrastructure is there, I would like to assure you people on the behalf of government, we are investing a lot in physical infrastructure, be it the connectivity, be it a warehousing, be it creating industrial nodes. There are so many schemes we want to promote, we are promoting for the manufacturing growth in India. You are very much aware about the FTAs, we are discussing with our trade partners. We are opening our trade much more. We understand there are some policy regulatory issues, but now we are understanding that issues. We are discussing with the trade, not only the air cargo sector, we are regularly having the meetings with the shipping, leather sector, textile sector, semiconductors. We had the meeting, the government has had the meeting with the semiconductor to understand what they need. We are discussing with the APEDA, what they need. So government is doing that bit. I had one long story. I'll just make a one bullet point. When I told the previous story, I was seeing the plane now. I would just definitely like to share. 4 महीने पहले, because I told the flight path जो हयात और नोएडा से जो एक runway पे जाता है, whenever fortunate I get to window side, after 10 struggles, now I can precisely find my building. तो मैं अभी ऊपर से मेरी building जो पहले मैं 15-20 साल से खाली नीचे से देख रहा था, now I don't know how many people, now every time I get the window and I know my flight is taking that out of 3 runway, I can precisely एक ग्रीन वेजिटेशन है वहाँ पे बहुत बड़ा सा एक छोटा सा स्पोर्ट्स ग्राउंड है उसको ट्रैक करते करते मैं भी पढ़ लेता हूँ पॉइंट ये है नाउ वी सिविल एविएशन they are learning the sectors. We are trying to understand what is the regulatory requirement, what is the infrastructure requirement is there. So government is getting involved, but I would again like to assure that what Yes said, na, when I also have studied, I think it is very much possible by the trade. There are few people who need to invest in India's story. We need more investment, not only the big. We only have 2 airports, Delhi, Mumbai, which is controlling 90% of the cargo. Government is focusing on the new airports. Recently, you must be aware that we have started the transshipment for the passengers. Now we are thinking on how we can, pick up the cargo from the be it the skidding issues. I think trade also needs to gear up because the geopolitical situations are really dynamic. It is creating opportunities, but it is creating the challenges. And no way we can do the business the traditional way. We need the support from the air cargo sector to support our export. We are lot dependent on, हम जो economy की बात करते हैं 5 trillion, 10 million ton, you know better that subject. So I will not speak on that subject. But from the exporters, from the export-import, from the government economy point of view, I think we need your support more. We have shipping. Air, export, import, we are depending on you people. You are the service providers. You know the trade better. Just we need to turn around and give up that old way of doing the business. Let's open up the business, discuss with each other, invest more. Government is ready to support. I think that's the way going ahead to deal with the global situation.
Thanks for addressing the point on reforms. And I'm going to quickly go to Yash on, because of his expertise in end-to-end supply chain for air. I wanted to know from you, Yash, what specific reforms in air cargo, forwarding, warehousing, custom processes, and the entire last mile would be the greatest impact on reducing logistics cost and improving export competitiveness?
Shubhendu, so Manojji was talking about where the new business for air cargo is going to come in. So I'll break this into two. One is the next kilo. So next kilo probably from the same customer, and a new kilo which is going to come from a customer which was never for air cargo before. So businesses are ever evolving. Businesses are going to continue to change, and we see this in logistics all the time because we see the same set of customers wanting a different way of moving their goods, and we get new customers who want to get new solutions. What we've seen over the last few years, I mean, we all saw what happened with quick commerce industry. Now, quick commerce industry changed completely how consumption happens in our homes. So the quick commerce business was largely, so far, been intracity, right? Quick commerce is just about to get into a lot of intercity business. That's where a lot of new cargo for air domestic is going to come. You'll also today seeing different stocking points across the world, including India, and stocking and consumption, also stocking at the consumption end is happening differently of what stocking is happening at the origin side. And you can today stock in any part of the world, deliver to any part of the world. And air cargo is best positioned to give speed to business. So from the, like I said, from the point of production to the point of consumption, it is air cargo which is the fastest way to get there. So air cargo will always remain relevant. In terms of the regulatory things that we need, like I said, we just need to pick up 2, 3, 4 elements and work on them. We can have a huge list of laundry list. We spoke about when we started ACFI. I was also, as one of the founding members, we did have a big laundry list, and we've come a long way. We've actually, as an industry, along with the government of India, managed to solve a lot of them. There's still few pieces which are work in progress, but I want to be very positive about them. The transshipment, we heard from Ramesh this morning when he spoke about, the Chennai, India, London story. 8 hours, excellent, right? D2I in 8 hours is superb. And when he was talking about bringing it that 8 hours to 6 hours to 5 hours to probably 4 hours, very possible. So we just need to see how we're going to do this. Like I said just now, India sits right in the middle of all the action. We are in the middle of production, we are in the middle of consumption. It's all around us. We have great transshipment capability. We can add 2 million tons to Indian skies by solving the transshipment piece. And it's happening. It's work in progress. When we talk about digitization or, the government is doing their bit, the private sector is doing their bit, I think integrating really well, having one community system which runs across air, ocean, surface will be great. And some of these things which, today ULIP is more on the data collection side, but how we're able to actually use that data points from the ULIP and integrate that into solution giving to the customers. When a customer is able to see visibility of where the container is sitting, where probably the best service provider is sitting, and how they'll be able to connect them in the most cost-efficient way is where we need to move to. So small pieces is all that we need to solve. India, so Sagarji, you spoke about cost. Let me tell you, India is very competitive. I don't think we are expensive, all right? So I think this topic of cost of logistics is always going to be relevant because we need to work on the cost, but Indian costs are not high. Let's not. Absolutely. It's the idling cost that needs to be sorted. That's the customer side.
Thank you, Yash. I think we have been asked to wrap up the session. So I'm not going to wrap up before asking a rapid fire. And any of you can answer this. Please get your mics ready because you'll get a one-sentence answer at the maximum. And I'm going to ask just one question. No, this is not rapid fire. So, this is a global transshipment and growth story question. Can India realistically challenge established transshipment hubs by 2030? And we are talking about Singapore and Dubai. What is the single most important action required to achieve this? One-line answers.
First answer is yes. Second answer is just those few elements, like I said, we need the BCAS to ease the screening part, which will really fast-track things on the ground. Small little tune to the processes at the various airports. We will get there 2028, not even 2030.
Great answer.
Answer, I think, lies there somewhere.
Okay.
We don't know the answer.
That's also
you know
an
the
answer.
answers, and you can do it. That's it, I know.
Professor?
I think faster adoption of technology, and because if we could do in the port sector and reduce turnaround time by half just within a period of 3 years, definitely we can replicate, and that is the basis of our confidence that we can do it.
Excellent.
I would say speed of decision making at all levels, not just the government. One is speed of decision making, and the second thing is adaptability with speed, and the third is it's okay if we fail. We shouldn't be punished for it. We should go and try again. These are the three elements, and there is nothing, absolutely nothing, stopping India from becoming the superpower it does need to be for logistics.
Excellent.
I think I'll just add to what the professor said about technology. If we can build an integrated ecosystem using technology that connects all the stakeholders, I think that'll be a game changer.
Thank you, panelists. I think I have big screens in front of us saying time is up. So, however, time is up for a new change, and I wanted to thank all the panelists for their very crisp answers, as well as a path forward for all of us to, reach to that level that we are talking about by 2030. Not 10 million tons, but an efficient 10 million tons. Thank you very much, and, back to everybody, yeah.
Thank you, Shivendu, for that exciting conversation of how India is positioning itself in the global market. I now request Mr. Sandeep Datta, Managing Director, Total Solutions, to come on the stage to felicitate the panel, please. Mr. Sandeep Datta. Is there anyone else from Total Solutions who can reach out to him? He's coming. Mr. Sandeep Datta, you are required urgently. To felicitate, Mr. Please come. To start with Shivendu, our moderator, Mr. Shivendu Chaudhary. Ms. Reshma Zahir. Ms. Kiran Jain. Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary. Mr. Sagar Ramesh Rao. And Mr. Yashpal Sharma. Thank you, panelists. Can we have one group photo? One group photo, please. We now move to another important partnership, the signing of an LOI with the government of Telangana. May I request Mr. Satish Lakaraju, Chairman, Outreach Pillar, ACFI, and CEO, Garuda Vega, brand of NextGen Logistics Private Limited, and Mr. Azad Sheikh, Vice President, Department of Industries, Commerce and Export Promotion, Government of Telangana. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in applauding this important collaboration. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, there's a small change in program. Where is it? Where is it? I think it's perfectly normal to say this multiple times in the cargo industry. Lunch is at Raja Bagh. So all of you can head, do your networking, enjoy the lunch, and we join back precisely at 2:30. See you all.
podium.
tagline, what does Spider-Man say? Correct. With great power comes great responsibility. I want all of you to put your imagination and think about what should be the tagline when India becomes the next air cargo superpower. I think we should all put the brains together. But for now, we will have the panelists decide how India can become the next superpower. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request a round of applause for our panelists. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Ravish Mohan Vashishta, Chief Cargo Officer, Adani Airport Holdings Limited. Mr. Ravish brings with him around 2 decades of rich experience within the Adani Group, having worked for growth of Adani container business in India and abroad. His current role, Ravish is responsible for shaping and executing the strategic vision and operational framework of the airport cargo business. I'm delighted to welcome Mr. Bob Chi, Chief Executive Officer, Gateway Services, Asia Pacific SATS Limited. Mr. Bob Chi is a senior aviation leader at SAT, responsible for growing its market share across APAC and overseeing international airport operations across key markets including India, China, Hong Kong, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia. With over 3 decades of experience as SAS, Bob has held several senior leadership roles across ground handling, cargo, marketing, and catering. He has served as CEO and COO of Gateway Services and currently chairs SAT's Cruise Services. He holds an MBA from the University of Lakshya and is a graduate of the National University of Malaysia. May I now welcome Mr. Kai Domscheit, Chief Executive Officer, CHI Deutschland Cargo Handling GmbH. Mr. Kai represents a new generation of air cargo leadership grounded in operational reality, yet unafraid of challenge and the industry most entrenched assumptions. As CEO of CHI Cargo Group, a full-service logistic provider operating across key European hubs, including Frankfurt, Munich, Hamburg, Nuremberg, Amsterdam, and many more to come. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Kai Domscheit, please. And now we have Ms. Nomita Kothari, Chief Executive Officer, New Globe Logistic LLP. Nomita is a logistic industry veteran with over 33 years of experience across airline GSA and freight forwarding. Beginning her journey with KLM Dutch Airlines, she now serves as CEO to New Globe Logistics, leading operations across India and Sri Lanka. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please welcome our panelists. Over to you, Mr. Edward.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to my panelists, firstly, for being here, and also for the audience. I think the Taj Hotel has done a great job of feeding us to very good lunch. The panel has to be smarter and keep the people awake, right? So that's our challenge. So we'll take that challenge as we move on to this session. So once again, it gives me immense pleasure to actually welcome all of you. It's a very important discussion that we're having today. The question before us is, can India become the world's next air cargo superpower? We've been talking a lot of ambitious goals. They may seem ambitious, they may seem aspiring, but yes, we have to aim. Somebody said, if you aim for the sky, you'll land up somewhere on the top. So you have to make sure that your vision is big and your aims are high. So, over the past decade, India has emerged as one of the world's fastest growing major economies, and we know that for a fact. We're witnessing a rapid expansion in manufacturing, explosive growth in e-commerce, increasing integration of global supply chains, strong policy thrust, Make in India, PLI schemes, all of that, and significant investments in logistics and airport infrastructure, actually. So yet, despite these advantages, India's share of global air cargo, while growing, remains still below its potential. That's what, I think the feeling is. So question is no longer whether India will grow. The question is, can India transform itself from a large cargo market into a globally dominant cargo hub? What do we need to do in terms of policy, infra, airline capacity, terminal capacity? And most importantly, what we want to see, what should be the roadmap over the next 10 years, what India should be doing. We have an exceptional panel. We are represented by global airlines, airport operators, terminal developers, international trade organizations. We have international presence from here as well. So India, world's next air cargo superpower. Too ambitious a statement. Let me say, is it an ambitious statement or is it practically achievable? That's the question that we want to answer, right? So let's hear from our panelists. I would, firstly, an open question to each one of you. We'll just come here, couple of minutes, hear your perspectives on the question. So, when you look at India from your respective vantage points, you're representing, from very different points on the value chain. So what is the single strongest reason that you think India should be optimistic about becoming an air cargo superpower? Maybe I'll start with, first with you, and then we will move around. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much for having me, and very interesting questions to start with. I think India has a lot of ingredients already prone to success. The shift we are seeing, especially from the European side, is that we are not looking anymore for the cheapest manufacturing destination or the cheapest logistic destination. We are looking for a reliable partner, a resilient partner, and a supply chain which can resist to any outside shocks we are facing. And I think that one, if India can provide that one, they are on a very good way.
Excellent, thank you. Rajesh, over to you.
From a Cathay Cargo perspective, if I look at India's journey, we have been in India for the last 70 years, and last 2 decades we have been operating freighters over here. One thing which I've been seeing in these 2 decades is when we started from India, we saw the demand is more around the gems, jewels, then artifacts, then it moved to perishables, pharma, and now the automobiles, then came the semiconductors and the electronics which is coming. The fact is that last 2 decades, the change and the investment which has come here, where we were more of a service-driven country, it's moved to a manufacturing country, which is the key driver which makes me feel that as an airline that this is where we need to be invested and be partner and see that our manufacturers from India can see the world and reach the world faster.
Excellent. Thank you, Rajesh. So, Ravish, before I move to you, I just want to, for a minute, pause and recognize the presence of our GS Civil Aviation, Mr. Sangba. Yes, sir. Thank you for joining us. We're just having this session. Just give him a big round of applause. So we're discussing on this session of, India, world's next air cargo superpower. Is it an ambitious statement or is it practically achievable? So we've got a distinguished panel. Ravish, the question that we're answering, that when you look at India today, what is the strongest reason we need to be optimistic about India's air cargo future? Over to you.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So I think I am very optimistic because of the sheer fact that now India is no more a consumer and consumption-driven economy, but we are also targeting manufacturing, which is boosting export and imports. Right, and apart from the EXIM economy, actually the sheer scale of domestic cargo movement also is very big, considering the length and breadth of the country. So there is a lot of opportunities for domestic cargo movement and international cargo. So looking at the combined thing, I definitely feel that air cargo is going to grow with the transformation of Indian economy as we grow forward. So
excellent, manufacturing and domestic. Bob, over to you.
No, as I've mentioned to you yesterday, I'm very bullish about India. It's got all the ingredients for success. The first one is obviously resource. You got a You have a great resource in terms of talents, manpower. You are strategically located. You can do a lot because you are becoming a manufacturing hub. So I think from my perspective, you should only succeed, that's all, India, to be a
Excellent.
superpower.
Thank you so much. Kai, from a European and global perspective, how do you see India?
Well, thank you. My strongest reasons for optimism are actually not India's size. It's actually timing, as we spoke yesterday about it.
Right.
Let me elaborate on that a little bit, because everyone talks about population, economic growth, we talk about manufacturing, geography, all those things. And yes, it's all true, but none of these by itself will guarantee a superpower or an Indian superpower of air cargo. So India is building capacity at exactly the time when our industry is at its brink of entering the biggest technological transformation yet to come and yet our civilization has to see. Europe, of course, from my vantage point, has excellent infrastructure, especially compared maybe to India, if I may say so, right? However, please don't forget, we also have legacy buildings in Europe. We have legacy IT systems and especially legacy processes. And with that in mind, and I know I'm sometimes perceived as the free radical or being the disruptor, I want to say sometimes we have privileged legacy thinking which holds us back. And for me, when I see the next generations to come, where we build the next cargo hubs, they will not be on capacity, they will be on velocity. How quickly can we move cargo? So allow me to say, please India, don't build a Frankfurt, don't build a Hong Kong, don't build a Singapore. Right? Build a cargo hub as you would build it if you would think about tomorrow. Here's my last statement to it. So India's greatest advantage may not be that it's catching up. It actually may be that it doesn't have to.
Excellent. Thank you. You've got us thinking. Nomita, over to you.
So for me, the single most reason is the sheer scale, I would say, of India in terms of both domestic and international markets. So today we see that, yes, India is a huge consumption market. E-commerce is growing. People have higher incomes. They're spending more. Consumption is increasing. But also on the global front, we spoke about manufacturing. We spoke about the niche markets, the commodities, and also India as a sourcing destination for the world. So all in all, I feel it's about providing speed, reliability, and connectivity is what we really need to look at. And with this, I would say that it's not just about Make in India anymore. It's Make in India for the world. That's it.
Excellent. Great. So we'll come back. I think we'll come back to this discussion.
Can we get some more mics? Because some of the mics have no battery left.
Can somebody please from the tech team look at the mics and replace the ones required? Yeah. I'll come back to you, Kirsten. You talked about, manufacturing. India's, is a big manufacturing base and countries are looking at positively. So I would probably dive a little deeper into that. Just give us some insight when European companies are looking at, India. Do they see this as a very serious alternative to complement the global supply chain? How are people outside the world looking into India?
As we heard already, we are moving more from China +1 to more resilient supply chains, where India is definitely in the focus, especially also with the EU-India free trade agreement, where the political will is definitely there from both sides, and we hope for a signature this year. End of this year, which means it will come into force middle of next year. And that one will not only on the tariff side, which sure companies are looking at, but also in the investment side, there will be big effects, definitely. I mean, the visions are great in India. What now comes, I think, as a second step is the execution and the consistency, which is a very important part where Europeans, or especially Austrian companies, really look at. It's not a question about if India is growing, if India is an interesting destination. It's just like how fast we can scale there and how fast we can adapt our business models to the Indian market, but also work together with India as a manufacturing hub, as we already heard, Make in India for the world. I think it's a statement which definitely carries for the future.
Thank you. Ravish, I'll come to you because this is kind of related. What we're hearing is saying that the world is looking at India, but they're also looking at ecosystems. They're looking at, do you have the entire solution for it? So, I mean, India is witnessing some unprecedented airport investments, especially in cargo infrastructure as well. So can India build an integrated air cargo system versus standalone terminals? I mean, what is your thought on that?
Hello. Yeah, so I think so. This integrated ecosystem is very, very important. But however, we see that considering the air cargo complexes in many of our airports are built long ago. So the infrastructure has to improve, as we know. Even in our airports, we are focusing on developing the infrastructure, scaling it up, and not for today, but for next 10 to 20 years. So, and when we do that, not only for inside the airport, cargo terminal, we also focus that how the manufacturing clusters will be connected to airport, whether it is by road, any green corridor for specific industries or domestic cargo per se, how the cargo flow will happen inward and outward of the airport. That is also very important. So the ecosystem has to come together for air cargo efficiency and to do more with the same infra. And when we build infra, definitely we should think of next 20 years rather than having short-sighted approach. So we have to correct a lot of things, which we are already doing as an industry. From airport side, I think so we can say that yes, we are focusing on the right direction. And ecosystem, definitely we have to evolve and work together. Thank you.
So 20 years horizon, is it good enough? Do you think we are thinking far enough just with 20 years? Or I think we should be thinking much beyond 20 years as well.
Yeah, so actually, so if we think of 40 years, maybe investment will go to maybe 20,000 crores, right? So we need to take step-by-step approach. Okay. So maybe first 20, and then definitely there has to be a buffer of next 20. And considering the technology we are seeing, the flow of cargo we are seeing, so maybe what is valid today may not be valid after 20 years. So we need to rethink of the infrastructure. Giving an example, now we have transshipment permission, which was not there 1 year before. We are thinking of doing some green channel, which was not there before, right? So if you have to build infra, you have to take consideration of all these developments which are happening. Because in airport, once we build infra, you can't change, as we know. So if we have to build infra, we have to think from all the angles, take all the provisions of whatever development can happen, and then build infra. So maybe 20 years is the right horizon. And for next 20 years, depending on the situation, then we should evolve and do some correction.
Okay, excellent. Bob, we are talking of, some building cargo ecosystems and also how long the planning horizon should be. So, you're operating in some of the areas which operate big cargo hubs like Hong Kong and Singapore, and there are also, others around. So tell us, what are the lessons that India can learn from, leading air cargo hubs who are today established as global air cargo hubs, doing well. What are the lessons that we can learn, quickly execute and probably be somewhere in the running?
I think what we can learn from Singapore and Hong Kong is the aggregation of volumes. And clearly, there are hubs which are reliant on transshipment. Mm-hmm. I mean, key for Singapore, we are not even, we don't produce very much things. We can't, we are such a small country. But yet, because of connectivity, they develop the airport, they attract airlines. And because of that connectivity, their main core business for cargo is none other than transshipment. Similar for Hong Kong, their main hinterland is China. Mm-hmm. So where do they get their volumes from? It's from China flowing through Hong Kong to other parts of the world. So for me, in this case, what can we learn from India, for India, is that India is, as you all mentioned, is strategically located between Asia and Europe, right? So you can be a transshipment hub, right? Not in the scale, I agree with Kai. You don't need to be a Singapore. You don't need to be Hong Kong with 5 million tons per gateway. But you have multiple gateways. You have Delhi, you got Mumbai, right? You have Bangalore, right? And hopefully, we hope Java too. Huh? So technically, in combination, you can be much, much stronger than Singapore or Hong Kong. The key is to be able to be proactive in releasing the kinks. Now, what are the kinks? In Singapore, they are making it very friendly in terms of custom, digitization. That's clear. They can make goods flow much faster. Customs is clearly done digitally. You don't need to present yourself there. It is done digitally.
So you don't need any paperwork for the
No
transshipment?
paperwork. So what I'm proposing is, and then we're moving into one record. Right? Hong Kong is going ahead to go one record. We in Singapore is following that. But if we can't even get pre-clearance of customs for example, in India, how can we even move towards one record? So this is my suggestion. I think it's not rocket science to be a good hub. It's there. All the ingredients are there.
How does the security work, say, for the transshipment?
Okay, and of course, even for security, we are confident of our, what they call airports, that they are, sterile. Once we say they are airside, right? And for that reason, we allow free flow of, what they call that, shipments, transshipment, right? And clearly, we are able to move transshipment within 12 hours. Right? Compared to here, it's quite impossible because you have to break down and rescreen everything. And at the end of the day, you cannot beat the other competitive hubs like Hong Kong or Singapore. So I think we need to resolve, to review some of the reforms that we have to make. Yes, I know some may be difficult, some you need to review them, but let's test bed them. Let's do pilots. Right? And again, like I said, we are prepared to help to do pilots. And then once it is proven good, then we roll it out. And I think that's all we need.
Okay, great. So you talked about pilot. Before I answer. So we are running, as we speak, we're running a pilot in India. I mean, it's a good initiative led by the Ministry of Civil Aviation, Air India, Delhi Airport, and Bureau of Civil Aviation Security. We're running a pilot for D2I transshipment. The shipments are moving out of Chennai, they come into Delhi, no rescreening required, and they get onto a flight. And that connection time has dropped from 72 hours to less than 8 hours, and we want to further improve it. So we are moving in the right direction. So I think this is good input.
I agree with you, and it's because of this. Once you get it, once the pilot is proven good, let's roll it out.
Yes.
Roll it out. Across. And then you get scale.
Yeah. Good, great. So Rajesh, I'll come to you. Before Kai, I'll just want to touch base. Because we've talked about capacity, ecosystems, we've talked about policy. I mean, from an airline perspective, you run large, in cargo operations as well. And so when an airline is deciding at an airport in a country, what are the factors that really you look at to choose that location to fly to? What are your deciding factors?
Obviously, the first point is the commercials, because we need to make money on both the routes. That's the key driving factor. But what adds to it is...
So commercial is a given. India is a big opportunity. So now
100%.
We'll come to the rest of it.
Our second largest capacity of freighters coming is in India.
Okay.
So that speaks volume of the fact that what this market is all about. And we have been doing this for the last 2 decades, and we are already talking about how we can expand more capacity into India. So you can imagine that. But at the same time, the next driving factor is the infrastructure. What type of quality of service can be given, because we have very high standards when it comes to handling. We promise to our customers the type of quality of standards which will be given at each touch point. That means we need partners at each port, which starts with our forwarders who are open to digital model. We look for our airport operators who are more efficient in their each and every product which we sell in the market. If it's time sensitive, it's temperature sensitive, to any other product which we have, which needs to be catered smoothly, handled very well. Those type of infrastructure is one of the second key element which we always look at it. Then comes that what type of skill set does our people in that particular city or country has, because that makes a huge amount of difference, because what we need also is evolving skill sets, because things are changing very fast. And is technology being put into use? Because we are investing a lot into digital, while the world is already using AI. But you are not even digital to make it AI. So our industry needs that. So we are pushing on that also. So we need to look for partners in that space also. This is what we need as an ecosystem to see that when we decide that where to go, these things becomes primary for us for a product execution, because we sell a strong product to our customers, and customers pay us that premium only when they see the quality is being rendered. If not, then we are selling a price. And then the product takes a beating, because at every touch point, if they feel that the quality is not being maintained, honestly speaking, that's where the deterrent comes in. And slowly that becomes a trademark of that port. I'll give a classic example. Currently, one of the ports in India, I'll not take the name, the bottleneck is so bad at the terminal side that I had to cut down on the capacity of cargo which I can take. My 747s can take 100 tons. Right now, I'm restricted to 70 to 80 tons. Why? Because if I take more, there's a complete bottleneck and it's complete chaos over there. And I can't manage it for the time being. So if that gets upgraded, then it gets better. But is it? Then we are studying to say that should we be there or move to some other port, because now you're losing money.
Interesting. You made an interesting point on, I mean, some places maybe we're not digital, to how do we transition to AI, right? Kai, I'll come to that because you made a point and I'm going to pick up the thread from there. So, can India really leapfrog traditional cargo infra and move directly to digitally integrated ecosystems? So maybe a little bit if you can just elaborate on that. You had some good thoughts. I saw the people applaud you on that. So maybe just take it a bit further.
Well, I honestly believe India should leapfrog. It should not be catching up strategically. It isn't too ambitious, as I said in my opening statement. Yeah, if you spend the next 10 years on building today's cargo hubs, in 10 years' time, you will have the yesterday's best cargo hubs in 10 years. It's not a sound play for India to go forward, especially at the brinks of AI. Automation, technology is to come. So for me, don't build a cargo terminal with digital features. Makes absolutely no sense to me. Be ambitious, be bold, right? So build a cargo platform, an ecosystem that happens to have a physical cargo terminal attached to it. Like, think in terms of process architecture first, data second, and then, and only then, technology.
Right. Excellent. While we kind of set all of this, Nomita, you are closest to the customer, to the shipper, right? And all of us are trying to, I mean, everybody has a single objective. How do we serve them better, move their cargo faster, quicker, cheaper? So tell us, what are the exporters and shippers demanding today? I mean, that they were not asking a few years back, but actually, these are changing times. People are looking, their demands are different, expectations are different. So what are the new set of expectations from the customers?
Correct. So, as we said, that the global companies are actively looking into India for our manufacturing, for our sourcing, as a sourcing destination. There's a niche market requirement. You're talking about commodities such as perishable, pharmaceutical, semiconductors, etc. And all of this needs, air cargo. And it needs speed, it needs reliability, and there's a huge, huge demand here for air cargo. Now, what happens is, in spite of paying, a lot of money, freight is expensive, surcharges are even more expensive. I mean, I wouldn't say, of course, our airports are doing well, infrastructure, there's a lot of work going into infrastructure, our cargo terminals, we have capacity today. But what is actually, I would say, something that we can kind of work on are the gaps in multimodal. So our customer wants visibility today. So we do realize that, between rail, road, transportation, warehousing, airlines, we need to definitely fill this gap. Now also, when customers are paying high freight rates, they just do not want a basic airport-to-airport service. They want to know what's happening with their shipment, so they need visibility, a good track and trace. They need EDI connectivity. They want to know where their shipments are. So, all in all, it also is that we have different touch points. We have very many touch points, I would say. So, handover of documentation, then you have requirements, you have compliance. So, when you have different touch points, it also has an impact on the cost. Today, I would say there's a huge demand for transparency, for reliability. Our customers want to know where is their shipment. They want to know, communication has to be very, very clear, crystal, transparent communication. They're wanting dashboards. We are providing them also with track and trace, EDI connections. So it's all about giving them what they need before they are asking us for it. So there's something that we've also introduced called as an email sentiment, which actually looks at our email communication and then picks out negative sentiments by our customers so we can take proactive measures to resolve the issue. So it's not just now about airport to airport, but it's like a complete supply chain solution that they want.
So, I mean, when you're selling to a customer, is the quality of information, the detail of information, is that a differentiator as well when you position yourselves as a competitor?
I would say most definitely, because today it's not just about the rate or it's not just about the space. It's all about visibility, adoption of technology in our way we sell, the way we service our customers. They want much, much more, and rightly so, right? So it definitely means you have to be giving very good service, communication, timely communication, updates, and we do depend on our partners, and we have to keep upskilling, we have to keep training our team members as well to do better than what we were doing before.
Great. So, I mean, this was more of a starting point. I'll get a little bit into the tougher questions. So, because we've been talking, India has all the ingredients for success, all the constellations well set, and we should be becoming a cargo superpower. But I'll start with you, Bob, right? I mean, tell us, where does India currently score well? But more importantly, from your global, exposure, where are we still lagging behind when we benchmark ourselves against, some of the hubs?
Well, I think at a very high level, I think dwelling time. I think dwelling time is cargo shipments are spending too much time in the terminal, whether it is for export, import, and of course, transshipment is almost non-existent. So from my perspective, if we are able to reduce dwelling time, just reduce dwelling time, you were saying, right? Previously it was 72 hours, you brought it down to 48 hours. Can you imagine if you're going to be able to bring it down to 24 hours? Immediately, without increasing your capacity improves. So that's what I'm trying to say. So I think what we need to do is really focus on dwelling time. And when we focus on dwelling time, then what are the processes that we need to change, reform, to help us reduce that friction? And I think that's where we can then talk, whether it's a policy, whether it's friction because we don't have digital solutions, and that's when we can start finding ways and means to remove the kinks. This is my suggestion. I think focus on dwelling time. If you're able to reduce that,
excellent,
you are immediately able to match some of the top, airports in the world.
Okay, great. So I think also I'll just recognize the presence of our Civil Aviation Secretary, Shri Samir Sinha ji. He's here. Thank you, sir, for joining us. We are quickly wrapping up our session, and we'd like to hear from Civil Aviation as well. I will very quickly come to you, Kai, and you talked about, Bob is talking about, capacity, you talked about velocity. And dwell time, there's a connection over there, but it's a different question. So tell me, I mean, from your European example, how much of efficiency is being lost because we still use paper? Because we've talked technology, but there's a lot of paper involved in transactions. Is that slowing down the process?
Well, I agree with Bob Chi on that, and great name, by the way, especially the second part of it, the part of the waiting times, because when you ask the question about paper being waiting, employees waiting, ULDs waiting, another cargo shipment is being missed, and all that is adding cost to it. And when I think about this, how much hidden costs there are, then for me, our industry's biggest hidden KPI is actually, as you said, dwell time. I would call that waiting time. So the total cost disappears because it is distributed not evenly, but it's distributed across all the stakeholders in this industry. That's why it doesn't hurt as much, because it hurts us at one point respectively. So for me, air cargo is supposed to sell speed, right? And it's kind of ludicrous when we think about what we do. We cannot continue selling speed in the air and accept waiting times on the ground.
Great. Excellent. That's a great point. Thank you. Sometimes we lose the efficiency in the air by the way we handle things on the ground. So quickly, as we wrap up, our panelists will still be around for questions, but as we wrap up, one quick question to each of you, just one-liner. If India will not become an air cargo superpower unless what we do, just give me in one line.
I want to frame it in a positive way,
Very
not
good.
what
Please
they
go ahead.
want to do to not become. But for me, India will become an air cargo superpower when the goods move as relentlessly and as efficiently as data, with a skilled workforce. And there I'm thinking on all aspects, from the vocational training until the higher education, with a world-class compliance, which needs not only the government, but also the compliance readiness of the companies, and definitely always improving productivity will. And that one with a minimal friction across all the supply chain, because it's not about the concurrence for the next airport. It's about from the producer until the logistics provider, the airports, the airlines, everything has to be intertwined.
Thank you. I can see that you have a long list, right? That's great. We will make a note of that, but just one-liner. So Rajesh.
I'll try to keep it short.
Yes.
Yeah. I think two things for me. One, the entire ecosystem needs to be completely digitalized. Every stakeholder needs to contribute and consciously share the data so that we can track and make quality data and data decisions. That's one. And the second part is, from a regulatory point of view, I think you picked up very nicely in the start that currently maybe US has 500 plus freighters. We are less than 20. Where do we get that capacity for what we are aiming for? And that's where I would say that if we can relook at our regulatory factors about how, like I'll give a last one quick example is, in Delhi I have 5 freighters per week. Around 300 plus tons of space goes empty. Maybe it can be better used within India.
Okay, good point. Thank you. Ravish.
Yeah, so I think so for me, development of tier 2 and 3 airports with cargo infrastructure and related ecosystem. And also to help to grow these tier 2 and 3 airports, we also need to allow few of the policy interventions like double dip of freighters. For example, the example which Rajesh have just given, that there is around 300 ton of empty space in Delhi on freighter. What if the freighter can go to Guwahati, load it, come to Delhi, top up, and go? So it will help two things. It will help Guwahati to grow, which is tier 2, 3 airport. It will also help the freighter company to optimize the space, and automatically this will get passed on to the customers, because you are increasing the supply to the tier 2 and 3 airports, and at the same time you are helping airline to make it competitive for all these locations. So I think so this is my point, that outreach has to grow tier 2, 3 airports and help the air freighters to do double dip, which will optimize the cost for everyone.
Excellent. Bob.
From my perspective, I think over the last 1 day, 1.5 days, I realized that all of you actually know what the problem is. You all know. No point skirting around the issues. I think all of us, you are all intelligent people. You know exactly what needs to be done. I think the one great thing that you all need to do is to have the will to make those changes. And I think if you have the will to make those changes, it can happen. That's my parting advice.
Excellent. Kai.
Well, I'll make it short. I think India will not become a superpower unless India stops thinking about the cargo industry or cargo infrastructure as buildings and starts thinking in terms of ecosystems and stakeholders.
Excellent. Thank you. Namita.
So as a freight forwarder, I would say that we need to stop thinking about moving cargo from airport to airport, but think more in terms of moving our Indian products from the factory to the world. So our success definitely will lie in winning the world's market share. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the panelists have done a great job, and I think, Bob, you said it very well. We kind of, to a great extent, know what the problem is. We just need to see how do we, get together, collaborate, and that's where ACFI steps in, getting all the stakeholders, entire value chain together, and find collectively, collaboratively, find solutions to these problems. And, the problems you listed out, I mean, the solutions, skilling, training, building.
Next is Mr. Rajesh Menon. Mr. Ravish Mohan Vashisht. Mr. Ravish Mohan Vashisht. Mr. Bobchi. Mr. Kai. And Ms. Nomita Kothari. Join for a good group photo, please. Group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, we have two very, very special guests from the Ministry of Civil Aviation, Government of India, and we would like to welcome Mr. Sameer Kumar Sinha, Secretary, Minister of Civil Aviation, Government of India, and Mr. Asanba Chuba AO, Joint Secretary in Minister of Civil Aviation. We are very glad that they are both here to they are both here today. Big round of applause, please. I would request Mr. Sanjeev Edward to give a token of appreciation to Mr. Sameer, please. I would request Mr. Edward to say a few words.
Sri Sanjeev Edward, President Air Cargo Forum and other office bearers, my colleagues from the ministry, Sri Asamba Chubao, Joint Secretary, Sri Ambuj, Director, distinguished colleagues from the air cargo and logistic ecosystem, senior officers from various ministries, leaders from our airport operators, airlines, express carriers, and technology partners, team delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar and good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I would like to compliment the Air Cargo Forum India for serving as a common platform that it does for the entire air cargo and logistic industry in the country, bringing together scheduled and non-scheduled airlines, airport operators, cargo terminal operators, courier and express operators, custom brokers, freight forwarders, bonded truck operators, general sales agents, integrators and domestic cargo operators, both in the public and private sectors. This is a huge list. So my compliments to ACFI. The forum has, we all know, that over time provided a platform to discuss challenges facing the air cargo ecosystem and finding solutions aimed at systematic improvement and sectoral progress. So my compliments once again. It's a pleasure to be here to speak a few words on the theme for this conclave, a very contextual one, reimagining global trade, India at the forefront of developing resilient supply chains. The theme is especially relevant today when global trade is being reshaped by tariff volatility in major economies, geopolitical uncertainty, and repeated disruptions to established logical routes. Supply chain resilience is no longer a choice for industry. It has become a business necessity. As we all know that India is well placed in this environment as global firms diversify their sourcing. India offers a scale, a growing manufacturing base, and a stable, predictable policy framework. Air cargo is central to this opportunity since it serves exactly those sectors that are moving fastest. I'll name them: electronics, pharmaceuticals, engineering goods, and perishables. It supports trade, investment, and inventory management, promotes connectivity, and directly improves the efficiency and competitiveness of the economy. For time-sensitive products such as agri-perishables, horticulture and floriculture, marine products, pharmaceuticals, electronics, garments, and for the advanced industrial and high-value goods, there is simply no substitute for rapid, reliable, and secure air transport. I would add that growth in air cargo is also central to the financial sustainability of our airlines, given the share of revenue they realize from this important segment. So something on some talk of where we stand, where India stands. India's air cargo network today operates across 75 airports, which is by no account a mean number. This signals the expanding geographical reach of the sector. Total cargo handled has grown from 2.53 million metric tons not very long back, 10 years back in 2015-16, to 3.72 million metric ton in 2024-25, a compound annual growth rate of about 4% over the decade. In 25-26, we handled 3.96 million metric ton a year, on-year growth of 6.5%. Perishable and agriculture cargo has moved from 0.21 MMT in 2020 to about 0.30 MMT last year. These are by no means, in fact, as I told that these are by no means small numbers, these are respectable numbers, and demand exists, including significant untapped demand from small and medium B2B exporters. What has probably held us back is cost and, importantly, friction in the logistic chain. This is precisely where the ministry's reform agenda is directed today. Now, some thoughts on what we have delivered and what is underway. The government has issued guidelines. To begin with, I would like to highlight to streamline screening of transshipment cargo and to promote one-stop security across all movement types, that is, international to international, I to I, international to domestic, I to D, domestic to international, D to I, and domestic to domestic, D to D. This was something which was pending for a long time. Repetitive checks are eliminated, while risk-based oversight is strengthened, allowing security agencies to concentrate on high-risk consignments. This we did last year. Dedicated transfer cargo security hold areas, TCSHA, are being established at Delhi, Chennai, Hyderabad, Bengaluru, and Kochi, and we are pursuing bilateral security equivalence arrangement with a number of countries. And I would like to share that the results are already there and very concrete, tangible, and measurable. A 90-day proof of concept for domestic to international transshipment commenced on 20th June 2026 at IGI Airport using Dial Transshipment Excellence Center with Air India, ensuring end-to-end secure movement. End-to-end transit time has fallen from about 60 hours to approximately 16 to 17 hours. This is significant. That single figure tells us what is achievable when processes and operations are aligned with realistic assessments. We are quite encouraged by the pilot outcomes, and we are planning to add more origin airports as also the destination airports in the near future. So now on Air Freight Station Policy 2.0, which is something which is work in progress, and this policy enables end-to-end cargo processing at off-airport facilities, decongesting airports and reducing logistic costs, permits handling of both international and domestic cargo, including e-commerce and express shipments, expands eligibility to existing logistic infrastructure, streamlines customs and security processes, and importantly, for industry, eliminates duplicate airport terminal charges. We expect this to reduce dwell time as well, materially, and to open up hinterland exports of pharmaceuticals, perishables, and agriculture produce. Something on screening capacity and technology is also being enhanced both in terms of quality as well as quantity. Enhancing screening throughput is a stated priority for us in the ministry. High-speed X-ray and CT EDS systems, higher conveyor speeds, and the interagency coordination and capacity building that must accompany them. These matters are under active examination with stakeholders, and several of the technology partners in this room are directly relevant to that conversation. Briefly, I would like to touch upon infrastructure. Warehousing capacity is being augmented through major new facilities at Jewar and also at Navi, Mumbai. These two greenfield airports have come up not very long back, we all know. Alongside modernization and expansion of existing terminals, AI Class has initiated enhancement of cargo infrastructure at various airports across the country. We just heard about Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Somebody was mentioning this. We are quite keen on developing facilities in Tier 2 and Tier 3, courtesy Udan and our own Airport Authority of India airport expansion plan. We are developing airports massively in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Not very long back, we had only 74 airports, about 10, 12 years back. Now we are around 166 airports in the country today. So Tier 2 and Tier 3 is definitely a priority, and AI Class has been directed. and in multiple meetings have taken place in the ministry in recent times on this. On National Air Cargo Community System, MOCA is in discussion with the stakeholders on a single window digital platform to electronically connect every participant in the air cargo value chain. Consultations with airport and cargo terminal operators have been completed, and a detailed analysis of existing system has been carried out to prepare an implementation roadmap. This is, to my mind, the reform with the greatest multiplier effect that it will have, because it addresses documentation and delay rather than only putting together concrete and steel. I'll briefly touch upon perishable logistics. Perishables are among, as we all know, the fastest growing segment of global air cargo, and also the most demanding, requiring integrated cold chain, unbroken temperature control, exacting handling protocols and documentation that satisfies import, export, transit, quarantine, and health requirements simultaneously. Each of these is a point at which value is either preserved or lost. Getting this right is how Indian farmers and fishermen across premium global markets. So, to conclude, in fact, the ministry is determined. We have a vision for 2029, and we also have a vision for 2047. The ministry is determined that this sector should grow to its full potential in the years ahead. And none of this is achievable by government acting alone. It requires concerted effort across various arms of the government, and above all, the synergistic collaboration of all the people sitting in this room. On our part, in the ministry, we will work to ensure a smooth and seamless interface with the regulatory agencies of the government. This is precisely where a platform such as ACFI proves its worth. Resilience is not built in the ministry file, it is built at the terminal, in the truck bay, and at the customer counter. The forum brings all of these voices to one table, at one platform, and that makes it uniquely placed to tell us not only where the system is under strain, but what the practical fix looks like. I would therefore encourage ACFI to be specific about what it takes forward from today. It's an important event today. Let us identify concrete deliverables under the theme of this workshop, place clear timelines against them, and return to this table with visible results and progress. I thank ACFI for convening this discussion, and every delegate present for a very, very productive day of engagement. Reimagining global trade is a large ambition, but it is built from exactly the kind of a specific, workable improvements this forum is good at identifying. I'm looking forward to seeing the concrete, tangible results. Thank you so much, and namaskar, Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sinha. May I request Mr. Sanjeev Edward for a thank you note, please?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for very reassuring words, and I think you have said things which my industry colleagues were actually wanting to listen to, because we are all working towards this change, but having the government support is very critical, and thank you for the very reassuring statement. In fact, when ACFI started, and as you were reading the long list of members, when we got together and we went to the ministry, this is about 14 years back, the first thing that the then HMCA commented was saying that we will listen to you very carefully because you're talking as one voice for the industry. So while there were bodies which were doing for looking at the interest of each individual stakeholder in the value chain, ACFI was looking as entire value chain, and we've got the support from the Ministry of Civil Aviation right all along. Even this year, thank you for your endorsement of our event, and also thank you for actually coming personally. It means a lot to us. We are very grateful, and I'll just pass on quickly to Archana because they have a time constraint as well.
I would like to call Mr. Samir Kumar Sinha back on the stage, and I would request Mr. Sanjeev Edward to felicitate Mr. Sinha, please. May I please call Mr. Asangba Chuba Ao on the stage, and may I request Mr. Karanjit Wadhwa to felicitate. May I call the ACFI Governing Board for a group picture with the dignitaries, please. May I request Mr. Ambuch to join us on the stage, please. Promotion, Government of Telangana. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to witness the signing of LOI between ACFI and Government of Telangana. Please join me in applauding this important collaboration. May I request all of you to give a huge round of applause for this very important collaboration. Thank you, Mr. Sheikh, and thank you, Mr. Lakkaraju. May I request Mr. Sheikh to say a few words, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank ACFI on the first hand. So ACFI is, I think this is 7th edition, right, Keku? Yeah, though it is the 7th edition of the ACFI event. So we have started our relation just 6 months back, approximately, I guess. So I would like to just, say a few words about our how our relation started. So ACFI and my ministry, my Minister for Industries and IT and Electronics, had visited for the first time from Hyderabad to attend the conference in Bombay. There we happened to meet the ACFI, the leadership team. The leadership team had given the big picture of the aviation and the air cargo in the state and in the country and the globe. So there we have just started a conversation, and then there we have really understood the need for this air cargo support from the government side on the regulatory side. So then the ACFI leadership has proposed, let us just collaborate, not on one aspect, maybe on the multiple aspects. So we thought, okay, if there is something that, they might want to come and do an event or the conference. So then when I saw the draft for this LOI, there are so many aspirational pointers that I could see. 1, 2, 3, 4. One is on the skilling, second one is on the promotion, third one is on the how the cargo can be developed and improvised in the state. So I'm sure, we are same like the Delhi. We are a landlocked state, like the Delhi it is. So though we are a landlocked state, Delhi has grown many folds with respect to the air cargo. So Hyderabad is with respect to the passenger traffic, yes, we are doing great when it is GMR airport is very lavish airport that we have got a very comfortable play that we do. When it comes to cargo, not many people is aware that, what is happening. Still we feel, my counterpart colleague from Government of India, Sagar Kadu was mentioning, we are still frightened by the cargo. So that is still there, and another speaker has spoken just now. I think Ms. Nandini has spoken that we have to reach out to the districts and the customer directly. So that is still not there. Whatever this air cargo is happening only at the developed cities like Hyderabad, Bombay, Bangalore, and Delhi. What about the tier 2, tier 3 cities? That is something that which we need to work upon, is what I felt. So this type of collaboration will definitely strengthen this sector, and whereby we have set a target of 10 million metric tons. I'm sure we will be able to achieve this with the collaborative work if we can do. On the same lines, we at the state of Telangana, we are also trying to do something for the betterment of this sector and the industry. Like we are also preparing a master plan in line with the Government of India's directions or the linings. Then again, we are trying to understand what is the need for this sector in the state of Telangana, precisely the air cargo requirements, the infrastructure requirement, policy requirement. We are also revamping the policy. In fact, once again, thanks to ACFI leadership, they have also given some of the valuable inputs for our upcoming policy, Logistics 2.0, that which we are preparing. And yes, I was telling even Mr. Satish Lakaraju, our Telangana ACFI chair, so you do a lot of events and conferences. Please definitely just involve us. We will be more than happy to associate and collaborate. I think he's doing one CCUB on the cold chain event in the month of October. So he does a fantastic job, but I've been seeing all of that. This time I'm just requesting, let us do a conference, investment-specific conference, not just only the talking, the actions also can speak. Like how you are doing an MOUs here, let us do some investment-specific MOU there, because this time in the state of Telangana, we are precisely giving more emphasis on the cold chain infrastructure requirement. As we all know that, Telangana is a world leader in the vaccine manufacturing, and we are one of the India's largest exporter of the pharma and aerospace and defense, precision engineering, agri, horticulture, etc. There is a lot of cargo ready available, but export ready availability is not there. So we are confining to supplying it to the domestic market only. So we have to make this ready available because of various reasons. One of the reasons is not having the adequate cold storage. Another reason is, like he was talking about the mangoes. Mangoes, one of the main reasons is not having the irrigation facility. So irrigation facility is one of the biggest challenge that which anybody could have. And now I think we have started working on the irrigation facility. So these are the various reasons. So we are up for it. In fact, my secretary and my joint secretary were supposed to come, my commissioner as well. Because of the pre-engagement, they all could not come. So I have to come on behalf of the government of Telangana and have this beautiful engagement started with. So we have just started an engagement, marriage, and then further things are there to the leadership of ACFI. And thank you once again. Thanks for this opportunity. Looking forward to meet and connect with you all with respect to the state logistics ecosystem. Thank you.
Aushad, thank you so much, and really appreciate that Telangana and ACFI are doing it. I think it's part of my role as the chairman for the outreach pillar. We've reached out to other governments as well. Andhra was to also sign the MOU because of Mr. Praveen Aditya being on leave, we couldn't do it. Similarly with other governments in Northeast also. So I think it's a good sign that ACFI is doing these memorandum of understanding to ensure that we spread it into other states as well. So I thought it was an appropriate time for me to do it before I do the next session. So Anupama, if you can call the speakers, then we'll start off.
Yeah, thank you, Satish. We now move to our business session 3, from MSME to global markets. India's MSMEs are an important engine to economic growth, employment, and exports. We all know that. But the question is how we enable more Indian businesses to connect seamlessly with the global markets. To moderate this conversation, I have with me Mr. Satish Lakkaraju, Chief Executive Officer, NextGen Logistics Private Limited. With over 3 decades of experiences across logistics and air freight industry, he has held senior leadership positions with Agility, Waze, Dasher, TNT, Skypack, driving business growth, strategic partnership, and market development. He serves as an active ACFI board member, chairs its regional outreach and partnership task pillar, and is the founder and chairman of Cold Chain Unbroken. He's also an advisor to FICCI at the alumnus of NMIMS. Joining him are the panelists, Mr. Nitesh Garg, Head Amazon Freight India. May I please have Mr. Nitesh Garg on the stage, please? Ladies and gentlemen, please can we have a louder round of applause? Nitesh heads Amazon Freight India, bringing over 15 years of experience across logistics, e-commerce, and supply chain. His career spans leadership roles at Amazon, Flipkart, and Revigo, where he has worked across product development, seller growth, network design, planning, procurement, and large-scale operations. May I now welcome Mr. Prashant Seth, Joint Director General, Federation of Indian Export Organizations. Mr. Prashant Seth is the Joint Deputy Director General at the Federation of Indian Exports Organization, and with over 2 decades of experience in international trade promotion, policy, research, and logistics. A postgraduate in international business, he has worked closely with central and state governments, contributing to export strategies for more than 10 Indian states. He conceptualized the ease of logistics portal during the pandemic, and he has contributed to several national committees, including National Shipping Board and Trade Facilitation Forums. He has been recognized for his contribution to the export fraternity. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Halit Tunsar, VP Cargo Sales, MISA, Turkish Airlines. Mr. Halit is a computer engineer and IT enthusiast who leverages data science and emerging technologies to enhance his work through data-driven decision-making. Is Mr. Halit there? So during his early years of Turkish Cargo, he was part of the project team responsible for migrating from the legacy cargo management system, contributing to operational modernization. From 2013 to 2020, Halit served as sales manager for the Middle East and South Asia, followed by his role as regional director for South Asia from 2020 to 2024. As of August 2024, Halit has been appointed Vice President for MISA, continuing to drive strategic growth and innovation across the region. We have with us Ms. Chaitali Mehta, Director, EFK Global Logistics Private Limited. We all know the energy that Chaitali brings to the stage. She is a pioneering logistic leader with over 28 years of experience and the first female director of EKF Global Logistics, where she leads strategic initiatives and the company's aviation logistics business. A third-generation custom broker and second-generation freight forwarder, she has played a significant role in transforming and diversifying the family business. A strong advocate for gender diversity and women's empowerment, Chaitali holds leadership positions across FFI, BCBA, ACAI, and ACFI. She has received several accolades, including India Cargo Awards, Face of the Future, PM 75th Azadi Ka Mahotsav Award, and Entrepreneur of the Year, a TED speaker and industry thought leader. Welcome, Chaitali. Last but not the least, Mr. Monish Nandi, Managing Director, Planning and Engineering, FedEx Express. Monish Nandi is the Managing Director, Planning and Engineering, India FedEx, based in Mumbai. He began his career career at FedEx as a manager and has been instrumental in successfully integrating TNT with the India business of FedEx Express. Monish is a recipient of the prestigious FedEx 5-Star Award and MISA President Award. He holds a bachelor degree in commerce and an executive management certificate from IIM. Over to you, Satish, to take over to this beautiful panel.
Is this mic working? This one. Okay, fine. Good. Good afternoon. I think the lunch has a solid effect on all of you, but we're going to make sure that you're awake, and people who are outside should be missing the session. The reason why we put up this topic is very synonymous to the fact that we had the MSME bill passed in the parliament just a few days ago, and I thought it was very relevant to bring up the topic because it has direct relevance to what we're going to speak in the next 60 minutes. I've got a panel which is extremely strong, so all put together with the best thing that I can see is all of them have lost their hair trying to sort out logistics in the last couple of years. I've been one being a freight forwarder, we understand what it means, so I have to play the role of the freight forwarder as well along with Chaitali. But I think on a serious note, the MSME is the most ignored lot, like how the freight forwarding industry is. So what we've done is that I put a few slides, which are not too many, just 4 of them, to set context to what we are going to discuss. India does not need more exporters. It needs an export logistics ecosystem to design for smaller exporters. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. And what is the potential that we are looking at clearly? 48.6% of Indian exports come from the MSME. So if you all are thought that the large corporates give you the larger volume, not really, but it's the MSME which contribute to 48.6% of the Indian exports. Now what is further interesting is that in the 48.6 of the Indian exports, 10% of the MSME exports is what basically, that means in similar comparison, if you look at other countries or peer economies, it's at 40%. So you can actually see what it means for us to understand that if this gets to a 20%, then where would Indian exports actually reach, and what it means for us to encourage the MSMEs to really look at it. And then the current number on the Udyam, which is the registration for the MSME, it's 9.16 crores. So you can see that it's a substantial number, up from 1.65 crores in April 2023. So it's a substantial jump in terms of the number of MSMEs coming up into the country. And I think that is the reason the government also realized the need for passing a legislation with some amendments which are more focused towards domestic regulations, which basically it is passed a few days ago. It may not be exactly 6 days, it could be a little more. One, what it said is the mandated TRDS settlement by public sector buyers, enforceable dispute timelines, the working capital constraints behind every mode of decision. Udyam made permanent in law for the first time addressable list of formalized MSME. It also says, be it entirely domestic facing, nothing on the export, logistics, freight or customs. But I think it will have a direct impact, which we will ask Prashant on what he thinks while we start the panel discussion. But what are the bottlenecks that we are going to discuss in today's session? One is cost, which was spoken as well. Distance to your usable gateway. What we mean by this is that today most of your MSMEs are not located typically in the metro gateways. They are located in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. How do you give them accessibility and proximity to the larger gateways and networks? Probably that's a subject that we can have our friends from Amazon as well as FedEx discuss on that point. Compliance, custom code, certification, Incoterms, one documentation error costs more in delays because sometimes the MSMEs don't understand the Incoterms and they struggle. How can we do that bit of a compliance? And awareness. It is a pursuit that air cargo is generally the most expensive way to transport, but not really. And I can tell you in multiple reasons why it is not. I think that is the 4th point that we would want to discuss. and where are the next tonnages coming from really? Because all of you sitting in this hall would really want to know, is the cake going to get much larger? Are we going to see more tonnages coming? Where should we be focusing in terms of tonnages? Surely e-commerce, small parcels, high SKUs, returns, need sortation capacities and consignment level customs. Is India ready in that aspect, and what is happening? Probably we got the friends from the integrators who can throw some light. Pharmaceutical is another area which has temperature integrity, and I just did a round table at 12 o'clock on those discussions as well on what it needs to happen. Are the carriers really carrying pharma, or they're better off carrying GCR? It's another debate that we can always have. And the last bit is electronics, high value to weight, time definite, need secure handling and slot predictability. So I think these are some of the areas that we would want to cover in today's discussion. Latent demand, nobody is serving. Small cities I spoke about, Surat, Moradabad, Coimbatore, Ludhiana, Panipat, export-ready volumes, what can we do on that front? The Honorable Secretary spoke about perishable and what the government is looking at in that angle. And the Krishi Udan scheme, which is the second version which came in, how that could have an impact on the exports. And the real choice, secondary gateways or feeder networks into existing hubs, because you're getting more and more airports, and what we can do. So I think these are the topics that we would want to cover. And I'll quickly jump into the session. To start off, I genuinely need to refer to some of the points that we put in for discussion. We'll also have the open session for Q&A as we proceed. Let me start with Prashant, because he comes from FIO, doesn't need any introduction. Prashant, where do you see that the first time exporter actually breaks down? What I mean is that today if you're an exporter and you have a dream to become an exporter, where is that you think that they are failing today to become really exporters? If the number is just 10%, how can it become 20%? Because FIO has a larger role to play.
Yeah, thanks Satish for putting this question. You showed in the slide that 9.6 crore MSMEs that are there and 1.6% growth. The figures are absolutely correct, but if you look at the concentration, the micro and small would comprise roughly around 70 to 75% of those MSMEs. And the medium ones are primarily the ones who has the wherewithal to enter into the export domain. But definitely the smaller companies also has a lot of ambitions that we see day in and day out, some new companies come. Now as a first time exporter, when we look at the whole scenario, we can put it into a couple of buckets. First is the Indian compliance, taking the ICs, GST, AD code and RCMCs and other things. That is really not a troublesome as on date, but definitely we see it as a lot of cost, a multiplicity of registrations. For example, the cost element is there. For the same product, somebody has to take a spice board RCMC, also the PEDA RCMC, also they have to take an EIC health certificate, then again the PQ certificate. The cost is definitely there. And for the small exporters, we definitely need to address this cost. Now, where the problem comes? The registration is not a problem. The problem comes after the registration. Because if we look at the overall scenario, the market access thing is moving beyond tariffs to non-tariffs, barring the exceptional case of US, what we are witnessing. Otherwise, the non-tariffs is the major thing that is there. And there the problem comes. Exporters comes to us with a particular HS code, and they want to have a matrix of this product, that country, what are the documentation? What are the compliances? What are the certifications? And this is where the actual problem faced. And to be very frank with you, it's very, very impossible for any export promotion council, or even I can say the regulators also, to give that precise information. If we look at the export policy, foreign trade policy, you have the export policy, it says free. But free, there could be a clause following the compliance of the Ministry of Chemicals, Ministry of this. Then you refer those documents, what is the updates on that. So that's the tricky part in India as well, and that's equally the abroad also. So I think that is the key area that we see down the line, because these kind of registration and all these things would down the line going digital mode, and you can have a lot of facilitation and hand-holding by each of the stakeholders to onboard. But that is the real thing that we see to make, because what we are doing with the registrations, we are creating export compliance firms, but not export ready firms. Because that is the point, because export ready means you are aware of the international market, you are aware about the Incoterms, you are aware about the standards. So I think that is an area where organizations like us, along with the logistics players, including the CHAs, forwarding community, that can really build on something. Because ultimately your customers will also come to you, whether you can help us with the compliance, you know what documents are required, in case you know that. So we can build a repository, because the repository at the end of the day would be required on HS code wise. So that is really difficult as on date.
No, great. I think you've hit the nail at the right place, and let me now go to Monish Nandi for a fact that US still remains a large market for the e-commerce business and rest of them. And I think with the de minimis thing of getting out from 800 to 100, some bit of it got into a larger problem where a lot of the MSMEs could have been at ease that when the cargo gets into the US, it's easy. But how does FedEx, look at this as an opportunity to table to make it easier for the Indian exporters? Because like what Prashant said, they're not ready. And they are entering into a market where they're going to hit to a wall. After the cargo arrives, they come to know that the HSN code is not free, but it is dutiable. So probably you want to throw some light in terms of how come your first time exporters become your recurring exporters. Because एक shipment के बाद बोलता भाई export ही नहीं करना है जिंदगी में.
Yeah, thanks Satish for the question. I think the tariff was a huge change for everybody, not only for small exporters, but for everybody, and obviously it had its impact. But the good news is that with collaboration, support, and a lot of awareness created, I think things are settling down. And in FedEx, we strongly believe is that we are here to make logistics smarter, simpler, and easier for everybody, whether it's a big customer or whether it's a small customer. Our job is to make it easy for them. We do a lot of hand-holding. The whole idea is that the first shipment, they might need some hand-holding. Second shipment should be predictable because by now they have some experience. And then we support how we can scale it to 100 shipment and 200 shipment and so on and so forth. So we do a lot of engagement with the customers, especially the MSME sectors. The numbers that you showed are really tells a story that how big the opportunity is. So we get in touch with them, we create workshop, we hold Zoom sessions with them. With any regulatory changes, be it the FedEx, the US tariff, recently there are 2 major changes that has happened. Even Europe has removed de minimis. Correct. So we are only talking about US, but Europe has also removed de minimis. And then there is another major change that has happened in US. So all those changes, whenever it happens, we reach out to the customers, we connect with them, we do the hand-holding, we tell them what are the changes, what's the impact, and what they need to do to become compliant, and what are the pros and cons of those changes. So that's how we approach, and we ensure that the customer who ships with us once, they stay with us, and that relationship grows stronger and stronger.
Oh, lovely. So I know that the de minimis rule is something which made us very comfortable. But then someone realized that this has to stop at some point of time. So Europe also made the changes. But let me get to Nitish specifically that e-cargo is critical for e-commerce. I think today we are all sitting at homes and able to order a lot of things with much speed and reliability. How well is India's current e-cargo ecosystem equipped to scale or frequency level and that e-commerce requires? Is it fully ready, not ready? Probably you can throw some light on it.
Yeah, I think I'll break it into 2 parts. If I talk capacity backwards and if I think only domestic for now, I think there has been a lot of addition in terms of capacity. New airports have come up, new Yeah, so I think from a capacity perspective, there has been a significant improvement that has gone or that has come up over the course of last few years. new airports, even terminals getting added within the same set of airports, new freighter lineup has already been going up and up. So I think that part, and specifically if I talk from a domestic lens, is certainly adequate for the time being. Right? But where I think the bigger problem and where the ecosystem is still catching up is that this entire handling requires multiple handoffs, multiple handshakes. We have, and even if I just start from a airport, we have terminal handling, we have ground staff, we have airline, and then there are first mile, last mile logistics, everything tying together. In case of an e-commerce shipment, the sector or the network is extremely high frequency, demanding very tight, cutthroat timelines. This is where if there is a slack at any of this step, it adds into a missed customer promise. And that impacts e-commerce the most. So honestly, if I say from a capacity perspective, yes, we are there, at least from a domestic lens. But is that entire infrastructure coming together and stitching together the story that the e-commerce needs? Yes, I think there is a lot of work that still needs to be done on that front.
Good. So, Khalid, now that Nitish and Monish spoke about their part of it, from it, but having worked in India yourself, now living in Middle East, knowing Turkish as a country so well, where do you see that the Indian market can be supported? Because cross-border is still, if you ask Prashant, he'll be more worried about the international exports more than the domestic part of it, and that is where the revenue comes in. Is Turkish looking at Indian market, one, from any point of view, as a Viaduct or as a Turkish airline? And where do you see that the tonnage and frequency and some bit of predictability with Turkish going to be there? Because we've seen you expand in this country quite rapidly. But is there some product that you are looking at building for the small and medium SMEs? The mic's all sleeping also.
Yeah. Now this one is working, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you, Satish. It's a very wide question. We are focusing on India for many years now, as you witnessed the growth, and we increase our capacity day by day over the years, but we have some limitations. It was discussed also during the previous panel that double dipping issue to grow, maybe that can be encouraged for all airlines. It's almost open sky, we can operate as much as we want to any station, but double dipping we were able to before pandemic, now it's not happening, to support the smaller airlines, airports also. We visited Noida, we are moving to NMI, we are considering Goa, other smaller stations that are coming up. We want to be supporting these stations, but not all of them are, and not all SME gathered places are ready for a daily operation maybe, but every week one touchdown may help them, right? And we are ready to do that. We are capable to do that. So the industry is also very efficient and effective, and we have deals with 4 trucking companies which are very efficient. We are dealing with all the local airlines. They are very supportive as for their scheduled flights, or they operate some freighters for us ad hoc basis to support the India. They are all very supportive, but more can be done easily, and we are ready to do that.
No, thank you. I know Turkish has been quite supportive in many locations with your freighter capacity, both on the pharma and the general cargo, and it's encouraging to see that you are expanding to the other locations as well. But let me now go to Chaitali, because she wears multiple cap, not only being part of ACFI, but coming from a strong background of a custom clearance aspect as well. What is the most common documentation failure that delays or rejects the first shipment? Because typically what Prashant said is that exporters are not ready fully. They can do all the registrations, IEC mil gaya, AD code mil gaya, RCMC mil gaya. But where do you think they really get stuck today in their whole export documentation?
Thank you, Satish. And before I begin, Anupama, you're doing a kick-ass job.
I can't see Anupama. Can we have a huge round of applause for Anupama? She has kept everybody not only engrossed but enthralled. And may I request all of you to give out a huge round of applause for yourselves, because we are keeping you from your chai and coffee and you are waiting here to listen to us. So thank you very much. Thank you, Satish. I have to say Prashant spoke very well, because it's a nice thing that exporter ready is not there, which is the right thing. There's a retracted version and there is an honest version. Which one would you like? The honest, non-political version, which a lot of people may not like it, but I'm going to go with that one. The fact is that the exporters don't like to do their homework, number one. Some of them who already have existing businesses, and this is a new vertical for them, are too overconfident and cocky because they think that we are doing something else, so this is going to be a cakewalk. Number three is not knowing the country where you're selling your goods to. We work with a lot of startups. 50% of my company's clients are startups, and one common problem that we see is that either they have too much of theoretical knowledge, or they have done a little bit over research in terms of checking with a lot of people. The main crux is that the exporters will not trust a customs broker or a freight forwarder, because at the back of their head, they are only thinking about how to save money, even before the first shipment has gone through. What surprises me the most is the mistakes that are made in the invoice. So a lot of them don't understand what Incoterms are. For them, it is just something. We've dealt with a lot of mistakes of exporters. One is the Incoterm. Second is not knowing the regulations of the country which they are exporting to, which is most common in pharma companies, especially when you're working with merchant exporters. Number three, and which is surprising, is that when you are doing food products from here, and when it comes, whether you are a manufacturer exporter or you are a merchant exporter, they do not know the rules of FSI. They don't know the labeling part of it. They do not know the documentation part of it, especially when it comes to the FSI NOC and the document that FSI gives them, their registration. They don't know what is required on that. And which is so surprising, because at one point at the Air Cargo complex in Bombay, we had over 30 shipments belonging to different exporters, all stuck for one common problem, and which was not knowing that if you are a merchant exporter, your manufacturer in his FSI document needs to have permission to also export. They are like, oh, but you know, I'm just buying it, but it doesn't, or I'm just manufacturing it. Besides that, they also don't have trained documentation staff, because if you're a startup, they think that if you're going to invest 20, 25,000 on a documentation person, whether it's going to be worthwhile or not. They also don't do enough R&D. They don't do research as to what actually makes their product tick. Their packaging many a times has fault in terms of the dimensions, because when you're doing air cargo, invariably they'll say, oh, but it has to be 50 kilos. Why are you charging me 75 kilos? Because they don't understand that there is volume, weight and all. So there is a whole mixed bunch of things. And then of course GST, which is like the culmination of the entire India's problems which come to the end of it. So in short, these are, according to me, the problems that they make.
Lovely. I don't think I would have got a better answer than this. You have to give her a big round of applause, because she should have had half the exporters sitting here, and they would have loved this answer. And I think the last bit she touched upon is the GST. Even now I don't understand why government has 5% for ocean freight and 18% for air cargo. So probably they think it's a luxury. Like my son asked me one day, why do they charge 18% for golf and no GST for others? I said, definitely golf is a luxurious sport, but air cargo is not luxury. It's the last option sometimes for a guy to send it out. I think ACFI should again reach out to the government and tell them that, boss, 18% does not work, for heaven's sake. It's a problem for all of us.
I think we should tell them that, you know, air cargo does not belong in the first class and business class category. Air cargo is in the cattle class, which is the economy class, so they should not be charging GST on it.
No. So good answer, and I think I'll come back to you, and you could be a good professor in one of the ACFI universities that we are looking at to set up as well. But let me now go back to Monish. Where is the binding constraint inside the Indian cargo terminals really? Because is it screening, is it cold chain, is it sortation or land access? Because this question is being asked because today and even yesterday, most of them in the CEO's roundtable as well as the secretary spoke, the speed at which we screen our cargo should be better. Okay? I understand that the speed at which the passenger DG Yatra does today and the way you screen your baggage is at a reasonably good pace that you're able to walk in and in 20 minutes you're getting to get to the cargo. But today for a cargo to get onto an aircraft, D-5 is the legal rule from an aviation standpoint in India. But where do you see today air cargo's biggest bottleneck from a FedEx standpoint or an industry standpoint?
I think the whole purpose of using air cargo is speed. And that speed has to start from point zero. Okay? It cannot be that you are slow in some part of the supply chain and you are very fast in the other part of the supply chain. It does not work that way. So if I have to highlight a couple of points in terms of where we definitely needs improvement, and we all talked about transshipment, 18 hours, 20 hours, Singapore is doing in 5 hours, Dubai is doing in 2 hours, and so on and so forth. So if I have to start with the start point, I think the accessibility to the cargo terminal needs to improve. I have seen trucks waiting outside for 14 hours, 20 hours, 24 hours, which doesn't make any sense. You are losing a day here itself. And then you have the turnaround time of the trucks also. Once they get a bay for offloading, the turnaround time is also pretty high. And you have got restrictions throughout the day where your bigger trucks cannot enter the terminals, it cannot enter the city. Again, you are wasting time there. So I think we definitely need a lot of improvement in terms of how fast the cargo can reach the terminal. That's the starting point. And once you reach the terminal, the biggest bottleneck is our current X-ray scanning, the piece level X-ray, the kind of technology, the kind of machines that we are using. I think those are very, very big bottlenecks. And it takes quite a lot of time in terms of getting a shipment, if it has got 100 packages, getting it scanned and then getting it cleared, getting it loaded into the ULD and putting it into the aircraft. So I think the scanning technology, which are widely accepted globally by most of the countries, they're using very sophisticated technology, latest machines, which are also being used in India, but on the passenger side, not on the cargo side, which is very, very, very surprising to us. So I think we should definitely need those technologies and need those machines which can improve your throughput. I think one of the speakers said, you need not expand your facility. You cannot expand your facility year after year because you don't have those kind of luxury. How you can sweat your asset, that makes a lot of difference. I think if we can reduce our scanning time and our entire processing time from 12 hours to 6 hours, that means you are improving your productivity and throughput by 100%. You need not invest in land, you need not invest in anything. You just need to invest in technology, you need to invest in the machines, the latest machines, and also some tweaking of the processes. So I think if we can do away with this kind of bottlenecks, I'm absolutely sure we can match and beat. We talked about Singapore, Dubai and all, we can match and beat them also.
No, lovely. I think it's a very good answer. And I think in the earlier session, a German said so good things about India, but I can only tell you one thing is that in the good olden days, I'm talking about 25, 26 years ago, working in cargo was punishment transfer from the passenger side. You become too notorious, we used to get posted in the cargo side. I think that stepmotherly treatment always existed as far as the cargo industry is concerned many years ago. The passengers got better roads to reach the terminals. Now, with all the privatization, they got better lounges at that sort of it. I think cargo needs to be treated much better in some of the airports, but some of the airports are doing extremely well. Even the drivers are being treated extremely well in some of the airports because they get to take a shower or they have a parking, which was not there. So I think we can be critical and say that there is a good scope for improvement, but I think India has come a little much better from what some of us who started cargo 30 years ago. Chaitali will still remember when her father was there, and then Vipinji from Continental and so on. The industry has come a long way. So, but your answers are very apt and perfect. But let me ask Nitish.
Let me just clarify, Satish. There is no doubt it's improving. but there is still a long way to go. I think that's what the roadmap we should follow and
100%.
get it done quickly.
No, there's no debate on that. I think in the morning, Anupama asked the same thing. Where are we? I think we're making improvement, but the pace at which we should and the awareness that has to come in has to definitely increase. But let me ask Nitish to the same question of what Monish answered is, maybe you are as Amazon look at it in a different way because your norms will be stringent when compared to maybe someone else because you have a reason. Where do you see today the bottleneck for you all to do air cargo because you all also operate charters on certain routes? Where do you see still the bottleneck?
I mean, so if I think about all the sellers who are selling on Amazon as a platform, and not just India, but when they are selling on Amazon US or Amazon Europe, and I see the journey of shipments that happen from here in India, let's say in Moradabad or from Coimbatore, and back to say Frankfurt in Europe, right? There are three things which are still broken in the system, even today, after so many years of operations. And one thing I almost touched upon, it is still broken in the domestic, even more broken in the international space. Uncontrolled or unmonitored handovers between the multiple parties in the international space, it becomes even more critical because now you have first mile, which is more complex, followed by customs, airport terminals. Last mile has its own nuances with multiple logistics service providers coming in. Everyone and each of those players optimizing for their own silos instead of thinking that there is a customer promise which is attached to this inventory, right? And with this comes a second problem, which is fragmented visibility, because everyone is working on their own system, and with all the APIs, EDIs and the AI world, yet the informations are not flowing real time. What does this mean? We catch up the issue much later than when we could have, which essentially means you have a more working capital block, you have to invest a lot in dealing with those exceptions, the reconciliation issues come into the picture and so on. The third thing which stands out probably is, and most of my colleagues here touched, documentation. We come across several scenarios wherein there is a late caught hold of issues like incorrect labeling or documentation. The inventory keeps lying there on the airport terminal waiting for rescued, right? So all of this essentially adds up cost. And if we step back and look, it's not just a question of reliability. If we just address these three things, it will also address the cost. Every unit economics will improve as well as the reliability will improve. So I feel there is still a lot more that needs to be done on all the three aspects, and that should definitely help pose a better situation for the MSMEs which are there in our ecosystem in India.
Thank you, Nitish. I think both of you have really opened up as to what can be done at the airports to a very large extent. But let me go back to Prashant on an important subject is, probably you are the most right person to answer it. What made the government probably think about amending the Act first, the MSME Act? And second is, if they have amended it, have they fixed the larger problems of the MSME, or is genuinely just fewer of them? And is there the third part of it is that what else can they do going forward for really making them or incentivizing them to be export ready? To your first point where you said that they're just applying it because it's easy to apply. But now they've amended the Act, something would have motivated to them. But how can they drive exports? Because if that is something ACFI has to take it up through Federation of Indian Exporters, I think it's a good opportunity to tell them that government that, look, this is what we are looking at.
Because if we look at the amendment primarily try to address the internal issue of the liquidity of the MSMEs. That is the primary aspect, and if we see it is directly pertains to the domestic MSMEs, not aligned to the export sector. So that is point number one. So, but having said that, there are other repercussions also. Once the liquidity increases, the capacity will increase. the capacity will increase, there will have more muscle and more encouragement and more enthusiasm to enter into the export domain as well. Because if you look at the act, the beauty of the act is that the export turnover is kept out of the ambit of the overall definition. So the point is this, the exporters, the MSME would be trying to align to encourage more into the exports and maybe earn more forex for the country without losing their existing benefits which they are getting under their own micro, small or medium. They are not being considered large. So that is my take on this. So it will eventually have some impact on the exports as well, because the liquidity crunch is, if we look at the current scenario, what is happening is the West Asia crisis has created a huge turbulence for the exports. On the sea side, the shipments got stuck. Some of the shipments are still stuck on the Jebel Ali and other ports, and shipping lines have dropped and offloaded due to the force majeure anywhere. So that has really disturbed actually the MSME who has exposure in both domestic and international. So ultimately their payment cycle will delay due to this disruption. Again, some of the exporters are not having the bookings as well. So it means their inventory is already ready, and again their payment cycle will be stuck due to not having the bookings and the shipping sailings taking place. So we take it as a welcome step, whatever way the liquidity of the MSME increases, and that will help them definitely. But particularly we talk per se for the exports, then the government has different tools actually to support the competitiveness in terms of interest equalization, or maybe some relief measures in terms of factoring cost to increase the liquidity for the exporters also. Because now government is bearing 2.7% cost of the interest cost for the export factoring under the new scheme. So I think that is a welcome step, and we take it as a good thing for anything which comes for the MSME would eventually help the export sector.
No, thanks for that beautiful clarification, and hope it really works out for the MSMEs, and we are going to see some bit of an improvement in terms of how our exports also goes up. But let me go back to Halit now. As a carrier, you get all type of cargoes. You get perishable, you get e-commerce, you get electronics, you get pharmaceuticals, you get multiple type of products. Which is the one which normally comes absolutely ready for carriage, and which is the one that you are allowed to carry? Because one is you are forced to carry because you have some space, but now you don't really like that cargo. So maybe you should let the cat out of the bag today to tell us which is your love for which cargo. Is it e-commerce, is it pharma, or is it any other cargo? Because everyone has their best bet.
Okay. Since you are in Hyderabad, you know very well the pharma product comes to my mind first. During the pandemic especially, I think India itself and the air cargo community proved themselves that we are capable. And pharma product from end to end, it is going very smooth over the years. So we are allowed to carry it. It's a great feeling to also support the health of the world. So that has a special place. Couple of years back, the electronics also started booming every year. It's or gradually we can say increasing, but predictability for electronics is still not there in India. So it needs some time, even though it's coming up very quickly. As for e-commerce, I think some integrated cross-border parts should be addressed, but it is also coming. Again, we are also promoting our company, Widex, you know very well also, for door-to-door deliveries for e-commerce. But again, we can say the freighter cargo, main deck, outsized cargo, is one of the products that we like, because we operate freighters to 5 stations in India, more than 24 frequency every week. So that's a very good product that we like to carry. We have load masters in each station, specialized and love to deal with the odd dimension cargo, how to utilize the space best and help the industry in that way. That's how I can, yeah.
You didn't want to say which is the best thing, but you diplomatically answered it in a nice way that everything is good for me. But I think I'll rest it there. But let me ask Chaitali, having told all the problems that come when a shipment comes in and the shipment's getting stuck at the customs, what do you think as ACFI or as AMTOY or any of the associations that you represent, how do we make our exporters ready, air ready or cargo ready or ocean ready really, along with say Prashant, and we decide and say, look, we sign an MOU, but we get 100 exporters per city ready, say in the next 10 months or so. So you do workshops or whatever. Where do you think, is it lack of education? Is it lack of anything else? Because I'm losing words in a simple sense, is that in today's world, internet gives you a lot of information. It's not that. Then why do they mess up when the shipment comes in? Or what is the document that they miss up? Do they have the checklist? But how do we make them ready?
So there are a couple of points to this. One is compliance. I have realized that paperwork in our country is tremendous. We have certain requirements and we are compelled to go ahead with that, and that is fine because that's our job to do. Not everybody understands why we have the kind of paperwork that we do, including our own fellow importers and exporters. One of the biggest hurdles is also the requirement of a KYC and an authority letter. It's not just the MSMEs or the SMEs, even the big Fortune 500 companies have a hesitation in giving a KYC document, especially when you have a multinational or you have a boss who's very famous. They'll say, how can we give you our boss's PAN card, or why will we give you a personal identification? But when they open bank accounts for their companies and get mobile connections, it's a very normal thing. That is number one. The second thing that what we could do with ACFI is actually create an SOP along with, and then have it run through Prashant. And we should do these awareness programs for the exporters where we do a brush up, saying that in terms of your documents, these are the 10 mandatory documents that you require, whether it is your invoice packing list. Because one of the other things that I have noticed is that people don't know how to make an invoice. When you are doing sample shipments, they will want to send 500 kilos worth $5,000, but want to only declare 50 rupees. It doesn't work like that. So you need to have an awareness program where we, as ACFI, with different verticals, so if we are freight forwarders, then us. Then when we have an airline partner, then they come on board, and we have these orientation day-long programs where we divide it into 3 or 4 parts, one related to documentation, one related to compliance, one related to banking, one related to DGFT and RBI and all, and we give them this crash course. We can do it over a weekend, and we tell them that this is what you need to do to make your life simpler. And once we give them the confidence that, listen, it's only a mental issue that you have in terms of giving the documents. If you get your compliance and paperwork done, everything is smooth. And it's a fact that till we didn't have RMS, life was very difficult. But today, all those exporters who are getting their shipments cleared in RMS think life is a breeze. They don't, then it's a different thing that the vehicle is waiting for 10 hours to enter. But life has changed with all the initiatives that the customs is doing or the government is doing, and we need to tell them what are the new things that have come on board and make them realize that it is very important that if you are aware and you make down the line your people aware, it's just going to be a win-win situation for everyone. And I'm happy to devise this with you and design it with you.
I think it's an amazing thing that has come out of this discussion. And I'm not surprised if someone is willing to sponsor these awareness programs, because it doesn't cost a lot of money. You can print these books as ACFI, FIO, put all the associations to stamp it. Don't just take one association's credit. I think we should get the Federation of Freight Forwarders, you should get the AMTOYs, you should get ACFI, everyone to stamp and say, this is the document that you as an exporter should. Trust me, that will make a huge amount of collaboration, and you just do it in 20 odd cities to start off and see the impact it will have. I think it's a great point. Chaitali, you're sure to be back on one of my next moderation sessions, and that's a promise I'm making to you on the stage and on record, because you've really brought out very, very important aspects, because this session is all about MSME, and I'm facing it every day to tell the people in my own office, to my exporters, he says, इतने सारे document क्यों मांगते हो? मैं जब शादी भी किया इतने document किसी ने मांगे नहीं हैं. But you are asking me everything, including AD code, bank code, this code. But I think you've hit it very, very well. anything that else you want to add before I go back to
Yes,
everyone?
you know, we have a lot of young talent over here. I am taking the liberty because I have taken Mihir for granted, but I know for a fact that he can work on the tech part of it, and we can have this done in a very simple, elusive manner, where we have what is an air bill, what are the do's and don'ts, what is a BL, what are the do's and don'ts for the invoice, the packing list, the banking and all, and I think in 2 days time we can devise the whole thing, and probably in like a month or two we should be ready to roll it out. It should not be, it's like a no-brainer.
No, brilliant. I think we can take Keku and even Alpana Chaturvedi and the skilling team. You
Absolutely.
women should take this as an task, and you women take it, then the men will listen. I
But
can
you know,
guarantee you that, because
but
it should be
the,
driven.
The gender doesn't come in, it's everybody. So
No,
let
no,
it be a
because you all have been
collaborative-
contributing to the industry so well, and I think I'm happy to have Arun there, Govilji here, Mr. Krishnan here, and rest of them. If we can do that, it is good for the industry.
Absolutely.
We don't need credit for it. I think it's time for the change, and I think that's about the whole collaboration that we want, because when I was putting this session together, I think the first name that came was Prashant, and I texted him immediately and said, Prashant, you should be on it, because Arvind was saying I'm trying to reach him. But I think they're a large organization and collaborating with it, and it doesn't need to be one organization doing it, and we should strongly demonstrate in terms of what we can do to help the exporters. You know.
And I think what you mentioned about doing a collaboration with all the associations is absolutely brilliant, because this is not one association. If everybody gets together, and then if it's a success with FIO, which is, then we can take it to Pharmexil, Chemexil, we just take it onwards and we make it specific to the association that we are doing, because between all of us, we'll have clients of all different industries. So we can start doing that.
So as you know, one of the caps that I wear also is outreach and partnerships. And I think that is where I will reach out to all the associations as well on behalf of ACFI to make this happen. And because of scarcity of time, one last sentence, if you had to really tell what is the big change that you want to see in the industry from this conclave to the next conclave, because Mr. Sinha also mentioned is that there should be some clear targets that we should be setting around and achieving, and review is that aaye baat kiye chale gaye, but what is that we've done? So probably we start with Monish and then move towards and end with Chetali.
Yeah, I think I will repeat what many of the other speakers have said before. Couple of things that we need to change between today and tomorrow, not even the next conclave. I think the transshipment policy, that has to change. That's very, very critical. 10 million metric tons with the current transshipment policy can be a big challenge. We see Dubai, we see Singapore, they don't even consume 4 or 5% of what they handle. Rest 90-95% is transshipment. So that's a huge opportunity we have. We are making progress, but we need to make it more flexible, more easy. Second thing, we need to look at the scanning equipment, because that will bring in efficiency, that will bring in throughput, that will help to turn around things faster. And third but not the least, we have been talking about connectivity to the tier 2, tier 3 cities. I think double dip, triple dip, I don't know how many dip, but those dips needs to start, because you cannot connect point to point every cities, every metros. You need to have multiple stops so that you can consolidate, you can collect, use the density utilization and reach out to those cities and metros or tier 2, tier 3 cities to give them the connectivity and the transit time that they want. So I think these three, if it can happen, then I think we are there. We need not wait till 2030.
Thank you. Nitesh.
Yeah, I think the two pieces that stands out, and this is where essentially the entire e-commerce ecosystem is heading. One is that the decisive shift is not adding more capacity. It has to come from building an integrated system, which is not a relay of independent operators, but rather a systematic flow of everyone sharing a shared promise commitment to the customers. So one is, how do we empower those small, medium sellers exporting out from India to other geographies through those integrated systems. Then the second step is definitely we have to get to a stage where we arrest the defect at the origin, the cost that gets compounded with these defects getting passed down to the subsequent legs of the supply chains are too huge. It becomes detrimental for the entire sector, and that's obviously holding us back. So these are definitely the two key broad areas which from an e-commerce perspective we are definitely working upon.
Brilliant. Prashant.
Yeah, from the discussion and what she has said, we would definitely like to take forward the agenda of joint collaboration with ACFI, and maybe when the next time we meet, we should be able to complete at least 20 such sessions for the awareness, because ACFI is a wide network and we have in fact informed the DGFT and it's taken as a pilot 20 districts. So we'll keep you in loop and try to figure it out along with those DGFT and other things. The logistics is something not kept always in the loop in all the awareness sessions. And that is the limitation I see, because even in the big companies, even the companies, they are bothered about the marketing, procuring the orders. When we come to the logistics, they say that you handle it. No. So the kind of importance the companies need to give on the logistics is quite less that I see, and that needs to be sensitized, not from the bottom, but at the top level also. They only come to us when there is an acute problem, when the vessels are stuck or something. Otherwise, they are not bothered actually how the things are moving, and they are not bothered about documentation, what compliance. So definitely we'll take forward this agenda and come out with some 20-25 sessions that we should do before the next ACFI conference.
No, it can be divided among the associations also, is that you don't need, ACFI has 12 chapters, they can look at it. You got ACAI in a lot of other places. So I think among the associations you can still divide it and make it effective and do a wide promotion, and then each of these can even still be promoted and sponsored by some organizations voluntarily. There's no compulsion for any of it. You basically need a good training room and some tea and coffee and rest of them. So I think we should definitely do it, and maybe post this session we can still discuss it. Halit, your take on India. What is that you think you want to see change? India +1, China +1?
From my side, to put it simply, I can say predictability. Thinking of MSMEs also, like 10 tons of predictable cargo is more actionable than 50 tons of unpredictable or likely to come or not to come kind of cargo. I can put it simply predictability, yes.
Chetali, before I give it to Mr. Krishnan.
I have a little different thing. We all know that there are problems at the airports and handling and all. This was something that came up in a meeting with DPIT when we were having with Mr. Sagar Kadu. And he asked us that why aren't Indian exporters palletizing their cargo? I would suggest that we should do a kind of a sensitivity awareness program with the exporters and look at manufacturers who can make pallets which are light in weight, durable, and also can be done from sustainable, and look at doing it in the 2-tier, 3-tier cities. Maybe it's workable or not, but get them those incomes going, because if an exporter is told that for your 100 cartons, which a lot of us are still getting it, if we are giving you a pallet which is thin, durable, and most importantly, will not increase your gross weight by more than a kilo or 2, I am sure that people would want to palletize their cargo, which would make it easier to offload it, for loading it, for examination and everything. It takes care of a lot of things. So even if we start a dialogue on this, and if we just go somewhere with it, I would be very happy if we can take this on.
No, brilliant. I think the points given by all of you are good. We will request, I think, Mr. Krishnan, please give a big round to Mr. Krishnan, who's been the past president of ACAI, under whom it is. So over to you, Mr. Krishnan.
No, on this initiative of training, if you want to succeed, your training has to be in the regional language. Don't assume that English is going to reach your MSME. Since you're talking of MSME, get the local chapters, people who are proficient in the local language, and then train them. There you have success.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you. I think valid point that you've taken, but we've worked on it already. There is someone who does it in 17 different languages, and today to translate is not so difficult. But a good faculty from the local thing, and even if you have to partner with universities, and we will take your input surely, Mr. Krishnan, and I think we can start with Chennai to start off also. Should not even be a problem at all. I think a big round of applause to my fellow panelists who've done an excellent job. try to get the crowd back, and then I hand it over to Anupama for.
Thank you for a very engrossing session, I must say. And thank you, as Chaitali said, to all our audience who stayed back for this session. A big round of applause to you all. I would like to call upon Mr. Sheikh Afzal Hussain, Director Cargo Indigo, who have been the sponsor for this particular session, to felicitate our panelists. To start with our moderator, Mr. Satish Lakkaraju. Mr. Nitesh. Mr. Khalid Tunsar. Ms. Chaitali Mehta. And Mr. Munish Nandi. Thank you, Indigo, and thank you, panelists. We would request you to stay back for a group photo, please. Yes, yes, yes. Of course. Now we take a much needed tea break. Thank you all for staying back. We will join you again in 15 minutes time. Enjoy your networking. This tea break is sponsored by AI Class and ECS Global. While you go and enjoy your tea, may I hear a round of applause for AI Class and ECS Global, please. Thank you. See you in 15 minutes.
Regulations and the rapid rise of digital commerce are transforming the future of global logistics. In this new era, air cargo has become more than transportation. It has become the backbone of resilient global trade. And at the center of this transformation stands India, an ancient nation emerging as one of the world's fastest growing aviation and logistics markets. Driven by robust economic growth, expanding airport infrastructure, record aircraft orders, and transformative government initiatives. With its strategic geographic location, world-class logistics infrastructure, digital transformation, and increasing role in global manufacturing and trade, India is strengthening its position as a preferred global air cargo and supply chain hub. As international businesses diversify their supply chains, India is uniquely positioned to lead the next era of resilient, efficient, and sustainable global logistics. For the past 6 successful editions, the ACFI Annual Conclave has brought together the most influential voices of the global air cargo ecosystem, a platform where industry leaders, policymakers, airlines, airports, freight forwarders, technology innovators, and logistics pioneers connect. Now, the journey continues with a bold global vision. Welcome to the 7th ACFI World Conclave 2026. Reimagining global trade, India at the forefront of developing resilient supply chains. Bringing together over 800 delegates under one roof for powerful dialogue, collaboration, and business networking. Today, the captains of the global air cargo industry come together to shape the future of aviation logistics. Through focused discussions on New India as a rising global superpower, the transformative power of AI and digital technologies, and next-generation innovations, they will chart the roadmap to propel India's air cargo sector from 3.5 million tons to 10 million tons by 2030, unlocking new opportunities for trade, connectivity, and sustainable economic growth. Exchange ideas through fireside chats. Reimagine global trade in CEO Roundtable. Build strategic partnerships and collaborations in parallel air cargo roundtables. An extended exhibition arena offers opportunity for the exhibitors to showcase the latest products, technologies, and services driving the growth of air cargo and logistics. Encouraging rewarding platform, Innovatopia Awards. For breakthrough ideas, innovation, new technology, sustainable solutions received many remarkable and quality nominations. The stage is set for a grand celebration to reward the excellence across 5 categories. The future of global trade is being written today. Be where ideas become partnerships, where innovation meets opportunity, and where the next chapter of global air cargo begins. Let the proceeding of 7th Air Cargo World Conclave 2026 begin. The largest global air cargo leadership gathering in India. Trade is changing. Supply chains are being redefined. Across the world, geopolitical uncertainties, shifting trade routes, evolving regulations, and the rapid rise of digital commerce are transforming the future of global logistics. In this new era, air cargo has become more than transportation. It has become the backbone of resilient global trade. And at the center of this transformation stands India, an ancient nation emerging as one of the world's fastest growing aviation and logistics markets. driven by robust economic growth, expanding airport infrastructure, record aircraft orders, and transformative government initiatives. With its strategic geographic location, world-class logistics infrastructure, digital transformation, and increasing role in global manufacturing and trade, India is strengthening its position as a preferred global air cargo and supply chain hub. As international businesses diversify their supply chains, India is uniquely positioned to lead the next era of resilient, efficient, and sustainable global logistics. For the past 6 successful editions, the ACFI Annual Conclave has brought together the most influential voices of the global air cargo ecosystem, a platform where industry leaders, policymakers, airlines, airports, freight forwarders, technology innovators, and logistics pioneers connect. Now, the journey continues with a bold global vision. Welcome to the 7th ACFI World Conclave 2026. Reimagining global trade, India at the forefront of developing resilient supply chains. Bringing together over 800 delegates under one roof for powerful dialogue, collaboration, and business networking. Today, the captains of the global air cargo industry come together to shape the future of aviation logistics. Through focused discussions on New India as a rising global superpower, the transformative power of AI and digital technologies, and next-generation innovations, they will chart the roadmap to propel India's air cargo sector from 3.5 million tons to 10 million tons by 2030, unlocking new opportunities for trade, connectivity, and sustainable economic growth. Exchange ideas through fireside chats. Reimagine global trade in CEO Roundtable. Build strategic partnerships and collaborations in parallel air cargo roundtables. An extended exhibition arena offers opportunity for the exhibitors to showcase the latest products, technologies, and services driving the growth of air cargo and logistics. Encouraging rewarding platform, Innovatopia Awards. For breakthrough ideas, innovation, new technology, sustainable solutions received many remarkable and quality nominations. The stage is set for a grand celebration to reward the excellence across 5 categories. The future of global trade is being written today. Be where ideas become partnerships, where innovation meets opportunity, and where the next chapter of global air cargo begins. Let the proceeding of 7th Air Cargo World Conclave 2026 begin. The largest global air cargo leadership gathering in India. Trade is changing. Supply chains are being redefined. Across the world, geopolitical uncertainties, shifting trade routes, evolving regulations, and the rapid rise of digital commerce are transforming the future of global logistics. In this new era, air cargo has become more than transportation. It has become the backbone of resilient global trade. And at the center of this transformation stands India, an ancient nation emerging as one of the world's fastest growing aviation and logistics markets. Driven by robust economic growth, expanding airport infrastructure, record aircraft orders, and transformative government initiatives. With its strategic geographic location, world-class logistics infrastructure, digital transformation, and increasing role in global manufacturing and trade, India is strengthening its position as a preferred global air cargo and supply chain hub. As international businesses diversify their supply chains, India is uniquely positioned to lead the next era of resilient, efficient, and sustainable global logistics. For the past 6 successful editions, the ACFI Annual Conclave has brought together the most influential voices of the global air cargo ecosystem, a platform where industry leaders, policymakers, airlines, airports, freight forwarders, technology innovators, and logistics pioneers connect. Now, the journey continues with a bold global vision. Welcome to the 7th ACFI World Conclave 2026. Reimagining global trade, India at the forefront of developing resilient supply chains. Bringing together over 800 delegates under one roof for powerful dialogue, collaboration, and business networking. Today, the captains of the global air cargo industry come together to shape the future of aviation logistics. Through focused discussions on New India as a rising global superpower, the transformative power of AI and digital technologies, and next-generation innovations, they will chart the roadmap to propel India's air cargo sector from 3.5 million tons to 10 million tons by 2030, unlocking new opportunities for trade, connectivity, and sustainable economic growth. Exchange ideas through fireside chats. Reimagine global trade in CEO Roundtable. Build strategic partnerships and collaborations in parallel air cargo roundtables. An extended exhibition arena offers opportunity for the exhibitors to showcase the latest products, technologies, and services driving the growth of air cargo and logistics. Encouraging rewarding platform, Innovatopia Awards. For breakthrough ideas, innovation, new technology, sustainable solutions received many remarkable and quality nominations. The stage is set for a grand celebration to reward the excellence across 5 categories. The future of global trade is being written today. Be where ideas become partnerships, where innovation meets opportunity, and where the next chapter of global air cargo begins. Let the proceeding of 7th Air Cargo World Conclave 2026 begin, the largest global air cargo leadership gathering in India. Trade is changing. Supply chains are being redefined. Across the world, geopolitical uncertainties, shifting trade routes, evolving regulations, and the rapid rise of digital commerce are transforming the future of global logistics. In this new era, air cargo has become more than transportation. It has become the backbone of resilient global trade. And at the center of this transformation stands India, an ancient nation emerging as one of the world's fastest growing aviation and logistics markets. Driven by robust economic growth, expanding airport infrastructure, record aircraft orders, and transformative government initiatives. With its strategic geographic location, world-class logistics infrastructure, digital transformation, and increasing role in global manufacturing and trade, India is strengthening its position as a preferred global air cargo and supply chain hub. As international businesses diversify their supply chains, India is uniquely positioned to lead the next era of resilient, efficient, and sustainable global logistics. For the past 6 successful editions, the ACFI Annual Conclave has brought together the most influential voices of the global air cargo ecosystem, a platform where industry leaders, policymakers, airlines, airports, freight forwarders, technology innovators, and logistics pioneers connect. Now, the journey continues with a bold global vision. Welcome to the 7th ACFI World Conclave 2026. Reimagining global trade, India at the forefront of developing resilient supply chains. Bringing together over 800 delegates under one roof for powerful dialogue, collaboration, and trade is changing. Supply chains are being redefined. Across the world, geopolitical uncertainties, shifting trade routes, evolving regulations, and the rapid rise of digital commerce are transforming the future of global logistics. In this new era, air cargo has become more than transportation. It has become the backbone of resilient global trade.
May I please request everyone to settle down? And may I please request all our guests who are outside the hall, may I please request you to come and be settled for our next session, please? Yes. Fine. Yes.
Session 30 minutes originally, but I'll try and complete in 20 minutes.
Okay. If you are all ready, can we start the session? Can I hear a big yes? So as kids, I have been always fascinated with this sci-fi movies which used to show us drones and these aircrafts which used to do vertical takeoff and landing. Of course, those were not real. But now it's so amazing to see all our dreams of flying such aircrafts or experiencing such aircrafts is becoming a reality. Our next session is about how technology has brought our childhood dreams into reality. The session is Beyond Runways, VTOL, Drones, and the Next Era. This fireside chat is moderated by none other than Mr. Ramesh Mamidala, Head Cargo Air India and Vice President ACFI. As we all know, he is a seasoned aviation and logistics professional with over 30 years of industry experience, including more than 25 years in air cargo. An engineer with masters in transport planning and MBA from Bradford University, he has held senior leadership role with Emirates Group, Qatar Airways, Celebi Cargo, and Adani Airport. He currently leads cargo at Air India, where he is focused on transforming the cargo business, developing a multi-hub network, and preparing for the airline's planned freighter expansion. His extensive experience spans cargo infrastructure, product development, airport operations, and global cargo management. Can I hear a huge round of applause for Mr. Mamidala, please? Joining him are Mr. Tomohiro Fukuzawa, founder and CEO of SkyDrive, Mr. Tomohiro is a graduate from the University of Tokyo Faculty of Engineering. After graduation, he joined Toyota, where he was responsible for global procurement, and in 2018, he launched SkyDrive, becoming CEO of SkyDrive. Tomohiro is also a member of Japanese-led task force examining future eVTOL industry regulation. Please welcome Mr. Tomohiro with a round of applause, please. And to join them, I would like to call Mr. Mayur Shah, Executive Director, Strategy and Planning, Suzuki R&D Center, India Private Limited. Mayur Shah is a distinguished professional with over 27 years of expertise in Indo-Japanese business relations, specializing in finance and IT and R&D services. He has now embarked on a new journey as Executive Director at Suzuki R&D India Center Private Limited. In this role, Mayur is a key member of the founding team, where he is responsible for steering company's mobility-related technological innovations and infrastructure investments. One huge round of applause for our Fire Chat panelists. Over to you, Ramesh Mamidalaji.
Thank you, Anupama. Thank you very much. So, good evening. Welcome back to this session again. This is a session that personally I've been looking forward to have this session, not only because of ACFI, but otherwise, because the idea of technology, you see the machine which Shakti is actually keeping it here. This is 1:200, right? Yeah, 1:20. 1:20. So the model that we are seeing on the stage between Mayur-san and Tomohiro-san is 1:20 model that they have, and they also have 1:5 in the exhibition area. So I'm quite excited with this technology, so I wanted to understand more. We know a little bit over the last few weeks, but we always wanted to understand some more from both of them. Is the reason why we wanted to organize the chat. I'm happy that this is taking place now. So although Anupama has already introduced, so we have these two gentlemen. We have Mr. Fuzukawa from SkyDrive, as you know. We've been interacting with him for the last 2 days because he has a stand and he's been actively talking to people both in the conference and also at the stall where the prototype is displayed. And we have Mr. Mayu-san, also has been very active. He's been part of the conference and also at the booth where Suzuki had displayed the new generation of e-mobility solutions. So he's also here with us. I'm happy to host both of you. And I'm sure this is going to be a very exciting chat, not just for me, but for all the participants. And it should be exciting for you as well, you know, seeing and interacting with so many people. So before I get into the conversation, just to set the tone, set the context, so I have a very, very brief presentation. So not to steal the thunder from both of you, but I just wanted to start the session with a very brief presentation. And I understand you have a presentation as well, right? Okay. Okay. So next slide, please. Can you display the presentation on the main screen? Yeah. Next slide. All right. So I think one thing, even I was confused when I heard about this technology. In fact, luckily, I think last week we had the Civil Aviation Minister kind of inaugurating another company that is producing a similar technology. So he himself actually talked about eVTOL, you know, that I first heard about this a few months ago when I started interacting with SkyDrive. So the question that came to my head is, what is a drone and what is an eVTOL, right? So I just, from my point of view, although we will hear from both of them, especially from SkyDrive as an organization, as to what is this eVTOL, you know, how is it differentiated from drone and what are the advantages? So what I understood, very briefly, this is electric powered as well, right? But this is very akin, very close to the technology that we see in helicopters, right? So we should actually treat it as an aviation machine, aviation instrument, not as a drone. So that's what I understood. So the rules that typically apply to the general aviation that we see will be applicable for this technology as well. So this offers higher payload and longer operating range, which is very good for cargo, especially. So it kind of combines the flexibility of helicopters, but the helicopters, as we know, make a lot of noise. Emission levels are also very high, but this is where disadvantage is. It brings all the advantages of helicopters, but no emissions and no noise. So this technology has a lot of advantage. It brings a lot of flexibility. Higher payload obviously is good for cargo. So we are kind of looking at it very, very favorably for cargo industry. Next slide. So over the last few weeks, we have started looking at it to see where it can be useful for cargo. As some of you can imagine, this machine will be extremely used for last mile, first mile. I'm quite excited about that, especially in congested cities. Most of our cities have become very congested, especially during peak. If you go to Bangalore, all of us know to go from the airport to anywhere in the city would take 2 hours. And all the other cities are also no different. Most of the tier 1 cities have become congested. And from my experience over the last few months, I have seen even very important shipments such as the live organs, taking anywhere from 3 to 4 hours to reach the concerned hospital from the airport, which is not good for them, which is not good for those of shipment. So healthcare logistics will immensely benefit from this kind of technology for last mile, first mile. And express cargo, I think the definition of express cargo will materially change when this technology is deployed for the last mile, first mile. And disaster response, especially areas where not very easy to reach and access. Some of the northeast states come to our head when we think about it. So in these challenges, I think this technology will be immensely useful, and we'll hear more from both of you as to where we will find use of this technology. Next slide. So without going through a lot of details, we will again hear from SkyDrive as to what is the current legal framework. So there's a drone policy that has come into effect, which is still evolving. And although this kind of a technology and for the general aviation traffic management, unfortunately at this point in time, we don't have a unified policy that accommodates the entire set of machines that can operate in air. That's one thing. So it is evolving, but we will try to understand what is the issue with the existing one, where the changes need to happen, both globally as well as in India. So that's one expectation from this, but I'll ask those questions during the conversation. Next slide. But then we try to understand what is the opportunity from the cargo point of view. So we have kind of put some very, very high level numbers together. Within India, drone, including this technology, the market size should be about $1.4 billion. I think it is possibly underestimated. And the kind of growth, once it is fully deployed, we are looking at about 20 to 25% annual growth. And when we looked at the last mile, first mile opportunity, which is what I mentioned earlier, especially the healthcare logistics, last mile, first mile, and critical shipments logistics, high value shipments, I think if you look at the applicable market, within the market, the relevant market size for this kind of technology is something mind-boggling. The number that I'm seeing is $7.5 billion. So that's a very, very large number. Some of this technology is becoming a reality in 2028, which is another 2 years down the line. From there, we actually start seeing this industry doing these kind of numbers, which is amazing to me. Next slide. So there are some key recommendations which are part of my presentation, but I will not go through it because we need to hear from the colleagues here, right? So I'll skip this presentation and get into the chat. Yeah, we can close the presentation. So while I do this presentation, as I said in the beginning, I understand you also have a presentation to make. So let's jump into that, then I'll start my questions. Can you display the presentation from SkyDrive, please? All right, it's coming in. You need some time to display, or you're able to access that? Yeah, you can go ahead.
Namaste. My name is Tomohiro Fukuzawa, CEO and founder of SkyDrive, Japanese eVTOL or advanced air mobility startup. It's very honored to be here. So can you start the video? So, and so we are making what's called eVTOL, electrical vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, or so-called AAM, Advanced Air Mobility. So we started our company in 2018, and I was working in an automobile company and realized that only automobile don't have innovation, even though there are so many innovation in IT sectors or service sectors. And that's why we want to make something like flying cars, like science fiction movie has expressed for the last decades. And at first, we made a very big drone, and it flies stably. And then we start making a passenger drone, or eVTOL. So for the last 8 years, we have developed, and for the last 1 year, we finished making 3-seater model and have a flight every day in Japan. So we have already finished 300 aircraft flying. Okay, yeah, could you? So this is a video of our aircraft flying. We have 12 rotor over the cabin, and we have 3-seater in the cabin. So 1 pilot and 2 passenger is in this vehicle. And if we lose 1 or 2 motors or 1 battery, we can fly still. So the safeness or reliability is almost same with helicopter or twin engine helicopters. And so we have already finished technology side, and now we are focusing on certification side, so that we can guarantee the reliability or safetyness with current aviation. Okay, so next please. So this vehicle can use for both a passenger topic or logistic-wise. And so as Ramesh-san explained, so there are 2 sectors of logistics. One is eVTOL, and the other one is drone. Drone has less certification needed, but operation range is limited. And otherwise, eVTOL has almost very big certification like aircraft. But once we get certification, we can fly anywhere like aircraft or helicopters. Next, please. And we are focusing on eVTOL. So there are hundreds of eVTOL companies around the world, but now only 5 or 6 companies have already succeeded full-scale model flying, and also formally proceeding global certification. And the uniqueness of SkyDrive in them is we have the most small footprint, and we have the least initial cost to start the business. It is very important to start the business, especially in India or other area, Asia area, especially in density and have a very congestion area. Next, please. And there are many use cases like transportation, sightseeing, logistic, medical. And now we are talking with Air India, Suzuki, that it's very important to start from logistic medical because it is very essential for society. Next, please. So when we think about that, we made an MOU with Air India, Suzuki, SkyDrive together to think about the feasibility study of medical air logistics in India. So combination of 3 strengths, Air India, operational, Suzuki, India market, and SkyDrive vehicle might be very good to start this project. Next, please. So we want to show some use cases studied under right now. Next, please. So for example, when we think about medical topic, please go next, please. So some type of radioactive isolation, when we carry this medicine, it is radioactive. So if we use 1 hour to carry that, 20% of the medicine cannot use after delivery. But if we fly it, almost 100% medicine can use. So it is very effective to patient and also cost-wise. Next, please. And at the same time, if we think about organ transportations, if it takes 1 or 2 hours, sometimes organ cannot be used. But if we can use sky, even though there are traffic jams, it is very stable transportation might be capable. Next, please. And in the future, if there's some aircraft part is needed, we can use aircraft by delivering parts very soon. In that case, we can minimize AOG time. So those kind of use cases might be very useful, and we are digging for the next few months. Yeah, that is all for me. Thank you.
Oh, great. This is brilliant, and this is very exciting. I think we as a country are waiting for this technology to happen, because I clearly see a very large benefit to the country in terms of managing our last mile, first mile. So I think it's now the technology differentiation between drones and eVTOL, that is very clear to me, and I'm sure with your presentation everyone is clear about that. But the question that comes up, although we have put some numbers together, from your point of view, because you're investing money, you're inventing this technology and making these machines, how big is the market that you are targeting, both globally and also in India?
Yeah, so already drone market is becoming very huge, especially inspections or like that, sightseeing or like that. eVTOL market should be huge too, because more and more people in India buy mobility to move around. And in that case, traffic jam or congestion should be there. So in that case, if we can use sky, the opportunity might be huge, and also we can see very good scenery along transportation. And also, it is same with logistics. So the market might be huge, I believe.
Very good. So obviously we see Suzuki, and Suzuki, especially as we call it as Maruti Suzuki in India, this is a well-known brand. And if you take account, if you go around the room, you find almost 70–80% of us sitting here have Suzuki cars in India. So we as a country believe in the technology, we love the brand. And the Suzuki brand is known, especially the automotive industry in India, known for reliability, cost-effective automotive production that happens in India. So we love the brand. So what is the relationship between you and Suzuki? How are you working together?
Yeah, so we have built a relationship with Suzuki for more than 4 years. And we have the same vision, like making a compact, cool vehicle on ground and in the sky. So we have collaboration at first in manufacturing area. So that's why our aircraft flying is made in factory in Suzuki in Japan. And now we are cultivating a market in India together with Suzuki. And in the future, we believe we can make a factory in India with you too.
Brilliant. So let me come to you, Mayur-san. So
Sure.
I'm very happy to see somebody attending from Suzuki R&D. As I said, Suzuki as a brand is very, very close to the hearts of people here. Why do you think, as the Suzuki R&D representative, why do you think the advanced air mobility solutions are important for you as a company, important for the country as India? And what is the future? What is your long-term plan for the e-mobility solutions that you're putting together?
Thank you very much. First of all, congratulations. This is amazing forum. And I'm just taking myself 1 year back. 1 year back, that was our maiden participation in this forum. We were sitting in audience, and I have one confession to make. Me and my colleague, we sat through from morning to evening. 1 year later, we have come to this forum with 2 solutions. One is SkyDrive, that is the flying car, and another one is the micro e-mobility. We'll be talking in the next session. As far as the SkyDrive is concerned, we are not looking today or tomorrow. We are looking the challenges India will face down the line 5 years, 10 years. And as Fukuzawa-san mentioned, the higher population, the congested roads, and at the same time sustainable growth with efficiency, this will have to coexist. We'll have to leapfrog in terms of technology. We'll have to leapfrog in terms of thinking beyond the roads. And that's where we feel this technology is actually well suited for the Viksit Bharat. Thank you.
Brilliant, very good. So let me come to SkyDrive now. So in the recent past, in the beginning, I took the example of another company launching a similar product in Bangalore. So how do you differentiate SkyDrive in producing this machine from the other technology investors or other competition that you have in India?
So Suzuki is well known best well known in India because they made a very compact, cool, reasonable automobile. So we want to go same area. So in the sky, there are some other companies who make very big one, but we focus on very compact one, which can take off and land from very small footprint. That is very important, and when we go to urban area or local area, everywhere as a vertiport. So that is our uniqueness, and also it enables initial cost much lower than others.
So do you actually foresee e-commerce companies, the likes of Amazon, using these machines for the last mile, first mile?
Yes, so initially we focus on last 10 mile and go beyond.
So apart from health logistics, e-commerce is also the other vertical that you can potentially look at.
Yes, yes.
Okay, brilliant. So the other thing that obviously in the beginning I talked about the drone policy. What is the regulatory framework that would operate this industry? This is obviously very, very new technology that is still taking shape. We have no idea how this will actually shape up. But from your point of view, both globally as well as in India, how do you see the regulatory framework for this technology evolving?
Yes, so all eVTOL as reliability is same with aircraft. So for our aircraft, our regulation is almost same with helicopter. So we are now proceeding certification of eVTOL, but actually same with helicopter. So the pilot license is too, same with helicopter. So person who has helicopter license can 20 hours training to ride on SkyDrive vehicle. So that's why regulation doesn't have to change and easy to get reliability. But of course, certification process is same, so we have to have very much workload to secure the reliability.
Interesting. So eVTOL, is it what it is called globally, or is any other name that people use anywhere else? eVTOL, is eVTOL globally?
Yeah, so mainly eVTOL is made in China, US, and Japan, and like that. So we are one of the major eVTOL in Asia, and now especially our market is in Asia right now.
So eVTOL, as I said in my presentation, is obviously electric vertical takeoff and landing. That is what it is known for. So very interesting name. Now it is becoming a household name globally. So from cargo point of view, in your presentation you've talked about 2-3 applications, especially for health logistics. What are the other cargo use cases that you have in mind from India point of view?
So especially very urgent and urgent cargo or very precious cargo might be very important. So I think, for example, very precious like gold or crystal might be used for some location. And yeah, emergency topic is very important initially. And then when we produce more vehicle, the vehicle cost might be very low to the automobile level. In that case, more popular it becomes to carry many goods, I believe.
Okay. So when can we see this mission in India? What are the timelines?
So we are now focusing on certification to secure the reliability or safetiness, and we are targeting 2028 to finish certification. And then we start commercialization. So we hope we can start commercialization in India in 2028 or 9.
29 is when we should look at it. So what will be your model of operations? You produce and give it to somebody to operate, or you also operate yourself, these machines?
Yeah, and so we are very focusing on product to make it better. So we are focusing on manufacturing or development side. So that's why we are trying to have a partner like you, India, or other vertiport or like that to make a market together.
Very interesting. So let me now turn to Mayur-san. Obviously, being in the automotive industry, production, intensive industry, manufacturing intensive industry, Suzuki globally and also in India is known for excellence in manufacturing, right? And so how do you see your partnership with SkyDrive evolving, and what is the role that you foresee playing with this partnership within India?
I think as Suzuki, we are very clear. First of all, we have been partnering with them for manufacturing even in Japan. So we have an early insight into the manufacturing challenges this eVTOL presence, and now fairly well we understand. It's very interesting to know for the audience that 20% of components are actually procured from India as of now itself. And going forward, since last 4 decades, we have nurtured and cultivated partnership with so many automotive component makers. And we believe that partnership is also going to be extremely useful for helping SkyDrive manufacture this in India, not just for Indian market, but from India to global market. And that's what we strive to do.
I'm a bit excited to ask you, cargo obviously is relevant for the audience sitting here. What are the passenger applications for this?
Yeah, I think sightseeing might be good to start because if we start air taxi, we have to conscious about urban areas, social acceptance or time conscious or like that. So starting from sightseeing is very important, I believe.
So we have a lot of rich people sitting here. So if somebody wants to buy this machine, how much would this cost us?
Yeah, I believe less than 10 Ferrari.
How much? How much?
$2-3 million, I believe. Yeah.
That's it. I think Vadvaji, you should look at it. $2 or $3 million each. You should buy.
Thank you.
He's asking for discount. All right. So I have 1 or 2 more questions, but I would like to take this opportunity. Obviously, he's not here forever, so he has come only for this conference. And it is indeed difficult to get his time. So I would like to give an opportunity to the audience to ask any questions. New technology, evolving technology. I think people are also very excited to find more use cases with these technologies. So I would like to open up. If anybody has any questions, I think please come up and ask. Yeah, please go ahead. Can you please supply the mic here, please?
Hello. Yeah, I'm Rachit Bhatnagar. And, I've been following this eVTOL space, and which is, I think, also called, like you were saying, Advanced Air Mobility, AAM, what we also call in generally everywhere. My point of, my question is, like in India, we have to have the UTM, Unmanned Traffic Management. That system has to be developed, for operating these eVTOL machines, because they're going to, operate in the same space as, aircraft and helicopters also. So that's one conflict which is there. Like, how are they going to be, flying in one corridor? Some kind of airspace is being allotted by DGCA. That is one part. And also the infrastructure to operate. Are they going to operate from metro to metro? The vertiports have to come up in each location. So what is that system also be, developing by the government or the, any stakeholders?
So thank you for your question. And our vehicle range is at first 30, 40 kilometers in the beginning, as we use electricity battery. And when the battery is more senior, the range is better. And thinking of a vertiport or heliport, we can make a vertiport if we have a 20 meter range size. So we can make far more than airport, maybe 10 times, 100 times of airport we can make a vertiport in all around India area. So and also we can use the same charger of electrical vehicle. So the infrastructure cost is not so much. So at first we want to make a dedicated A point to B point, and then we go to more and more needed base route we want to make.
What is the range and the
payload? I have a question, Rameshji. He just mentioned, here. He
Yes,
just mentioned that one pilot and 2 passengers.
Yes.
You just mentioned it. Is any specific requirement, is there any specific requirement or a pilot license to be taken for that pilot?
So there are 2 steps. First step, currently.
Because our DGCA is very stiff. You know that.
Yes. So
can a Ferrari owner drive your drone?
There's no need to drive, you need to sit.
I have a question here.
Mr. Wadhwa, are you over? Are you through? My name is Sanjay Malhotra. I am from Air Shagun. We are passenger and charter operators here in India. I have a question like you are manufacturing these eVTOL in Japan, right? So are you planning to manufacture the eVTOL in India? Because the manufacturing cost would be, so if you are looking for a partner, please consider. Yeah, thank you.
So what I've understood from them, Suzuki will be manufacturing their machines. They're doing it in Japan as well.
Okay,
They
but
will also
in
be the
case-
manufacturers in
in
India.
Case, yeah, I got it. Like, I mean, in case Suzuki, they want a partner, local partner, we are open for it. Thank you.
Yeah, and already 20% of our aircraft parts is coming from India already.
Okay.
And then, yeah, we hope we can make a factory in the near future in India with Suzuki.
That's great.
Yeah, yeah. And thanks to your question, so initially, the license is, helicopter license is needed. And 20 hours training of SkyDrive vehicle enables the pilot license. But actually, helicopter training is not needed for eVTOL technically. So in the near future, we want to have a direct access to eVTOL besides helicopter.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here. Mr. Mamidal, I'm here. On your drone, your vertical limit is 400 meters, below 40 meters, 400 meters. What is the height that you can do on an eVTOL which you are permitted officially to fly? What is the height that you could fly?
Yeah, so with full payload, 2,000 meter is the
2,000
highest.
meters.
Yeah, yeah. From sea.
Yeah, Sandeep.
Hi. Yep. So I can see that your use cases are more tailored towards passenger and cargo transportation. Do you also have plans in the future to tailoring this product for defense use cases?
Yeah, so yeah, of course, there might be a potential use case for defense. Initially, we are focusing on cargo and passenger, but yeah, potentially, yeah, there is.
Hello, I'm Vishwaroop from Grokking AI. And my question is, how much AI is helpful in design and engineering of your drone? By AI, I mean LLMs like Claude, and also using AI to design your drone, like AI for text to CAD. And so overall, how much do you think AI is helpful in your design and engineering and knowledge work of your drone?
Yeah, so roughly speaking, 10-20% AI is using, especially when we make some document or rough calculation or like that. And in the near future, and also we are trying to have a detect of failure of motors or battery by using AI. And in 10 years, 20 years, control by AI might be possible, I believe. But initially, a pilot is on board to use sticks. Yeah.
One more question. So the one sitting next to, do you have a, no, same question? Okay. Anybody else?
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
Please go ahead.
My name is Rahul. My question is related to drone in mountain, future of drone in mountain area. Can drone is realistically replace helicopter for last mile health and emergency logistic in remote mountain communities?
So yeah, if you carry like 10 kilograms payload, drone might be possible better. And if you carry 100 kilograms, 200, 300 like that, eVTOL might be more reliable and easy to carry. So not all helicopter will change, but in the beginning, some level, a little bit smaller payload or a little bit smaller range might start to change or diverse the vehicle, I believe. Yeah.
Can I ask you something about the safety? So I see a lot of multiple rotors, right? And I understand that it has redundancy built in. So how safe are these machines for, let's say, passenger transportation?
Yeah, so if we have billions of hours of time, we have to guarantee one or less critical accident might happen. So that's why there's a redundancy, like if we lose 1 or 2 or 3 rotors, we can fly still. Same with battery control or like that. Yeah, so, and we have to negotiate, talk deeply with DGCA too from now, yeah.
Interesting. So I think that's what we have time for the Q&A. So before we close, I would like each of you to make some closing remarks. We can start with Mayur-san.
Well, I think Suzuki has democratized the personal mobility in India, and we are hoping that the same can be done with this new technology, eVTOL. And more importantly, one of the reasons why we are so excited about this MOU with Air India is that beyond business, this is a commitment to society, where we are trying to solve a problem which is actually real. And probably this kind of technology can make it easy for everybody to see value, that it's no more luxury, it's a necessity, where the rest of the things can wait to happen, but life is so precious, and that could be saved. So we are looking forward to it.
It's very honored to be here in India. I think India is the most potential, not only market, but also the industry, because India has so much manufacturing space. That's why we are importing already parts from India. And also demand side, there's a huge market. So we believe not only market side, but India might be the leader of eVTOL markets, eVTOL industry. So we want to get together to go to the direction. Thank you.
Absolutely. We are very good in adopting technology, right? You see the smartphones everywhere. So we are looking forward to seeing these very soon in the market, and you will be surprised and amazed with the adoption that India would do. So looking forward, and all the best with this technology. So that's it from us, and let me hand this back to Anupama. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ramesh, and thank you, panelists, for taking us to the future. Ladies and gentlemen, this particular fireside chat was sponsored by Air India. May I please welcome Mr. Nikhil Bansal, VP Cargo Sales, Air India, to felicitate our panelists. Can we have a louder applause, please? Yes. To start with, Mr. Ramesh Mamidala. Mr. Tomohiro Fukuzawa.
Done? Thank you. Hello.
And
Hello.
Mr. Mayur Shah. Thank you, gentlemen. So we all know quality in cargo is not just about moving shipments, it's also about moving them safely, reliably, and right every single time. The theme of our next presentation is the Cargo Service Quality Initiative, presented by Mr. Keku Gazdar, Board Member of and Chair, Knowledge, Innovation and Research Pillar, ACFI. Joining him is Mr. Sanjeev Edward, President, ACFI. Give a round of applause for them, please.
Standing here. Okay. Good evening, everybody. And,
Good evening, good evening.
Welcome to this session. Good to see enthusiastic faces this evening and this time. I have the distinct honor of sharing the stage with the President, ACFI, for a very important initiative as this chapter is doing. Sanjeev, I think first I want to thank you for the inspiration you had in thinking and discussing this over the last year. And I want to give a little bit of context as and when the slides come up.
Great.
To you, Sanjeev.
Yeah, and before we start, thank you. I was just telling Keku standing over there, the engagement levels are so high, and this is a great group. I was talking to Arun, he says, we have got the cocktails happening in a while, but people are still waiting. I think the patience is great. So we've got some interesting insights. But when we talk of service quality, right? I mean, cargo, we're talking of a customer satisfaction questionnaire, a CSQ, a service quality index. Keku, you've been on the knowledge side of it, you've worked on it. Why don't you start off quickly before I get into the depth?
Sure. So I'm going to jump to a slide and start with why CSQ? What's the whole big reason that we have this initiative from here? And Sanjeev, what's the gap in the market for which we decided to do this?
I'll tell you very simply. The other day, I was in a different town, I was traveling, so I wanted to order some food, right? So I looked at, you open the Zomato app, I went there. I was looking for a good place to order food from, right? It threw me 4 options. The choices, it's giving you the options 4.8, 4.9 and all of that, right? So how do you choose? The choices is not between a 3.5 and a 4.9, right? The choices is between 4.8, 4.9, 4.95. How do you choose? Obviously, there has to be some measure of quality. Unfortunately, Keku, in our industry, there's no measure of quality, right?
Correct.
Everybody's saying they're doing a great job. We have self-assessment tools. People do their own audit surveys and all of that. But who's endorsing what you're saying, right? So what you need is, when we go to somebody like a Zomato or a Swiggy's, you've got some, and who's rating it? The customer's rating it, right? The customer's voice is, we say customer is king, they speak the truth, but are we really measuring what the customer is saying? So that was really, we said we need to have a measure of quality. So that's been the thought behind, having a number to say we are doing a good job, who's endorsing it. Second thing, is in fact, Keku, a little bit of history here. So when I became the chairman of TIACA, the first thing I did was, the first call I made was to the chairman of the Global Shippers Forum. I said, look, ultimately all of us in this value chain are actually serving one individual, which is the shipper. What can we do for you as a customer? And he said, Sanjeev, you see, there is no measure of quality in the value chain. So if I look at a value chain, you've got a airline, airport, cargo terminal operator. There is no measure for me to know which one is doing a great job. So whenever I'm talking to somebody, the only discussion I have is on price. And when you have a discussion on the price, the direction is only one. It's only downward direction, right? When the direction is downwards, what's happening? You may be doing a great job, but you're only talking price. If you're talking price, your margins are depleting. You're not investing back into the business. When not investing back into the business, which means as an industry, you're losing out your competitive edge because you're not improving. If you look at sea, they used to do 52 days, say, to Area 1. They went down to 35, 18. They're investing back into the business. But as an air cargo, you're not. So if you're not investing back, and how do you grow? So he says, one of the things that we really need to do is, get out of this cycle, find a measure where, I can go to somebody and say, okay, I've got 3 players. This is the level of quality they deliver. And, that's where this whole idea of CSQ started.
Awesome. So what does CSQ actually get out to do? What's the core reason? First, we want to define a clear customer service quality benchmark pan-India. So we are not measuring airports, we are measuring individual terminals for their service. So that's the bottom line. A measurement for quality. This is about customer. Sanjeev, we are always talking about what does the customer want. So strengthen the customer service relationship. Give customers visibility. In all the sessions that you heard this morning, that came out very well as visibility. This is technology. There is no manual intervention in this entire process. So customers evaluate the services that they get from the terminal, and this data can be used by the terminals to improve where they see there is a requirement for.
In fact, one thing just to quickly mention, Keku, so we talked about the entire value chain, right? There are several people, there are the forwarders, airlines, terminal operators, airports. So why only terminals, right? So this is only the starting point, and the idea is ultimately we should be able to measure the service quality of each player in the value chain and rate it by their customers. So this is the phase one we're starting, but ultimately we want to expand it to the entire supply chain.
So how does this actually work? This is, like I mentioned earlier, completely data-backed. We've partnered with a company called the Tiny Data Company. It's a technology platform. 5 stages, shortlist. The terminal operators pick up from a variety of their customers, high-value customers, high-dense customers, etc. Pick up a list, do a survey across 23 parameters that we have identified where customers are interacting with the terminal. Who are the customers? Your shippers, your forwarders, your CHAs. They are the ones who are interacting with the terminal, and they need to get feedback on their service. Capture responses directly. There's no manual intervention, like I said. Score. Category and overall scores computed based on the agency self-assessment. And most important, this report remains confidential. This is between a forwarder, a customer service, a customer, and a terminal.
So you're actually measuring on 5 different parameters. You're looking at the infrastructure, so your customer gets to rate, the customer, in fact, the service they get. And we were looking at it global. I mean, how do you create a single quality tool which is, which can be used across? If you break down the entire cargo process down to the bare bones, I mean, there is anywhere in the world you may be, top-notch, highly automated cargo terminal, or you may go to something which is very manual. Some things don't change. There's a customer who will put a cargo on a truck. He will show up at a truck dock. Somebody needs to offload. It needs to go into an X-ray or a storage place. Those customer interfaces are the same. So we actually came to the customer touch points. And how does the customer rate you at the touch points where the customer interface is happening? So infrastructure is one place. There is also the safety and security processes. So I remember, Bob was talking about yesterday or from SAT saying that sometimes we can be overdoing it. So what is the security and safety is good, but it should be at a level which doesn't compromise security or safety, but it should also not be inconvenient to the customer. So you might get measured on that. How good are your processes? Are they customer friendly? Is there ease of doing business? The customers get to. Sometimes we can say, I'm doing a great job. But if a customer doesn't think it's a great job, it's not a great job, right? So we get the customer to rate that. And then trade facilitation. This is an interesting area. And this idea we picked up from what, the ASQ service quality happens by ACI, for the airports. So even if you see Delhi airports as they're #1 for so many years, but it's also the CISF, it's also the other, regulators, which the customs, other regulators get rated on that. So how good you are depends on how good your regulators and the whole ecosystem works. Sometimes in the reality, nobody sometimes has, and no offense meant to anybody, nobody has the courage to go and tell a regulator, say you're not doing a great job, right? Here you have or there's a room for doing it better. Here you have a tool because your customer is saying, look, maybe this process with this regulator is taking a little longer. You can take that report and say, sir, you were doing a great job, but this is a 3.5. Can we work together to make it a 4.5? This is how we've improved the service quality at the airport at Delhi, and this is an example. So we will have trade facilitation as well. We get the regulators to be scored as well, and then you can work together, collaborate with them to improve the service levels. So this is, Keku, how the framework works.
This cycle will be done twice a year. We are in phase 1, you can call it a test cycle, a test phase. So every 6 months this will be due. So it gives enough time to the terminal operator to review the score and improve where the improvement are required. Now, who does what? Again, in the spirit of transparency, ACFI will own the platform, ratify the parameters, the cargo terminal operator will receive the questions, the cargo custom brokers and forwarders will rate, and Tiny Data, which is a technology platform, will be providing the results of the survey. Sanjeev, from a terminal's perspective, please explain how the CTOs are getting rated and what's the current cycles.
Yeah. This is just illustrative, but this is a typical dashboard it can look like. Once you've done your CSQ, your results come, it will tell you, look, you are actually 4.3 out of a scale of 1 to 5. You know, you're ranked number 13 out of the 14 that participated. But it also tells you that, you know, what's the industry best, what's the average, and how do you perform. So it gives you and against each parameter, if you see, it'll tell you on infrastructure, how are you performing against the industry average, industry best, against security, safety, processes. And, you know, it'll also give you how many people responded, you know, what's the majority saying, what's the minority saying. So here is a tool which tells you exactly what your customer, this is, you know, where you go and put a pulse and say, this is my survey for what the customers are saying. This is what a typical dashboard can look. We put illustrative, but it'll have much more detail. You can actually deep dive into infrastructure. If customer is saying you're at 4.4, where are you losing the 0.6, right? It'll also give you what are the free format comments. It can also tell you that, you know, this is what the customer is saying, this is the areas you need to improve. So this is, I mean, it's a great tool that we think for the CTOs.
So, who's the customer? What I mentioned earlier, the forwarder, CH, etc., and this is phase 1. We have a phase 2 that will come up as we move forward, is how do the airlines rate the terminals? Now, there are 2 customers to every terminal. On one side, you have the airlines, on one side, you have the rest. Right now, we are starting with what a customer requires from the terminal. Phase 2 will be how are the airlines rating the services that they get. And the reason we keep this separate is because the parameters are completely different on each side of the terminal. Yeah. Did I do something wrong? Okay, I should take this out of my hand. Yeah. What does it deliver and when? Sanjeev, from an industry terminal operator perspective, this is what we have.
So I think the more important thing is, you know, it raises the profile of the Indian air cargo industry in totality, because, you know, when you start measuring quality, you start, you know, identifying what needs to be improved, and you start doing those interventions, you know, the scores keep going up, right? If you know your infrastructure was a 3.5 last time, you will obviously need to do something about it, right? It will also tell you where exactly you went wrong. If you intervene, 6 months later, your score should improve. So gradually, as an industry, it will raise the bar for the Indian air cargo industry to deliver a better quality of service.
Correct. And also this, as Sanjeev, you rightly mentioned, this is going to be interactive in with the regulators. So the regulators at each airport would be able to identify that if the score is not up to where they are, there could be an intervention that has to come from the regulators, from the PJs, customs, everybody has a say. As far as the customer is, he is interfacing with the terminal. And in the terminal, it's not just the terminal operator, it could be other players in the terminal who are having an impact on the score.
Yeah, and for the cargo terminal operators, it's a great tool to actually take back to their customers, take back to the management saying we are doing a great job, right? When we scored well in the school, we were very happy to show the report card to the parents, right? When there was something wrong, we will find, you know, who can sign this for me, right? Otherwise, I have a problem, how to take it back. But if you're doing a great job, nothing to fear. So, but the thing is, you start assessing yourself, right? Nobody outside is, you start assessing yourself, you see how you improve. The important thing is also, you know, sometimes, and this is something that we learned globally, this is a global story. Cargo always is the second priority when it comes to making investment, right? And no matter how much you say that, you know, cargo needs investment, always somebody will say, you know, there's another business that has priority. This report will actually tell you, the customers are saying, my truck dock area needs repair, the exhibition setup is not good. You take that report, go back to your board and say, you know, this is what the customers are saying. Unless we invest, you know, we're not getting a better rating from the customers, we may end up losing business. So once you do that, you're raising the bar. So this is equipping the business many ways to actually drive the quality standards up.
So the implementation. So we always work on strict timelines and measurable timelines. So phase 1 is done. Board has ratified the 23 parameters were ready to go. Phase 2, onboarding. pleased to announce to everybody that all the terminals, the cargo terminals in the country are on board. They all are willing to be part of this. We're starting with the Cycle 1 survey. We will have those scorecards, and we will then move to Cycle 2. Again, very important that there is wide participation from all of you, your chance to evaluate the terminals, and even more important is that these parameters that are set are for all the airports on the same parameters. There's no big airport, small airport, nothing. It's a terminal. We want to evaluate the terminal. You are the judges. You have now a voice to say how you think that terminal works. Last word, Sanjeev, from you.
No, thank you. I mean, we are excited to actually present this tool, and ACFI, we know it's a complete value chain, so a complete, all the stakeholders are there. So we had a lot of discussion, debate, on how do we do it, what's the best way to do it. And as Keku said, we have got everybody on board. We are excited that we are starting with the terminal solution. Later, we will come back to other people in the supply chain. But once we do it, I'm sure, maybe, I don't know if it's the next year, but a few years later, we'll also be discussing, how the industry quality standards have changed. Just because one day, the board got together saying we need to improve air cargo quality in India. And it started one day like this with an audience like you, great listeners. Remember this day. I'm sure we're going to make a difference one day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gazdar, and thank you, Mr. Edward. We all know that if we have to reach that level of operational excellence and service delivery, in order to reach India as a superpower in logistics, quality has to play a very, very important role in all our logistics. Our favorite questions, as I said in the morning, where is it? When will it arrive? And who has it? The 3 favorite questions in cargo. Perhaps AI can finally answer all the 3. Our next session, Tech at the Terminal, AI and Smart Cargo Security. And to moderate this session, may I invite Mr. Amar More, co-founder and CEO, Conclave Logistics Solutions Private Limited. Amar is an accomplished professional with over 25 years of experience in aviation, maritime, multimodal logistics, consulting, and technology. He is appointed as the domain coordinator of the cross-border management domain at United Nations, CFACT. He's on the panel of trade facilitation experts at United Nations Economic Commission of Europe. He had been elected twice to represent the technology domain in the air cargo industry on the board of directors of the International Air Cargo Association. Please join your hands to welcome Mr. Amar More. Joining him are the panelists, Shri L.K. Das, Director Postal Services at Department of Posts. May we have Mr. L.K. Das? A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Joyce Tai, EVP World Partnership Managing Director, APM MEA Freightos. Joyce Tai is the Executive Vice President at Worldwide Partnership at Freightos Group. In this role, she drives the strategy and development of digital freight ecosystem together with carriers, e-commerce, and payment platforms, and large BCOs. With over 20 years of experience across software and technology product companies, Joyce's background spans a variety of segments, including smart manufacturing, B2B, and B2C, e-commerce, smart packaging, and managing large sales and professional services organizations in Asia for global companies. Please give a round of applause for Ms. Joyce. Mr. Parvinder Singh, Managing Director, Hans Informatics Private Limited. is Managing Director for Hans Informatic and Carico Systems, is a distinguished veteran with over 30 years of experience in the IT industry. He has pioneered transformative software solutions across diverse industries, earning recognition for his leadership and innovation. Since 2001, he has revolutionized the logistics sector with groundbreaking initiatives, including advanced freight forwarding systems and the development of cargo community systems for airport and land ports. Next, we have Mr. Mayur Shah. We all met Mr. Shah in our last fireside chat. So he's the Executive Director of Suzuki R&D Center, India Private Limited. And in his leadership role, Mr. Shah has spearheaded the establishment of SMILE Lab, Suzuki Micro E-Mobility Lab for Ecosystem, a flagship initiative of Suzuki aimed at transforming local transport solutions. Please give a round of applause. And we have with us Professor Kaushik Das, Professor Gati Shakti University. He's a result-driven supply chain and logistic leader and practitioner with 32 years of hands-on operational policy and deep tech experience spanning warehousing, inventory management, ERP, WMS, TMS design, and AI-driven forecasting. He's a nominated member of Capacity Building Commission, holds CMILT, certification on supply chain excellence from Rutgers State University of New Jersey, and NVIDIA AI certifications backed by an active government network spanning ministries, Indian Railways, Indian Armed Force, etc. So we have a very, very distinguished panel here, and Amar, over to you to take us through the AI journey. I also wanted to add that this session is sponsored by CSC.
Hello? Can you guys hear me? Very good evening, everybody, and thank you for being here. I have to be honest, I did not expect so many of you in the room, so we'll make it worth your while. And I know that this is the last session. We are very cognizant of that. A lot of you have to catch flights, so we'll try to keep it very topical and very focused on what you want to hear, right? So I think before we get into the subject, I would just like my esteemed panelists to just introduce their companies very briefly. Let's not make it like a sales speech, but just in a couple of lines so that everybody gets a context of what you do and where you come from, and then we can get into the subject. So, sir, starting with you.
Can I use this one? Good evening, everyone. I am LK Das. I come from the Indian Postal Service, a civil servant of 2001 batch. I'm working with the India Post headquarters, and I look after the international mail segment of the India Post. And I'm happy to be here. Though we are not strictly, we have not yet made our forays into the cargo sector, but yes, learning the ropes slowly, and hopefully with this discussion, with this esteemed gathering, hopefully there will be a lot of key learnings, and happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Hello, good evening. This is Joyce, and I represent the Freidos Group, together with my colleague Sumit over here. We are a software company focusing on enabling the digitization between the ocean carriers, airliners, and forwarders. And in the recent 3-4 years, we have also expanded our effort into the shipper side. So when you think about rate digitization, quote digitization, booking digitization, that is us. We are headquartered in Barcelona, Spain. Our Asia Pacific and the Middle East Africa headquarters is in Chennai. I consider India almost my country now, and I come here a little bit too often. Pleasure to be here again. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Pravinder Singh from Hans Informatic. I lead this company for last 25 years. So we provide software solutions to the freight forwarding industry, end-to-end technological solutions for forwarders, custom broker, airlines, airports. And recently we have got onto the bandwagon of implementation of AI within this logistics sector, and how we can automate the processes which were time consuming and manual. So that's our latest offering to the industry, and we are happy to see the adoption of the same by industry accepting it. Okay, yeah, AI is the need of the hour, and we have to go to that and implement it so that we are efficient and cost effective on the whole thing.
Hello. Thank you once again. I'm Mayur Shah, Executive Director at Suzuki R&D India. I spearhead a small initiative at Suzuki for the next generation mobility. And it's called Suzuki Micro Mobility Innovation Lab for Ecosystem. And we are right now in the midst of bringing many solutions for the air cargo industry. Some of them are already demonstrated at the exhibition booth as well. But particularly, I'm very happy because one of the most favorite movie I have watched so many times is a Terminal. And the topic today is Tech at Terminal. So very happy to be part of it.
Jai Hind logisticians. I am Professor Kaushik Das. I represent the Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, India's first and only central university created by an act of parliament, perhaps to handle both the aspects, the intelligent human beings who would like to be trained as logisticians, and of course, since it's a session, the artificial intelligence story which blends with both of them. So let's see how the discussion proceeds.
Thank you, sir. And finally, I'm the co-founder and CEO, and by CEO I mean Chief Entertainment Officer of Kale. And Kale is a technology provider. We've got our solutions implemented across 52 countries, 170 airports and 70 ports, and all the land ports, land border ports of India are getting digitized through our solution. So I just, let's just get into the subject of today, right? Tech at Terminal. We are just going to broaden it a little bit more because we've got esteemed panelists from different areas of the logistics industry. And I just want to ask you guys a question. How recent is AI? Any guesses? When did AI as a technology start? Anybody? Everybody will get the dinner, even if it's a wrong answer. Yes, that's how old it is, right? I mean, this technology has existed forever. So why is everybody talking about AI now? It's just because the processing capacity, right? The chips that process all these humongous amount of data with, different models, that got advanced significantly over last 3 and 4 years. And that's why we have very practical applications of artificial intelligence that we see today. In fact, a lot of things that we had been using in the past did really have a component of artificial intelligence. Google Maps, maps that we have been using for a long time, all these roborocks that clean your houses, etc. They are nothing but based on artificial intelligence. So this technology has been there for a long time, right? But let's understand the context of AI and the technology at the terminal in terms of what we want to achieve. The whole theme of this whole roundtable that we had yesterday is India doing 10 million metric tons of cargo over next, 4 to 6 years, right? But if you look at this as an airport capacity expansion project, we are probably not looking at it right. How can we process more cargo in the same space? And that's where the subject today comes in, the tech at the terminal. Now imagine this, cargo is moving at a certain speed from land side to, let's say, air side. And if using technology, if you can increase the speed of cargo, then that means within the same warehouse space, you can process more cargo. So, this whole transformation from 3.9 to 10 million metric tons, either we can look at it as just, building more capacity warehouses, or we can look at it by enhancing our processes, our system, using the right kind of technology. And the good news is that we in India, and I'm extremely proud of what we have done in India, in terms of creating those digital communities around the airports and ports, that can really increase the velocity of cargo, and more could be done, right? Simple principles. By working with about 170 airports globally, we understand that cargo moves slowly because of 4 reasons. Reason number 1, all trucks try to enter the airport or port around the same time, and that slows down the cargo. Reason number 2, there is still paperwork that happens at the airport, and when the paperwork is happening, the trucks are waiting, the cargo is waiting, and then 10 other trucks wait behind this truck. Reason number 3 is obviously the handlers don't know how many trucks are coming, tomorrow between 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, right? They know I have to handle 500 tons of cargo or 600 tons of cargo. But when you don't know what is coming between, a certain time frame, you only start processing the cargo when it arrives. And reason number 4 is trucks for whom cargo is ready. They're waiting behind trucks for whom cargo is not ready. And that slows down the whole process. So the tech at terminal can really enhance. If you address these 4 reasons using technology, then the tech at terminal can really expedite the cargo flow, which means with the existing physical infrastructure, you can actually process more cargo, and which means the movement towards 10 million metric tons is not so difficult, right? Now, artificial intelligence has got a lot of applications in air cargo, whether it is traffic management, whether it is security, or whether it is, cargo bookings and so on and so forth, right? But before we get into the details of this subject, I just want to ask my panelists, and we can go one by one, if there was just one technology that you believe will completely disrupt the logistics industry or air cargo industry over next 5 to 10 years, what would that technology be? So, sir, if I were to start with you.
I think from an postal perspective, the business to which I belong, I think the use of AI tools will be the biggest disruptor. And I am sure this is opening up endless vistas of businesses, and usage of the technology to the best of our advantage and capability will see us in very good state. And that perhaps is the need of the hour and also expectations of the customers to whom we are serving both in domestic frontier and also internationally. Thank you.
Great. So if I may add, I just want to maybe add a little bit of flavor to our company. So we provide services, and especially for rate and data solutions, to the world's top 100 forwarders, as well as top 500 shippers. So we focus on rate. We don't do shipment management. We don't do shipment execution. We are not transportation management system, yeah? So if I come from this angle, which is we are the commercial layer. When we talk about commercial layer of freight forwarding, we are looking at, and you are very ambitious talking about 5 to 10 years, right? With AI, 5 to 10 years will be probably 5 to 10 months. We are looking at 3 different use cases all related to UI, but I want to break AI down into 3 practical levels. The first level that we are looking at is the definition of AI agents. And trust me, in the last 10 months, if you think about Freightos Group, you will know that we have been very quiet in the last 10 months. Everybody's talking about AI. You probably don't hear that much from us because we are the practitioner of the technology. What we have done in the last 10 years is to sit down with our customers, and they have commercial architect, they have technology architect. We interview them, having discovery session, really coming down to what agents do you need? We're talking about AI agents, and trust me, no company shares the same idea. So in a way, when it comes to AI, the most critical part, but also can be most beneficial part, is to define the roles and responsibility, the decision boundaries, and also the scope of each agent. Maybe you need an agent for you to do rate cleansing and upload. Maybe you need an agent for quotation assistant. You are not pursuing necessarily full automation. In fact, if I look at my top 500 customers in the forwarding side, none of them, seriously, none of them want full automation. They always want a human being to review, to approve, to have a say, right? So number one, defining the agents, super important. The second use case that we are looking at is AI assistant decision making, allowing AI to be at your side, and you meaning human being. Eventually, maybe the agents as well, but AI-assisted AI insight, for example, when you create a quotation, you search for a rate, the AI insight automatically tells you there are surcharge risk, there are rate increase risk, there are whatever the incident that is impacting both the origin port and the destination port. So AI assistant decision-making also, for example, you're quoting to a customer, then your AI agent is able to tell you that based on the historical data in the last 6 months, the customer's win rate is XYZ, and you should tune your pricing to whatever, right? So AI-assisted decision-making, making informed decision. The third use case, and I believe, is tied to how we as a technology company, how Hands Informatics as a company, as well as Carrier Logistics Solutions, which is MCP, Model Context Protocol. What does that mean? It means that every single enterprise system, every single agent can have a common understanding, have the same context to be able to work together. Otherwise, you are looking at artificial intelligence, very artificial, not intelligent at all, which is what's happening today. Like, I was in a panel discussion in China, in Shanghai, 2 weeks ago. I can swear to God, everybody was very disappointed at AI, for sure, because nobody really knows how to use it in the right way. And I think we have a problem as an industry, and we're trying to solve it. That is my point of view, and also of the company's point of view, which is there are 3 different use cases, but all comes from having standardized and clean data. That is what we should focus on.
Great answer. And how many of you are aware of AI agents or agentic AI? Okay, right? But for the benefit of those who are not aware, let me just explain this to you simply, because as Joyce said, AI agent or agentic AI is the future, right? So what happens is, let us take an example. You want to go from Delhi to Bombay, and typically today what you do is you go to makemytrip.com, you put, origin, destination, date that you want, it provides you different options, then you select a flight, then you select your seats, etc. And then, you just sort of make payment for it, and then you ask for the ticket to be delivered to your email ID or whatever it is, right? This is the normal process. What happens in an agentic AI or, an AI agent, it could be just a chatbot where you just type, I want to go from Delhi to Bombay on this date. I want to take a flight before 6 o'clock, or flight that lands at Bombay before 9 o'clock. My budget is this. I want an aisle seat. And then it will just give you the most suited option for you. It could be a voice agent on a phone call or just a chat, and it will give you that option. You make the payment and you get ticket on it. So it sort of uses its intelligence based on your request, or it interprets your request, and then it just simplifies the work, right? So that is what agentic AI is. It could be used in several things in our life as we go along. But just to put context to what Joyce said, I just wanted to explain this to you. And you guys have to remember this, because this is going to be the future, as she rightly said, right? There will be different use cases of AI that will come to your business. The most common is customer service, where there is somebody, an AI agent, answering your customer's call on where the shipment is or where the cargo is. But it's much more than that. There could be a budgeting agent, there could be a documentation agent, especially in the freight forwarding and stuff like that, right? So Parvinder ji, over to you.
Yeah. Your question was like, what one AI implementation can, disrupt the forwarding logistics market. So I would say the removal of paper, which means we have digitized the whole data from paper to systems, and AI and automation are quite close to each other. AI leads to automation. So once the data is there in the machines, it can easily be the way you are saying agents. Yeah, we have implemented certain agents which can take the data to its logical land, where it can do a lot of processes which are currently being done by humans over there, mundane jobs. They are just punching few keys after looking at data and all that. So that decision-making agents, that punching of keys will not be required by humans. So what happens? Humans are removed from certain roles. Humans will not be removed 100% because supervision will remain with the humans. As she said, end of the day, people want someone to have one last look at what is happening. But believe me, if everything is done properly, more than 50% of the human points will be removed from this cargo industry, because cargo industry, air cargo particularly, is a structured way of working, structured industry. Everything is in a particular chain of implementations, which AI, the current AI, which are simpler implementations, can easily automate it. It can easily take it from receipt to end of delivery, and only the transport of the goods will be in the hands of people, but rest everything, scanning, information, status updates, handing over, taking over, all this will be done by AI agents, and it's coming. It's coming. We might be not so happy with that. It will remove so many people. So many people removal means their jobs are gone, being taken over that. But that's what is happening. And next 6 months, you will see an explosion of these kind of use cases in the world. This will disrupt the industry totally.
Thank you very much. Very insightful comments from all of you. Let me take 2 steps back. I mentioned in the previous fireside chat, last year I was sitting in audience. We are totally honest. I'm not coming as a shipper. I'm coming as a technology provider, as a Suzuki. Last year, we sat through from morning to evening, me and my colleague, Mr. Panda. We took the least minimum break. We tried to lap up everything that was said from this panel, because there was a reason for it. Suzuki believes we need to contribute to India as India demands what it wants for the next 40 years. We back looked at it, that Indian economy for last 20 years has been growing at 6%. Will eventually move to 10%. For that to happen, you need inward capital, you need high-skilled worker. Luckily, both things are happening. The most important thing is the efficiency. Same amount of people, same amount of area, same amount of resource. How do you do 2 times, 3 times at higher quality and yet do it sustainability, because that's no more any good to have thing kind of stuff. I'll just pick up from what Amar said, that how do you move the things faster? And that's where we come into. I also agree with Joyce when she said that AI is, actually people are also wondering what to do. The product that what we are trying to, and after last 1 year we have studied a lot, and we are still in the midst of studying it. So one product we brought was the eVTOL that we just got introduced. But the other one we are working very rigorously is the physical AI and robotics. It will be a sustainable robotics platform that is suited for the terminals, for the land side, for the aprons, as well as air cargo. And we strongly believe that that introduction, AI will be helpful in the current context once you have the data, what you do with it. Physical AI is actually the one that's going to fetch you the data, real time in everywhere. So that's what we are planning to do that. And for me, and as a Suzuki, physical AI is one keyword that we would like to contribute to this industry.
Thank you. Let me give a slightly different paradigm, which actually, you get an advantage when you speak and for a question, because individually efficiency will increase, and we all understand. We've spoken about agentic AIs. I do a lot on these fronts. But let me talk about the India story, and I think we are in very exciting times when India is trying to create a UPI movement in the logistics side, with having a platform like Gati Shakti portal, with us overlay of ULIP, Unified Logistics Interface Platform, and a logistics data bank. Now, why I come to the point of disruption is that here is where you are now trying to create a GIS-based solution, which has got over 3,000 layers of individual data coming, which are vector raster data piped into an information which is coming. So somewhere in the panelists before us spoke about three things: that you need to get the process right, you need to get the data right, and then use the technology. We spoke about the technology. Let's see how it can be disruptive. And I think all of us agree to the fact that there has to be end-to-end visibility, and there cannot be certain gaps in between. And that's perhaps the biggest problem. So just imagine when we are now trying to go at that place to go for an upgrade, where we are trying to close those gaps and plug in, because new systems like what Suzuki is telling, you'll have edge computing now adding on to more of analogous data, right? They have to have metadata. Somewhere you have to store those data to make sense of the whole thing. So we are talking about a platform which is a GIS-based platform which has got everything to do with logistics, overlaid with, so that it's not only the government who is deciding, but it is also the corporates who are on board. And then you can see here on top of it, apply the foundational models and the agentic AIs, so that across the spectrum, the agentic AIs through the MFCs are able to talk to heterogeneous platforms. Otherwise, it will only limit to my efficiency. If that is happening, then you are actually inducing the velocity that you're wanting across the whole cargo chain. And that's perhaps is what India will get that disruption happen.
Great answer. So since I have you on mic, sir, I will like to ask you, there is this whole fear about if AI is going to, take away so many jobs, how does that work? I mean, you're working for Gati Shakti, university. How do you see this? How do you see, what is your take on this whole thing about AI taking away jobs and India being the most populous country with a lot of young population? What's your take on this?
Oh, thank you. It's a very interesting question. But I'll just take you back in history. We used to define the human population as blue-collared and white-collar jobs. The white-collar jobs were the managers who used to be sitting in AC rooms and take decisions. And the dirtied hands people used to do the blue-collar job. Why did it happen? Because of industrialization, right? But did people lose jobs? They changed the jobs, because these artisans, the people who actually changed, there was a way to move it ahead. To answer your question, sir, I get reminded of Ross Roslansky's book of Open to Work. And he has very beautifully told about that if we consider work into three buckets, one which is repetitive and easy to do, the bucket one. The second, which is human assisted, that means I definitely need some intelligence to do this sort of work. And the third, which pure human creativity can do. It is the first bucket which will get the hit. And when we talk about the bucket, your HS code number, your handling, your invoice generation, which is what is the repetitive part of the air cargo systems, can get automated, and that can be something which we need to be thinking of. The second bucket, the AI-assisted human decision-making, will become 10x into production in terms of its productivity. That's where we'll get the benefit. The third part, your leadership, your ethics, your way you decide will still remain with the human evolution, right? So when we have all the three in places, we definitely now see, if you talk
processes at the terminal, this was one of the core subjects of our discussion today.
Yeah. So the security, AI in security is already there. We have now high powered X-ray machines, CT X-ray machine, 2D, 3D machines. which do the scanning of the objects, and through the AI, they have already learned the machine learning was there, adopted over there. So they flag the box which is to be specially screened by a human interface, and rest of the consignment just flows through the conveyor belt. So this kind of a thing, there are now machines over there. We know that X-ray machines of Smiths and Raytheons and all that, they already have these machines. They are high-powered machines, high-powered, they count 2D, 3D, CT scan machines, which they do. And then on these machines, there are millions of images have already been machine learned by software algorithms. So the AI is already learned about the thing. So what happens is that it measures the atomic value of the goods with the declared goods. So you have to have a advanced manifest filing for your screening part of it. So based on that, what goods, HSN code it has, that the system knows what will be its density, whether it is a organic or inorganic high density metals, and it can then flag which is not matching with what has been declared. So it will speed up the scanning. We already heard that the speed of the air cargo is dependent upon what happens on the ground, not in the air. Air is much faster than the ground. So ground, if we know that how the terminals are over there, you can improve the ground's human capabilities by improving the systems and processes. And of course, when the AI is also replacing those things, but the crunch always comes to the screening part. And that's the security, because air security is primary non-compromising thing. It cannot be compromised. It has to be done clear cut, correct every time. So these kind of high technological machines and algorithms which sit on top of the machines to constantly learn what kind of the goods data is flowing, what was declared, what was actually there, and if there are any anomalies over there, it will flag it, it will be inspected and then updated in the system, and that will update the machine learning aspect of it. So this will further speed up your one bottleneck, which is of the security and technology, that it's AI only, which is, algorithms are basically AI only. So those algorithms, machine learning is already in places. Of course, right now it might not be visible at many places because the cost of all these AI machines and everything is quite high as of now. But the more usage, what happens whenever some new product is comes to the market, initially the price is high. As its demand increases, your usage increases, the price falls down. I think same thing will happen with these kind of high tech machines also. The more the adoption of these machines, more the usage of these machines, and ultimately the cost of adopting these machines will definitely come down. And security, we call it smart cargo and all that. Smart cargo, what is smart cargo? Smart cargo basically means that some automation is there, some AI part of it is there, where the decision making and analyzing of the data and the shipment is not with a particular one single person or a human HI. I always call it HI versus AI. So AI is doing that part of thing, and it becomes smart cargo, and it flows very fast through the one major.
I'm just giving a back of the envelope calculations, what we saw. A 15-acre warehouse required 400 cameras to make sure there is no dark zone, plus 70 personnels. Now it goes to 3 times or 4 times this capacity. You cannot go linear in putting cameras, nor in terms of increasing human resource. You have to be more efficient. And that's where physical AI plays a major role. What if your sensing ability is mobile? It picks up the data accurately, it complements your existing infrastructure, it gives accuracy, it gives you a time series data where you can optimize it to figure it out any hazards, optimize your energy bill, and more importantly, your mobility. Today I was speaking with Razlan sir as well, and there is and it was very eye-opener that sometimes the people who operate and manage, they have to walk 8 kilometers a day. Now this mobility solution, while it's capturing all the data, can also help them move from one place to another. It gives a lot of dignity to labor. One more question about upgrading the skill. One of the beauty of physical AI, and which Suzuki is striving to work, and it's a different context, different industry, solar farms. Now, one of the major surveillance and inspection we need is what happens under the panel, because those wires are very weak and they go very bad, and it kind of reduces the automation. What we plan to use is, we are planning to use a village women who are already trained as a drone sisters, drone Didi, train them to run our machine. So we are making technology available to Bharat Innovate so easy for anybody to operate. So there is no need to make anybody redundant. You can just upskill them to use it. It optimizes your investment as well. And one more thing, I fully agree with the initial conversation as well. What we learn little bit, we feel accountability is more important than autonomous in the air cargo business. A person should be in charge of it. So you cannot just make it run on its own kind of stuff. And so that's where the person who has experience know what to check, how to check. Maybe this technology can help them, and probably, as Sir said, it augments that data so rich that you can do much more with less. Thank you.
I'm conscious of the time, and I think we've got about 10 minutes left. I just want to give 4 or 5 minutes at least for the question and answer, because AI and tech is a subject on which you can talk all day long and you won't be done, right?
Yeah, but we can keep on speaking for hours together. That.
Mr. Das, I have a question for you. What is Indian Post doing in AI initiatives? What can we hear about from Indian Post?
Thank you very much for the question. This is interesting because the public perception of the India Post is like, again, the brick and mortar post office and the traditional mail and all that. But I'll just touch upon a few points that we have started using AI majorly. And as all of you are knowing, we are in the business of sending mails and parcels and all that. We are also in the business of touching lives in terms of citizen-centric services, savings banks, insurance, etc. So the first part of it, when it comes to handling parcels, one of the most touching points, and it's a very touchy point also, is customer grievance redressal. So with use of AI, what we have now come to find out that which are the lanes where we are getting maximum number of complaints. What type of alerts the systems are throwing up, and that basically gives us a feeler on whether this particular lane is not working to how it should work. And the type of complaints, the zone of complaints, the periodicity of the complaints that we are getting when something going wrong, articles not getting delivered, that areas are majorly being addressed by AI. One more important aspect as far as we are concerned is the delivery of the parcels, and usage of AI is telling us route optimization. Now, there was a time when the postman used to go from door to door and he had to travel in sequence. So now, as soon as the articles are sorted and the backend logic understands, and it creates a dynamic route, and accordingly the postman has to move. And that basically makes the job a little faster. It also makes that the job of the postman also becomes little linear, rather than haphazarding here and there, rather than going to addresses which perhaps would be kind of difficult as far as linear sorting is, linear distribution is concerned. We are able to go to a better management of route. Of late, India Post has shifted from the traditional railways to, we have our own road transport network. We have come up, and Professor Sir, he was mentioning about the Gati Shakti and all that. So we are using a lot of learnings from the market, and that we are utilizing the AI to understand the route optimization, what is the load that we are going to carry, what type of vehicles are to be put into service, which are the zones which are clogged, which are the areas where vehicle movement can be easier. And to add to that, in terms of local mobilization of resources, we are using a digital pin code. We call it DigiPin. And sir was mentioning about multiple layers of data. We have also kind of developed the DigiPin architecture on which as much as 600 layers of various data fields can be populated. And that makes the routing of articles to the destination faster, and that becomes, that makes us much more efficient in terms of getting to particular address. We are talking about cargo, although India Post has not yet entered into cargo business as such, but since a lot of our dependency is on the airlines, and essentially for sending our international consignments, we have to depend on the cargo terminals. What we have recently done is we have gone to the DGCA, the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, to see that our cargo is sanitized cargo, and we are in the process of training our manpower to see that this ECLBs, equipment containing lithium batteries, which are presently they are offloaded from the airlines, how by usage of artificial intelligence we can find out the percentage, the area, the periodicity of such type of goods moving in our consignments, and then how we can treat them separately so that they do not risk getting offloaded and thereby delaying the entire shipment. So there are multiple areas in which the AI we have started using. We are developing something known as post-GPT, in which all the customer database, the services that we offer, the type of customer facilitation that can be utilized by going into the system, going into one question. We are using some large language models to see that the grievances, the customer queries, the type of information, all that is required by the customer that can be available at one place. So all these are basically work in progress, and hopefully sooner rather than later we will be coming up with a system which will be fully AI enabled, and that will make the job of both the system as well as the consumers, the users of the system leverage better. Thank you.
Can I say a few words about India?
Sure.
Okay. So today we are actually very excited to be here because after 10 months being very silent, today is our first time announcing the future launch very soon of Freightos AI. And I want to do something very, very special for India and India only. And I got board's approval to do that because as a very notorious Western headquarter company, you guys know that we tend to do what the headquarter tells us to do. But this is the first time we, in return, tells the headquarter what we want to do. India, to us at Freightos Group, this is our home. So what we are going to do, and also based on our observation, we cannot slice the market by the size of the forwarder. We should size by the forwarder's ambition. What do I mean? I have met with over hundreds of forwarders. They are the second generation, third generation, doesn't matter the size. They want to control their destiny. Doesn't matter if the airlines are all digitized, the ocean carriers are all digitized or not, or completely not. They want to control their destiny by building their own front end. They want to decide what the customers see, what their agents see. So with you guys who are truly ambitious, with that ambition, we are going to be your AI orchestration layer, empowering you every step of the way through API. So pure API solution. We don't do that in other markets the same way we do India, but we have empowered many forwarders in India to do that so that you can enjoy your own front end, your own flow, and we empower you through by data. Yeah, so we are the orchestration layer. For forwarders who have not really started the digitization journey yet, and believe me, that is probably over 90% of the community, don't worry about AI at all. We will still support you by building the baby steps, right? But once you choose to, you can also choose to enable a simple toggle on Freightos AI, allowing the agents that are pre-configured for you, and also all the AI-assisted decision-making to be enabled for you. Meaning, if you are not in the right phase to do AI, don't do it. Seriously, it's going to be very artificial. It's not going to be intelligent for you. But if you are ready, you have a good foundation of standardized data set when it comes to buy rate, sell rate, the logic between turning turning sell rate into buy rate, right, and vice versa, as well as your client data. If you are ready, then that is the right time to start implementing and rolling out AI. Do the right thing, not just do the thing right. That is our philosophy. And Sumit will very soon send our love letter. We call that love letter because it's an invitation to the community, inviting maybe 50 forwarders to join us for a trial run. And we hope to do something very special, very targeted, very tailor-made for the India market to truly enable everyone's ambition.
Oh, that's excellent, Joyce. Thank you so much for bringing this technology here. And honestly, Mr. Das, I'm really, really happy to know that so many AI initiatives are happening in, and be honest, I mean, how many of you thought that India Post is doing so many things in AI, right? But they deserve a round of applause according to me, yeah? So thank you so much. I think we are almost out of time. I will have space for 2 questions. If there are any questions for the panels, and then we'll give you, yeah, yes, sir, Krishnan, sir. Can we have a mic?
See, we have all heard very good things about AI, but Indian courts have also said AI hallucinates.
Yes.
How do you address this?
AI hallucinates.
Can I take this?
Yes, please.
Sir, thanks for asking this question because I think we generally tend to look at AI in a very binary term, yes, no, good and bad. But actually, it is a digital solution where it may have some AI overlay because you cannot have a solution which is end-to-end entirely AI. You'll have using basic automation, basic logic. But the issue is, in fact, I bring it back that you have huge systems which are working and you start actually believing them. Now they, at the back end, is working on certain data. If the data has not been featured, engineered, and not curated back, the data can hallucinate and it can bias you. So it's so important that the new generation logisticians who are working at different places, that means you're either a freight forwarder or you're now doing in the cargo or you're in an advanced stage of analysis, all of them understand the fact that you have to now get into the depth of the way you get trained. Because you need to know the guardrails beyond which you have to go for a decay. If there's a decay in your output, you have to go back to the data scientist or whosoever is handling that particular model to see. There are methods available. But yes, it is definitely a very, very important aspect to be seen that you don't hallucinate or you don't use hallucinated data. But that's precisely that we should not think of an AI solution where that means we're totally dependent on AI. We can use AI for like Sir says, you use Digipin. So you're actually aggregating areas and then getting your demand forecast at a place. That's a fantastic place to do AI. There's no problem in the hallucination. But the demand sensing and forecasting of a particular place, you may get a problem out there. So all of these will have to be, we have to start getting aware of what is to be done with this AI and not be afraid of that. That's perhaps what is the issue.
Okay. So I think the screen here says time is up. So the panelists are going to be around. You feel free to contact them. Thank you so much for being such a great audience. And thank you to the panelists for a great session. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, panelists. With all its pros and cons, one thing is for sure, that center of all transformations going forward is going to be technology, whether we like it or not. With that, I would like to call upon Mr. Harish Sethi, CEO, Mumbai Cargo Service Center, to felicitate our panelists. So, Cargo Service Center has been the sponsor for this particular session. Mr. Harish Sethi, please a round of applause. To start with, Mr. Amar More. Our moderator for the session. Shri L.K. Das. We need some more energy in the crowd, please. Miss Joy Sty. Mr. Parvinder Singh. Mr. Mayur Shah. Professor Kaushik Das. Throughout the day today, we have been discussing as to where we are heading to. But let's take a moment to look back where the journey began. We now have journey of the Indian aviation industry with Mr. Rajiv Bansal, former Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation and ex-CMD Air India. Sir, may I invite you to take the stage and share your reflection with us. Please join your hands for Mr. Rajiv Bansal.
Good evening, friends. Good evening. Such a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you, ACFI, for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to be with the forum again. And it's more so to meet people whom I've had the pleasure of knowing over the last several years. And as I was coming in here today and I was sitting here in the audience, I was just thinking that a lot of people here in the room and a lot of industry here in the room are people who have been in this industry for the last several years, if not decades, for the last several decades. I was sitting with Mr. Vadva there, and he's been in the industry for 50 years. And many of us who have been in this industry have been in this industry for several decades. Why does that happen? That happens because, one, that all of us who work in this industry have a certain amount of passion for this industry. This is an industry where there is a certain amount of charisma, a charm, and also you must have a passion to continue in this industry. The second good thing is, of course, that India is on a growth trajectory. So it makes good business sense to continue in this sector. But I've been asked to speak on the journey of Indian aviation, and I know it's I'm standing between you and drinks and cocktails, so I'll try and be brief and concise. And I'm aware of the fact that a lot of people here in this room know much more than I do about this industry. But nevertheless, I've also been part of it for several years now, and it would be interesting to recap some of the very important and poignant moments that I've come across in this industry. So I'm not going to go back to the times since we got independence, but let's look at something, the journey in the last 25 years. And if we look at in the last 25 years, let's look at some of the most, very significant moments that have happened in our industry. I think 4 or 5 really stand out. I've come from an airline background, so I tend to have a slight bias towards airlines. But I think one of the very defining moments in the Indian aviation sector was when Captain Gopinath set up Deccan Airways. That was, I think, in the year about 2003-04, because that was for the first time he questioned the entire logic. He upset the entire commercials of the system, and he set forth a new way forward. He challenged the system, and he brought in a model which was sustainable, economically, financially sustainable, and he was able to deliver good service. I think that was one defining moment. And that's, in fact, the year when I got associated with this industry. And, it kind of ushered in a beautiful time in the aviation sector in India. Thereafter, we saw the rise of Kingfisher and the mergers and acquisitions that happened post 2006. I think Kingfisher came in around 2005-06, then the acquisitions. And then we saw its decline too. We saw the birth of Indigo, I think around 2005-06, and the continued growth over the last 20-odd years that we've seen of this airline over the last 20 years. Today it has a market share on the passenger segment for about 2/3 of the market is with them, 65-66% is with them, and we have a very strong airline in Indigo today. We then saw COVID, and which was a challenging moment all over the world, but more so for the aviation sector. We were particularly badly hit. One of the saddest moments in my career in the aviation sector was going to the airport, in Delhi airport, and it was a barren airport. There was nobody there. It was such a sad moment. I mean, it's etched in my memory, and I can never forget that. And during those times, during those difficult times, we saw the birth of Akasa. In the peak of COVID, I remember Akasa came up, and I remember Vinay Dubey coming to me and talking about setting up this airline, and I was kind of surprised, and there was a big kind of airline in the room already, and but he was so confident, and he's an experienced person, and he was able to challenge again the cost economics of the airline industry. And a lot of what we heard in the last session about process improvement, about process digitization, about increasing throughput is something that he was talking of. And over the last 5 years, we have seen Akasa also growing from strength to strength. I think they have about 40 aircraft today. And had it not been for supply chain bottlenecks, probably they would have had much more. So, and I think one last point which was kind of seminal and very important in the airline sector was the disinvestment of Air India, because it put everybody on a level playing field. So I remember Rahul Bhatia used to always tell me that, how can I compete with a government airline, because the government has the Consolidated Fund of India to suck money from, but I don't have that kind of money. So, but with the disinvestment, I think all the players got an level playing field. On the airport side, I think 2 or 3 very critical things happened. Uh, the new airports at Bangalore and Hyderabad in 2006-7, they were awarded, and we got a new terminal in Delhi too. So the privatization that happened in the metro airports, I think that was a very, very important milestone in the journey of Indian aviation. Second milestone happened with the privatization of 6 airports in 2021. And last year and this year now we have second airports in Delhi as well as Mumbai. I think they have really been very significant moments, I would say, in the journey of Indian aviation. So I think most of you know all this, but it's interesting to recap this, and because this has shaped the future of our industry today. The way forward, what's important is that how do we build on this foundation? What is it that we can build from where we are now? And how does it intertwine, or how does it impact the cargo industry? So I think one of the main things that is important for us is in the Indian environment is the price sensitivity of everything. So it's a very price elastic demand, and whether it's in the passenger segment or in the cargo segment. So price sensitivity, it's there globally also, but it's more so, I think, in India. And the only way to overcome that is to improve efficiency. And the last session was touching entirely on that only, as to how can we improve our processes, how can we bring in better technology tools which would give us cost leadership, because that is a competitive advantage that we will have within the sector. A company will have vis-a-vis B company, but as an industry as a whole within India, we will have as compared to other countries in the world. And we have very challenging environment because of very strong hubs that we have near India, in the Middle East, as well as Southeast Asia. This continue to challenge us. And that brings me to the second point as we go forward. I think the important thing is to create hubs, both for passengers as well as cargo, and they are obviously intertwined. And during my time there also, we had done a study with Arthur D. Little to create a passenger hub. I think we are now more often, I find in the news, talking about creating hubs in India. And I believe now ACFI is also working with a consultant to develop a strategy to develop hubs in India, a hub in India, an international hub, which would serve both passenger and cargo. I think there have been a lot of headwinds, we all know that. There are continuous headwinds, unfortunately, in the aviation sector, but more recently, I think we've been impacted more than ever. So, two things keep happening, the fluctuations of the oil price and the secular decline of the Indian rupee against the dollar, which has a huge impact for the aviation sector. And I would feel that as we go forward, it's important for all business entities to have international operations, to have a hard currency income, because that perhaps is your only hedge against a declining foreign exchange rate for the Indian rupee. And so I remember airlines like Air India, they have a reasonable amount of income from international operations, which acts as a natural hedge for them. And it is the endeavor of all airlines. I mean, we see Akasa also now with 40 aircraft, they're trying to get into more international routes, and that would give them presence in the international market, which would act as a natural hedge against the currency depreciation. I think one more trend which is happening in India is there's more MRO activity happening in India. Safran has set up a MRO in Hyderabad, in the GMR Hyderabad airport precincts. That is growing, perhaps not at the rate that we would like it to, but it's growing nevertheless. It was a big initiative by Safran to set up that unit in India, in Hyderabad. But overall, I think there's a lot of interest in aerospace components. And we see several companies in India now coming into aerospace components, manufacturing of aerospace components. There's also interest now in manufacturing airframes itself. We did see some time back Adani doing a MOU with Embraer for setting up a mid-size aircraft manufacturing setup. Today morning I was reading that the Defense Ministry has floated a tender for a mid-size Air Force transport aircraft, and there are 4 players who are tying up with international OEMs to set up that facility in India. There is, of course, a C295 manufacturing facility with the Spanish subsidiary of Airbus, which is there in Vadodara, which has kind of set the baseline for future growth in India. So that's an important trend, and I think that trend will continue, and it will bring, I think, more business to all the people and all the companies who are here in this room too. And so that's kind of exciting news. But overall, I think there are challenges. There always have been challenges in this industry. Some challenges will continue. But notwithstanding that, there is a huge growth potential powered by the growth of the Indian economy. And I think one of the big challenges also is the supply of aircraft coming in. There are only 2 major OEMs. And I think the Indian market can absorb aircraft much faster than they're getting delivered into India. And hopefully international supply chains will ease out somewhat as we go forward. The production at the 2 big companies, the 2 big OEMs will get ramped up. They will deliver more aircraft into India, and that will help further growth of the sector. I think these are some of the important trends that we need to look out for. I myself work for an aerospace component manufacturing company now in Bangalore, and I do see that this trend is growing. Somebody mentioned about eVTOLs also, so I also advise a company which is in the eVTOL space, and we are seeing good growth in this sector in India. And we're trying to be at par with what's happening globally. There are global players in America, in Korea, in China, in Europe, who are bringing in this technology. And for once, we in India are keeping pace with that. So it's kind of exciting times ahead. And yeah, that's all I had to say. I don't really want to give a long speech today. And I know it's not the best timing for doing this speech. But I'm happy and really happy to connect with you and be here over drinks and dinner too. So happy to meet you individually. Many of you are old friends, and it's so good to see you all. And thank you to the organizers for inviting me. Thank you. I doubt if you have questions at this time, but I'm happy to take any questions, or I'm also available outside for one-to-one discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bansal, for taking us through to a remarkable journey of aviation. May I request you to stay back, sir, and may I request Mr. Avinash Razdan and Mr. Arun Kumar to come on stage and felicitate Mr. Bansal. May I request the 3 of you to stay back. With this, we come to a closure of all the sessions and panel discussions that we had throughout the day. I hope you are carrying some ideas with you today. But this event cannot be complete without recognizing the people behind it. And we now take the opportunity to recognize and felicitate our sponsors, exhibitors, media partners, and trainers. I would like to call upon Cathay Cargo for being the title partners for this grand event. May I have the Cathay Cargo team on stage, please? Cathay Cargo, anyone? The event was powered by SkyDrive and Suzuki. May I have the teams from SkyDrive and Suzuki? The gala dinner is sponsored by MGH. We have someone from MGH. Delegate Bank Partner, GMR Aero Cargo and Logistics. Our platinum partner, Freightos. Very surprised to see that none of you are applauding to the people behind making this event a great success. Platinum partner Bangalore Cargo, including WFS Bengaluru and Menzies Aviation. I will receive the award on behalf of Bangalore Cargo.
While Anupama is taking it, the Cathay team is come, so requesting the Cathay team to come back. Cathay, Rajesh and your team, please.
The title partners deserve a huge round of applause. Yeah. May we have the SkyDrive and Suzuki team ready? Please, Can we have a very big round of applause? Our next platinum sponsors, FedEx. Can we have the FedEx team on stage, please? The clapping shouldn't stop. May I please request people at the back to please settle down. There are enough empty seats. Can we have all of you seated so that you can clap for all the sponsors and supporters here? The next sponsor is Business Session 1. It is Total Solutions. Can I have Total Solutions team up? Can we have the Total Solutions team on the stage, please? Business Session 2 was brought to you by Grace Group. Can we have Grace Group team on the stage with a huge round of applause? Business Session 3 was sponsored by Indigo. Can we have the Indigo team on the stage, please? Anyone from Indigo? Moving on, Business Session 4 was brought to you by Cargo Service Center, India. Can we have the team from Cargo Service Center on stage? We'll appreciate if we hear some claps for this amazing team of CSC. Our cocktail partner, Delhi International Airport. goes the clap. Without even asking for it. Let's go for it. Bigger one. Our gold partner, Adani Airport Holdings Limited. Do we have any? Put your hands together for Adani Airports. Our gold partner, Indev Infra Private Limited. Our gold partner, Index Logistics. Do we have Index Logistics? Our gold partner, Sequel Logistics. Do we have anyone from Sequel Logistics? Moving on, our silver sponsor, Gina and Company. The clap is only coming from one table. Can we have all the tables clapping for Gina and Company? Silver sponsor, Exportal, Boggletree. Silver sponsor, Exportal, Boggletree. Silver sponsor, Zeal Group. Can we have Zeal Group on stage, please? Do we have Zeal Group? Moving on, table branding partners, Skyways Air Services Limited. Fireside chat session was sponsored by Air India Limited. Can we have the Air India team on stage, please? team. Please welcome with a huge round of applause. Networking High Tea Partner, Emirates Sky Cargo. Can we have someone from Emirates Sky Cargo? A huge round of applause for Emirates Sky Cargo. Networking High Tea Partner, AI Class. Networking High Tea Partner, we also have ECS Group. Networking tea partner for the morning was RE Rogers India Private Limited. I think they deserve a big round of applause for keeping us awake throughout the session. The networking tea break for the evening was sponsored by Continental Carriers. Huge round of applause for Continental Carriers. So we had missed the Total Solutions team in the beginning. So may I please invite Total Solutions team on the stage to receive the award for the Business Session 1. We would like to thank all the exhibitors who put up the beautiful stalls during this entire event. To start with, Heka World. Do we have anyone from Heka World? Moving on, Hans Informatic Private Limited. Mr. Parvinder Singh is very surprised, but so you need to come on the stage. Carico Systems Private Limited. May I request AI SAS Noida Cargo Terminal team. May we have BR Power Control and Automation. BR Power Control and Automation. Quinlan Bird Cargo Private Limited. Quinlan Bird Cargo Private Limited. We have Argus Global. Anyone from Argus Global? Next, we have Acela. Can we have Team Acela on the stage, please? Can we have Team Jita, Global Investment and Trade Advisor, on the stage? Moving on, we would like to felicitate the trainers who have been behind the success of the cargo industry. To start with, Ms. Anindita Sarkar, Assistant Manager Training, AAI Cargo. Mr. Soumya Chaudhary, Assistant Manager Cargo, AAI Cargo. Mr. P. Balasubramanian, Founder and CEO, ACCIS. Maria Felix, Manager Cargo, Blue Dart Aviation Limited. Ratin Raval, Senior Manager Training and Development, GMR Airports Limited. Anupam Mishra, General Manager North and East, Dart Global Logistics Private Limited. A huge round of applause for Mr. Anupam Sinha. I can see him making his way through to the stage. Come on, join your hands for Anupam Mishra. Mr. Hanuman Singh Shekhawat, Chief Security Officer, Quinlan Bird Cargo Service Private Limited. Mr. Hanuman Singh Shekhawat. Mr. Sripati Adapa, Manager, Standards and Certifications, GMR Hyderabad, Air Cargo. Mr. Sagar Kothuri, Vice President, Commercial, QC, IT and Projects, Menzies Aviation, Bangalore Private Limited. There I can see Sagar. A huge round of applause for Mr. Sagar Kothuri. Mr. Bhaskar Krishnamurthy, Senior Manager, Learning and Development, Menzies Aviation, Bengaluru Private Limited. Sagar, you can stay back and collect the award for Mr. Bhaskar. Mr. Ramaswamy Srinivasa, Senior Manager, Customer Service and Regulatory, Menzies Aviation, Bangalore Private Limited. I think Sagar, you will have to collect all these awards for Mr. Ramaswamy Srinivas and Mr. Raman Venkat Raman, Manager Operation, Menzies Aviation, Bengaluru Private Limited. Bhaskar, Mr. Ramaswamy and Mr. Raman Venkat Raman. May we have a huge round of applause for Mr. J. Krishnan, S. Natesa, IR Logistics. Mr. Krishnan. So, Mr. Chandru will collect on behalf of Mr. Krishnan. Mr. Raj Sharma, Assistant General Manager, Corporate Strategy and Client Relations, Skyways Air Services. Please put your hands together for Mr. Raj Sharma. Mr. Y.K. Goyal, Managing Director, YKG Aviation Academy. Mr. Avik Kapoor, Cargo Operation Manager, Emirates Sky Cargo. Put your hands together for Mr. Avik Kapoor. Tarun Dimonte, Trade Lane Head, Search Port Logistics. Ladies and gentlemen, we all agree that ACFI has done a great job in bringing the cargo fraternity together. Do we all agree? Do we all agree? Do we all agree? So here's to the ACFI task pillars who have been throughout to support this event. And to begin with, ACFI task pillar on policy advocacy. Can we have the task pillar on policy advocacy on the stage, please? We have Mr. Mamidala on stage. Can we have the ACFI task pillar on process simplification? ACFI task pillar on process simplification. I see Priya coming on the stage. A huge round of applause for Ms. Priya. We can do better. We can do better. ACFI task pillar on event management. The event management team of ACFI task pillar. Can we have the ACFI task pillar on skill development on stage, please? Huge round of applause for Alpna ma'am and team. I'm sure they deserve better clapping. ACFI task pillar on knowledge, research and innovation. I need all of you all to put your phones down and give a huge round of applause for this one, which is ACFI task pillar on Go Green, ESG. The Go Green task pillar for ACFI. So Mr. Arun Kumar is taking the award on behalf of Mr. Cyrus. ACFI task pillar on branding Indian air cargo. Do we have the team from the branding? Do we have the branding team? Task pillar on domestic air cargo. ACFI task pillar on domestic air cargo. Moving ahead, a big round of applause for my fellow partners. Task pillar on women empowerment. I surely would want to join the gang along with Simran. ACFI task pillar on regional outreach and partnership. Can we have the task pillar on regional outreach and partnership? ACFI task pillar on membership drive. ACFI task pillar on membership drive. We would also like to recognize our regional chapters who have been doing a great job in their respective regions. To start with ACFI Ahmedabad chapter. Do we have anyone from ACFI Ahmedabad chapter? The ACFI Bengaluru chapter. Can we hear it for Mr. Chandru? Come on, we need a bigger applause. The ACFI Chennai chapter. Moving on, can we have the ACFI Delhi chapter? We have someone from Chennai. Please join your hands for the Chennai chapter. Next we have the ACFI Delhi chapter. A big round of applause for the Delhi chapter. ACFI Goa chapter. ACFI Hyderabad chapter. ACFI Kerala chapter. Do we have the ACFI Kerala chapter? ACFI Kolkata chapter. And lastly, ACFI Mumbai chapter. We have someone from Kolkata. We have Ms. Chetali from our Bombay chapter. A huge round of applause for our Mumbai colleagues. A a big round of applause for the strategic partner Logistics Shakti Enterprise. May we call upon Mr. Kamal, Amit, Prem, Rajiv on the stage, please. Can I have the whole team of Logistics Shakti Enterprise on stage? And may we have a huge round of applause from the audience. Moving on, we would like to say our special thanks to all our media partners for giving us the visibility to the world, starting with Cargo Talk. Can we have a huge round of applause for Cargo Talk? Team Cargo Talk. Followed by Cargo Insights. Can we have the Cargo Insights team? Ladies and gentlemen, they deserve a huge round of applause. Cargo Insights. Stat Media, can we have Team Stat Media on stage, please? Team Stat Media. Can we have Cargo Connect team on the stage, please? Can we have A-Pace Digital? Aviation Jetta to the stage, please. Aviation Jetta. Aviation Jetta team, do we have Aviation Jetta team? Logistics Insider. Logistic Insider. Can we have Infralog team on the stage, please? Last but not the least, media partner, Teamwork Communications. Teamwork Communications. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being an awesome audience. Thank you very much for having patience and waiting for till this time to have the sessions being completed. Thank you very much. I take your leave and I hand over to my colleague for the next set of ceremonies, which is Invitation Awards. Over to you, Reshma. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Can we, if you don't mind, can we please have Mr. Rajiv Bansal for just one more award on the dais? And can we have Mr. Arun and Mr. Sanjeev as well? We would like to facilitate Ms. Anupama, who's done a great, fabulous job since the morning. Can we have a big round of applause for her, please? Thank you very much. Now over to Ms. Reshma. Can we have Ms. Reshma? Thank you, everyone.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the ACFI Innovatopia Awards Night. May I please request everyone to take a seat? There are lots of seats available here. It has been indeed a remarkable day, and as the 7th edition of the ACFI World Conclave winds down, we'd like to end on a high. I'd like to invite Keku Gazdar to join me on the stage. Okay. I'd like to invite Keku. Keku is MD and CEO of AviaPro and Chairman of the ACFI Knowledge, Research and Innovation Task Pillar to say a few words about the spirit behind Innovatopia.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I know I stand before you, drinks, dinner, fellowship, etc. So I'm going to keep this very brief. Gives me great pleasure to welcome you for the third edition of the ACFI Innovatopia Awards this year. We are short of time. I prepared a 25-page speech, but my president told me you have to do it in 2, so I have to listen to him. I'm going to keep this in 2. The whole idea of these awards that we are giving out today are in recognition of the 5 pillars that we have identified, that we truly believe that these ideas would encourage the industry as a whole to take forward. These are on customer experience, competitiveness, air cargo safety security, digitization and sustainability, and Go Green Awards. This year, for the first time, we've got an overwhelming participation. We've got about 64 entries from 26 organizations spread over terminal operators, airlines, express service operators, universities for the first time, etc. And it is truly heartwarming to do it. We had a panel of independent judges, so no one from ACFI was a judge, nor were we able to have any sort of influence because we wanted to keep this as transparent and clear as possible. So, without any further ado, Reshma, would you like to take off from here? And we'll get through with the awards quickly, please. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Keku. May I please request Sanjeev Edward, President ACFI, to join us on the stage? Sanjeev? May I ask the ACFI board members to please join us on stage? Ramesh? Arun? Avinash? Yeah. Please, may I request the board members, Suvendu? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the first award for the evening is the Innovatopia Award for Enhanced Customer Experience. This award recognizes innovative ideas that improve quality, visibility, and modernize systems across our industry. The nominees are New Globe Logistics, Cathay Cargo, GMR Hyderabad, Garuda Vega, Safe Express Private Limited, Turkish Cargo, FedEx, Ethics, Continental Carriers, and Your Desi Cart. We also have, before announcing the winners, we would like to recognize the following highly acclaimed nominations: New Globe Logistics and Ethics Prosperity. May I please ask you to join us on stage? New Globe Logistics and Ethics Prosperity. Round of applause. Thank you. And now the winner of the Innovatopia Award 2026 for Enhanced Customer Experience goes to... Okay, Sanjeev, may we have you open the envelope?
Okay, so this award is for the winner of Enhanced Customer Service Experience. And the winner is Continental Carriers.
Congratulations to the team from Continental. There's also a 1 lakh rupee cash prize. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Continental Carriers, the Innovatopia Award for Enhanced Customer Experience 2026. We now move to our second award, the Innovatopia Award for Competitiveness. This recognizes solutions that improve cost optimization, efficiency, and capacity utilization through truly out-of-the-box thinking. Right. The Innovatopia Award for Competitiveness. May we please have the nominees on the screen? This is the award in competitiveness. We have Insynergy Supply Chain, GMR Hyderabad Air Cargo, Sri Lankan, Garuda Vega Next Gen Logistics, Safe Express, Turkish Cargo, Indiv Infra, FedEx Express, IIT Bombay, Gina and Company. Ladies and gentlemen, the highly acclaimed are Indiv Infra Private Limited. May we please request the team from Indiv to please join us on stage. Devi. And the winner for the Innovatopia Award 2026 for competitiveness is
I have to announce this. The winner of this category is GMR Hyderabad Air Cargo.
Pradeep. May we ask you to join us, please, Pradeep? Congratulations to the GMR Hyderabad Air Cargo team. come to the third category, the Innovatopia Award in Air Cargo Safety and Security. Can we please have the nominees up on the screen? The nominees are Crystal Vision Image Systems, Cathay Cargo, GMR Hyderabad Air Cargo, Safe Express, AI Airport Services, FedEx, and Garuda Vega Next Gen Logistics. Recognized for being highly acclaimed are FedEx. May we please request representation from FedEx, Savindu, if you're here. The team from FedEx, if you could please come, Zahir. Congratulations for highly acclaimed in the category Innovatopia Award in Air Cargo Safety and Security. Congratulations to the team from FedEx. And the winner, ladies and gentlemen, for Air Cargo Safety and Security, may we please ask Sanjeev if you could do the honors.
So the winner for this category is Crystal Vision. Let's give him a big hand.
Can the team from Crystal Vision please come on stage? Our next award takes us into an area that is transforming every part of our industry, digitization. This award recognizes concepts that accelerate digital transformation and help build a smarter, faster, and more connected air cargo ecosystem. The nominees for the Innovatopia Award for Digitization are Cathay Cargo, Cogvian, Cooper Compass, Delhi Cargo Service Center, DHL E-Commerce Chennai, Emirates Sky Cargo, FedEx, Freighters Limited, Garuda Vega NextGen, GMR Hyderabad, Hans Informatic, iCourse Technologies, Kale Logistics, Menzies Aviation Bangalore, New Globe Logistic, Safe Express, SK Technology Solutions, Total Solutions, Transit Terminal, and Turkish Cargo. The highly acclaimed are Grokking Private Limited. May we please request the team from Grokking to come on the stage. The highly acclaimed to the team from Grokking, please give a round of applause. And the winner of the Innovatopia Award 2026 for digitization goes to
Check.
Okay, so the winner for pioneering in innovation is Hans Informatic. Let's give him a big hand.
Right, to the team from Hans, many congratulations. Thank you, everyone. We now come to our final Innovatopia Award of the evening. The Innovatopia Award for Sustainability. The Innovatopia Award for Sustainability and Go Green initiatives recognizes ideas that address sustainability challenges and contribute to a greener air cargo industry. And this perhaps is one of the most important challenges we face as an industry. The nominees are Concentrix, Mr. Rishabh Jain from Chitkara University, SAG Global Logistics, Safe Express, FedEx, WFS Bengaluru, GMR Airports, and Garuda Vega Next Gen. The highly acclaimed Next Gen Logistics Private Limited. Congratulations to the team from Next Gen. And the winner of the Innovatopia Award 2026 for Sustainability and Go Green initiatives is
This works now. Okay, the winner is SAG Global Logistics.
May we get the team from SAG Global Logistics to please join us on stage. Right.
So the team have made it so confidential, that even the winners don't know, that they get this. It's okay. We'll get it across to them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Before we close the awards this evening, we have something particularly special. This year, we have two special mentions for students created to encourage young minds to think differently and develop solutions for the challenges that are facing our industry. And I think that is a wonderful note on which to end our awards, because the future of air cargo will not be built only by the ideas we celebrate tonight. It will be built by the ideas that are still waiting to be imagined. So it gives me great pleasure to recognize two very special institutions, Chitkara University and IIT Bombay. Congratulations to both institutions and to the students whose ideas remind us that innovation has no age. Is there anyone here from Chitkara University? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I would now like to hand over to Mr. Sanjeev Edward. Apologies, is there anyone from IIT Bombay here? Okay, I think we'll get the awards to them. I would now like to hand over to Mr. Sanjeev Edward, President ACFI, for the presidential closing.
We have two awards, special recognitions for two universities, Chitkara University and IIT Mumbai. They had to leave. I spoke to the professor from IIT University. She said, I have a class to take in the morning, so I couldn't ask her to stay, but I'm sure we'll get these awards across to them. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, I can see there is more action on the back of the hall rather than the front, and I'll try to be very brief. It's very understandable. We don't hold it against you, but you've been a great set of participants. It's been a long day. I know we started early, but once again, good evening all. And as we come to the close of this very remarkable ACFI 7th World Conclave, I do so with a deep sense of optimism, pride and confidence in India's future. I will request if we can just pause for 5 minutes or maybe a little less. I'll try to keep it very brief. If you can please pause for a moment. Thank you. So over the course of yesterday and today's discussions, one message has emerged very clearly that, India is no longer merely participating in global trade. India is actually helping, shaping its future. Our theme, reimagining global trade, India at the forefront of developing resilient supply chains, in fact, could not have been more relevant at these times. And in a world that is marked by geopolitical shifts and lots of things happening around us, these conversations over the last 2 days have helped and helped us to reflect on this extraordinary opportunity that is placed before India. In the CEO roundtable, we talked about this 10 million. How do we really get there? There's a roadmap. There's a plan that we'll create. The diplomatic roundtable, again, reinforced the importance of international partnerships, the bilateral trade corridors that we're planning to create. We had sessions on India rising the new map of global trade. India, the next air cargo superpower, which again talked about what India needs to do. MSME session on global markets was again very interesting, and the smallest enterprises and how they can operate on the world stage. We also had the session on tech, the fireside chat on eVTOL, drones, next-gen aviation, mobility. Again, the launch of the CSQ, and we saw the signing of several MOU as well, memorandums of understanding signed with governments, industry associations, bodies, which shows that Air Cargo Forum India is again emerging as a platform where we not just transact business, but we also enter into partnerships which will take the industry forward. And finally, through the Innovation Awards, we celebrated what truly drives progress, innovation and creativity, and the determination to challenge the conventional and create better solutions for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, this conversations we have had today must not end at this venue. I'm sure you'll take it forward. The true measure of success will not be the quality of our discussions, but the actions that follow them. On behalf of the Air Cargo Forum India, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our ministers, many of them who could not make it but send their messages and greetings to us, ambassadors, secretaries, civil servants, bureaucrats, policymakers, speakers, partners, sponsors, exhibitors, delegates, and every single individual who contributed to the success of this conclave. In conclusion, I would just say, let us leave here inspired, connected, and committed to a common purpose. Together, let us reimagine global trade. Together, let us build resilient supply chains. Together, let us make India not just a participant, but a leader in shaping the future of global e-commerce. So once again, thank you for being here. It's been great for us as a ACFI team to interact with each one of you. And we look forward to continuing this interaction. Thank you and Jai Hind. And the bar is open now. I think they should open the bar if not done already. And it's there for you to enjoy. Enjoy the rest of your time. The official, or I should say the interactions have started, on stage have stopped, but the off stage can continue. Please continue to engage and wish you a good evening and thank you once again.
Can we have Argus Global? Sir.
And, we've been saying that we've got a lot of support from the Ministry of Civil Aviation. It would not have been possible without the involvement of the Ministry of Civil Aviation. And we also have the privilege of having Mr. Ambut Sharma, who's, coming to the ministry and taking over the reins of cargo. Has been a blessing, sir. Thank you so much. We appreciate all that you've done. And we'd like to recognize his presence and participation, your guidance,